Consider that the mercy. Another fall. Changing mag.
With this, there's largely Buzzfeed denying resolution and don't take the plan. He gave a statement to ABC News saying that is a blatant lie that is directly contrary to all the documentary evidence. The men provided no reports where Jane Doe said she never told investigators.
They say that they have you on tape denying that Jay-Z...
Enemy soldier incoming.
Is that true?
But then also denying saying the accusation of Buzzfeed also provided a statement. Said tape is a fraud, tormented and harassed and tricked that poor woman, took what she said out of context and secretly recorded her. But there you have Jay-Z's lawyer, Alex Spiro, saying the tape will be denied it to speak for itself. So with that, as far as she allegedly confessed to those people on the by investigators who were associated with Jay-Z, when ABC News asked if Jane Doe was denial, Jay-Z's lawyer said that was not the case and that he was not the word that voluntarily spoke to them. And in Jay-Z's defamation suit against Jane Doe,
that's crazy.
Quote, soullessly motivated by greed and abject disregard of the truth and most
Survive and your team can redeploy.
This is notably
Eliminate targets to bring them back faster.
dependencies. With all this, it's worth noting that the court filed earlier this month, Jane Doe said, quote, although I ultimately chose not to pursue them, I stand by my claims when the reaction is to believe that I had a meritorious claim against Jay-Z. So, just in the past week and a half, there's been tons of back and forth here. Buzzfeed also released a set of
there's two teams by us.
Fabricated or investigators spoke to someone who was not in fact Jane Doe. But whichever way this goes, this whole situation right here, it's actually very key. Well, you might consider this specific case kind of just a drop in the bucket, considering that there are dozens of other lawsuits that he's facing as well as a federal indictment that he's pled not guilty to. The claims against Buzzfeed specifically here are really notable because he's the lawyer behind major lawsuits against it. But he is a main character in the case at law, and so we're going to have to wait to see where this defamation case goes because he could impact or influence other cases, or at the very least, help them proceed those cases. But of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts on the situation. But then, from that next up, interesting business news. Have you ever wondered
on the ship, way up top, it's a beaver. I shot him.
Details of that, as well as where all these business endeavors are going in the future. Because on top of this media empire, he's saying that he's chocolate bars, lunch league, he owns the platform Houston. But he clearly wants to grow. His last week, he learned that he's running an investment round that could value his company at $5 billion. So as for where things are right now, you have Bloomberg reported that Feastables is currently the moneymaker, generating sales of $250 million, with a profit of over $20 million last year. And it's not really, as it appears, he may have actually lost money on his media ventures, which include his YouTube channel and Amazon series. And his sales were comparable to Feastables, but it is said to have lost $20 million. For this, it's not even surprising that companies might lose money, because on average, his videos cost between $3 to $4 million.
Yeah, it's Seth Rogen.
It's not the easiest thing, because while Amazon picking up these games, it likely helped him to grow the business without having to build a massive bill entirely on his own. But even with that Amazon show, the show reportedly went over budget in the first season, lost him money. But he hopes that the next season will be different.
I lost a ton of money.
You're getting another chance. Weapons free.
Really? Yeah, we were waiting. I lost 10 yeah. It's about making season 1 as good as possible.
Which I will say, after learning that, it made the scene where if you flip a coin, you double. I don't care if this is a spoiler. It was a moment in the show where one of the final contestants can risk their own elimination. But if they flip a coin and they call it right, it doubles the prize pool from $5 to $10 million. First, it doubled from $5 to $10 million, and Jimmy dropped to his knees. I was like, oh, he's acting. But now I'm not sure. All of that is to say, it's not surprising. The brand, but well done. But it's also seeing The Verge adding a commerce net sales increase of 160% in 2023, and is projected to see a 100% increase this year. As a spokesperson of the outlet, he is raising money and using quotes, unique reach of the industry's platform to build big, sustainable revenue-generating businesses. And that was also Bloomberg's report, which said that it's clear that the entertainment products, but noting that these industries are looking to expand into video games, drinks, and wellness. So the outlet then also talks about how the role of the complex secretly the company said, And really activity launched businesses on the National Center.
Fuck, I should use my man. Oh, they have their loadout.
Also, notably, these reports, they're not the only reason Mr. Beast was making headlines. As it turns out, he and other major creators are leading an upfronts event focused on just creators. So if you're not super familiar with that upfronts, it's all streaming services that give these massive, star-studded presentations on their upcoming content schedule to advertisers to move them and secure ad deals. YouTube's also been doing their own presentation of the upfronts in recent years, but now creators are reportedly hosting one of their own, with a Hollywood Reporter reporting that Mr. Beast, Dude Perfect, Ryan Trahan, and more will have an event to lure marketing dollars from traditional TV's creator-driven content. And this is reportedly the firm spotters behind the event, which will be held at the end of the month in front of the marketing leaders of over 150 major brands. With the president of Spotter also saying, for decades, advertisers were about owning hit shows, attention across broadcast and cable. But then adding, today, it's fundamentally shifted. After cultural moments and audience engagement, brands must align with creators who now command the largest audiences on social platforms. You know, even though YouTube's own upfront, the deadline competitor to that they ultimately want. So ultimately, it's all very, very big news. And we'll just continue. I'm a nerd when it comes to this stuff. The industry and those around it have evolved over the last 2 decades. Then, the more news in just a moment. You know, first, let's be real. What's the first thing we notice about your smile, and they notice the same about you. Right? Your smile is fundamental in daily social interactions, and oral care is critical to your overall health, and that's where today's sponsor, Guru Nanda, steps in. And Guru Nanda's Total Smile Makeover Kit has everything you need for a bright, fresh, and healthy smile, hassle-free. Their dual-chamber whitening mouthwash is packed with hydrogen peroxide and natural essential oils that activate an oxyburst bubble reaction that whitens teeth and freshens breath. And Guru Nanda whitening strips are gentle on teeth, mixing hydrogen peroxide with coconut extracts, and their patented toothbrush has 8,000+ ultra-soft, soft-text bristles, perfect for sensitive gums. And then finally, their famous and natural essential oils like vitamin D3, E, and K2. Guru Nanda uses ingredients that are genuinely beneficial for your mouth. No harsh chemicals or bleaching agents. I can't imagine a better deal for your oral care. I mean, for under $40, you're getting naturally, ethically sourced products that whiten without damaging your teeth. If you're on favorite, grab the Total Smile Makeover Kit today. Just scan the code on screen or gurunanda.com/Franco and use code Franco for 15% off site launch. Coffee stained teeth will thank you. Then, next to the 30th, U.S. agency for world staff who shred and burn classified documents. And this, according to NBC, which obtained an internal email sent by Secretary Eric Carr to an unknown number of employees. They're reportedly thanking workers for their, quote, assistance in clearing our classified safes and personnel documents, and then adding, shred as many documents first and reserve the burn bags for when the shredder becomes unavailable or needs a break. But all of this reportedly is set to take place Tuesday. Now, to be clear, right, destroying classified documents isn't necessarily bad or illegal, but it can be done during some circumstances, especially emergencies, such as when an embassy is under attack. But seemingly, the only people attacking the U.S. Navy right now are Elon Musk. Notably, with this, you can plaintiffs and suing Trump separate stand with the U.S. Navy filed an emergency motion yesterday seeking to stop the document destruction. They're explaining that depending on which documents get destroyed, it can make it extraordinarily difficult to stop the possible future programs their lawsuits. So even if you support force us to reinstate the agency's programs that will be ended, it might literally be illegal. The plaintiffs are letting the cars even suggest that federal record-keeping law for destroying evidence in their case. Then, later on Tuesday, both parties agreed to take the report saying the government will not destroy additional documents sourced from U.S. Navy offices on breaking the to raise the issue of force. So hopefully, for the moment, at least, the shredder is set to start off. So this is the also has one of the three evidence dropping in the PIR. Concept agencies have this relevant to the lawsuit.
Bad man.
Then, moving on from that, we need to talk about how this alternative medical facility is now being accused of putting money over their patient safety after a little boy died on their watch. Okay, so this is Thomas Cooper. He's a 5-year-old boy from Michigan with ADHD and sleep apnea. And to treat those conditions, Food Center, which is an alternative medicine facility in the suburb of Detroit, hyperbaric chamber, which you know is this pressurized tube-like chamber that delivers 100% oxygen to the patient inside. And that is roughly 5 times the amount of oxygen that's found in plain old air, which is the FDA is approved hyperbaric therapy for conditions like carbon monoxide poisoning, depression sickness and scuba divers, and even for some wounds and burns. But also, in recent years, spas and wellness centers have started promoting hyperbaric therapy as a treatment for a bunch of other factors. And in centers, they reportedly advertised treatment for more than 100 autism, Alzheimer's, dyslexia, and cancer, despite the FDA not recognizing hyperbaric therapy for any of those conditions. Now, the reason we talk about this today is that Thomas is in the paper on first with a single spark before they caused the team to go up in flames.
Prep time's over. Now use the
Mother
board
and
to
reported trying to rush into the fire to rescue Thomas, with the family's attorney saying she has significant burns on her arm that was done during a rescue attempt to try to get her child out of the burning flame.
Waka waka.
Was unsuccessful, but then going on to say they are pursuing to make sure that this doesn't happen and that somebody else doesn't get hurt. Knowing all this following the explosion and Thomas's death, the location of the Oxford Center was shut down. The story began by saying exactly how this happened, which is now led to the rest of this week, including the Oxford Center founder and CEO, Tamala Pierce. The rest of it along here said you had a primary management assistant, Gary Markin, and the deputy safety manager, Jeffrey Moscow. I mean, all three of these people got slapped with a second-degree murder charge, and the fourth person was charged with voluntary manslaughter and intentionally placed in false information medical records. Then yesterday, before being arraigned, the Michigan Attorney General Nessel did a scathing news conference. A news conference where she revealed that Thomas's death was preventable, saying the investigation reached, quote, some horrifying and simple conclusions. According to Nessel, the Oxford Center failed to perform daily maintenance checks or even yearly inspections of the equipment. They didn't have a doctor or safety supervisor on site, and they didn't have a licensed tech performing Thomas's treatment. Now, on top of all that, Nessel says that the investigation found that they didn't even use a grounding strap for Thomas's treatment, which we saw NBC News report is essential to protect patients from stagnant also saying the Oxford Center routinely operated sensitive and legally dangerous hyperbaric service lifetime in complete disregard of vital safety measures and practices considered essential by technical professionals. They're then going on to accuse the Oxford Center of prioritizing their own wallets over patient care and safety. Saying this was an unscrupulous business operating powerful machines beyond their manufacturer's intended term of use on children's bodies over and over again. All treatments chiefly because of the broadcast. And with all this, as far as what's next, 3 of the 4 defendants plea yesterday, meaning they remain silent on the charges, which registers in the court as a not guilty plea. And then as far as number 4, that was Jeffrey Moskeller, whose attorney claims he works at a different Oxford Center location, not the one where Thomas died. So he's more directly pleading not guilty. So with that, it is worth noting that the other location of the Oxford Center is also under investigation. So as far as the other side of this, where the Oxford Center itself hasn't responded to any of the allegations, plus their attorney did release a statement before Nessel's press conference saying the timing of these charges is surprising as typical protocol after a fire-related accident has not yet been completed, saying there are still outstanding questions about how this occurred, yet the Attorney General's office proceeded to pursue charges without those answers. You know, overall, just a horrific situation. It's going to be very interesting to watch how this plays out, and in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts on it. Then, next up, the big situation for this months-long protests across the country, they seemingly only gain momentum, right? The government that they're protesting against, it's one with cited the American president's own actions as justification for a growing crackdown on civil society. You know, with that, starting with the protest,
No, there's one in the water by the boat.
14 people were killed by the collapse of a concrete canopy at a railway station, with another woman dying weeks later from her injuries. The protest that quickly
You guys not pick up my money? What the hell?
tragedy on shoddy work by contractors tied to corrupt officials. Since then, they've been taking place almost every single day, becoming the biggest challenge yet to President Alexander Vucic's decade-long grip on power. But last week, for example, even opposition MPs participated by setting off flares and smoke bombs in Parliament. And this week, we saw several hundred protesters blocking Serbia's public television station building in the capital, blaming the broadcaster for biased reporting and siding with the government during the demonstration. Right, and all of this ahead of a major rally that's scheduled for March 15th. But, notably, in the past month, we've all seen the government stepping up its efforts to squash dissent, going from
Are you
problems of actually investigating and raiding. And specifically here, Serbian authorities have sent dozens of police officers, many of them armed, to raid the offices of at least 4 organizations.
Fucking idiot.
Conducting the raid without warrants, and perhaps even more notably than that, justifying the action by referring to the Trump administration's dismantling of U.S.
He bought ammo when we had an ammo cache right here.
Criminal organization. Using the prosecutor who ordered the raids, claiming there was concern that recipients of American grants were involved in money laundering.
I just stared at it. I was like, are you serious? And he just stared at me.
The same, for example, a Serbian journalist recently trying to ask him about reports linking his son to organized crime groups, and the president responded by accusing the reporter of working for criminal organizations and asking how much money had he received from USAID. With that, again, the targets of the raid so far
Right here.
Enemy destroyed.
One
Attack
for
map.
example,
Hunt down the
by
red.
initiatives reportedly providing legal aid to student protests. Reportedly previously received around 10% of its funding from USAID, and it surrendered 1,300 pages of documents as well. Its thumb drive containing confidential personal information about its staff and finance. It was also saying the executive director of the New York Times. They are just using what's going on in America against all the people they want to bring here to Serbia, and adding that President Vučić sees the most powerful country in the world acting like this, has decided he can get rid of people here he doesn't like. Is this, has been an analyst at the Center for Research, Transparency, and Accountability, another one of the rated organizations the U.S. government started demonizing USAID. Vučić decided he can do whatever he wants. And with all that said, one of the most wild things about all this is that in fact, the prosecutor who was investigating the raided NGOs for money laundering, USAID paid for a last year to study the Italian justice system. And beyond that, more than 90% of American aid to Serbia has gone to government and state-affiliated institutions. The website which previously displayed the USAID logo and acknowledged that its development was made possible by the support of the American people through the agency. Though, of course, not long after Trump came into office, that's now gone. But, notably, despite all that, you have many saying that the Serbian government is actually only growing closer to the U.S. Like his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to build a Trump-branded luxury hotel in the capital, Manila, U.S. Special Envoy under Trump. He's been said to have close, almost friendly relations with Vučić, and Donald Trump Jr. actually met with Vučić this week for the second time in the past year. Vučić saying in an Instagram post that the talk showed a commitment to strengthening bilateral relations and working together to solve global challenges. You know, really, with all that aside, a lot of this goes to show just how many ways the Trump presidency is having an impact, not just with the United States, but around the world. Because in addition to Serbia, you have the governments of Hungary and Slovakia, whose leaders are both enthusiastic supporters of Trump. They've also taken advantage of the dismantling of the opposition. And it's notably, even though the agency actually ended most of its funding in both countries after they joined the EU in 2004. You know, in any case, you still had Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban last week, for example, accusing foreign-funded groups of trying to topple his government and vow to get rid of them. And cheering what he said was Trump's effort to drive a stake through the heart of the monster financed by USAID to serve the liberal globalist empire. You know, for now, we'll have to wait to see generally what happens in several of these countries, but also specifically with the protests in Serbia. And then, I'll get to more news with you in just a moment, but first, do you ever feel like you're being watched online? Like you search for something once and then suddenly ads for it are popping up everywhere? Well, the truth is, there's a massive data collection industry operating behind the scenes, and most of us have no idea how extensive it really is. Your personal details, full name, home address, email, phone number, being traded by data brokers without your knowledge or consent. But the good news, you have the legal right to demand these companies'
Clear for now.
Enter our fantastic sponsor,
That was your alert. Hostile UAV in the area.
Data brokers for you, requesting the removal of your personal data and handling their objections. And they're not just collecting basic contact information, tracking shopping habits, search histories, medical notes, even gathering data on your family. You know, one of the ways I noticed this firsthand is when researching a vacation destination and suddenly I started getting credit card offers from travel. With incognito and heavy lifting, I have my data cleared from hundreds of brokers, saving me countless hours of frustration. You know, go check it out for yourself and go to incognito.com/thefranco or scan the QR code and use code DeFranco to 50% off. Incognito.com/thefranco and use code DeFranco to take your personal data off the market. Then, next up, shifting gears.
Get me eyes in the sky.
Some awesome and funny gears. I think funny gears. Why is NASA so awful at naming? And maybe it's because I always think of everything in terms of marketing and I never get something that like really lands in someone's head.
Sending back.
NASA, they're like, no, fuck all that. Let's call our new mission Spectrophotometer for the History of the Universe, Epoch of Reality, or also that's the name, which I'm going to call sirrrrrr for short. It's fucking awesome. I want to tell you, because NASA has been working on this project for about a decade, pouring $500 million into it, and finally launched it.
They're on the roof.
As far as what it actually is, NASA itself that is the cone of fame and the gorgeous jewel, but to be clear, it's a space telescope. Not just any space telescope. It is different than the ones we have in orbit right now. Because the two big ones, Hubble and Webb, they're really great at zooming in really close on particular corners of the universe and taking high-resolution photos. But, as NASA explained, some questions like how much light of all the galaxies in the universe collectively emit can only be answered by looking at the big thing, which is what sirrrrrr is designed to do. With the agency planning to photograph out the entire celestial sky 4 times over 2 years in 102 infrared colors. Among this three-dimensional map. So then, if it pinpoints something of scientific interest, it can direct the more targeted telescope to that spot. Then, together, they'll answer questions about the history of our universe
This guy better not die. I'm gonna lose my mind. He ran away when I pushed and cracked him. And now he thinks it's the time to challenge.
Is a riddle that is bedeviled, befuddled, and even that are awesome smart nerds for some 40 or 50 years, and mapping out the distribution of galaxies throughout the universe.
Takes more than that to finish me.
Physics responsible for all
Get ready. Redeploying. Squad mates back on
Good
our
fucking shit. He smashed us.
Insurgents been deactivated.
How fast
This is the
the
end game.
getting more precise measurements of stars and galaxies, distances from Earth, and being able to nail that down. And then lastly, here I'll say that spheroids
Supply
study
crates have
the
been
origin
restocked.
of water
Load
and
up.
other organic materials in the Milky Way galaxy, which can help scientists figure out how life evolved. And our board is the acting director of the astrophysics division at NASA put it. It's going to answer a fundamental question. How did we get here? You know, if we can figure that out, then maybe we can find clues about where to look for life elsewhere in our galaxy. NASA is saying that spheroids are building blocks of life, such as water and carbon dioxide and interstellar clouds of gas and dust where stars and planets were. And so with all this, after several postponements, the telescope finally
Somebody out there.
SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California last night.
Enemy dropping into the AR. Your squad made it.
There's also another NASA mission that you arrived with, that one known as Hunt, brings us back to the naming of it all. Polar emitters unify the Corona and Helios. We're sending up 4 satellites that are designed to get holographic views of the sun, creating a three-dimensional picture of its corona as it transforms into solar wind and flows throughout the solar system. Which is very cool, but the big thing here is the sexy astronauts. Because of this growing fleet of insanely powerful space telescopes, including Hubble, Webb, and now spheroids, doing us more of our universe than we've ever seen before, we're bound to witness mind-blowing discoveries during our lifetimes. Then, next up from that, let me give you your good news story. Golden, her family house was burned to ash in the LA wildfires earlier. And the day that the fire actually
Took my plate, you piece of shit.
So her kids went to her house to gather what they could and rescue her main crew, Aggie. And you see, Aggie was a gift to Catherine from a friend during the pandemic, and they had gotten incredibly close. But Aggie was also prone to hide, so when Catherine's kids showed up at the house, they couldn't find her. But Catherine's daughter, Caroline, telling the AP, the one thing my mom asked was, did you get Aggie? And in the 2 months since the fire, they thought Aggie was gone. But then, just this last weekend, Catherine got a call from the West Los Angeles Animal Shelter, and it turns out that Aggie had been found by an animal control officer close to what was her home. Yeah, she was matted, burned, she was alive. So Catherine goes down there and she's reunited with her cat.
UAV available for that kill. LDBR awaiting targeting data.
5 seconds. Help. Got 4 remaining. Stay sharp. 5 squads still operational with the AR.
Not only getting millions of views, but they're still
Negative PDA.
I didn't think I'd ever see her again. There's just such a connection. It's sort of like how with your children. She really means I don't want to say everything, but that's the only word that comes to mind. I just didn't think I'd ever really get past losing her. And that cat really has an eye. Just don't give up hope. Don't underestimate cats. So there you go. A little flash of hope, a little flash of joy, a silver lining to an otherwise bad situation. Then let's end today with congratulations, and let's talk about yesterday. Starting with congratulations to Terry S., SeatGeek's latest weekly winner, who scored $500 in tickets and is now weighing her options and Avril Lavigne concert or a Cubs game. You know, whichever you do, I hope you have a fantastic time. But also for everyone else, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, imagine being the next winner and snagging $500 for seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or playing. I mean, y'all, there's over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you gotta do is just add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance for weekly $500 prize and no purchase necessary. So get in on it. Win, but like I said, let's talk about yesterday and some comment commentary. Starting with comments, conversation, and reactions to Donald Trump. With Phoenix Trailer writing, the fact that a sitting U.S. president can publish
They're close, they're close.
in the wrong form of the word "your" without anyone stopping him is absolutely wild to me. To which I'm going to respond, guys, that's wild to you? You've seen everything since 2016 and you're like, you're? Well, actually, we are past. Did you see that he tweeted the thing? You know, if anything, I think it was a chunk of the population, rightly or wrongly, that liked the fact that he's just popping things off like a regular person. So I guess what I'm trying to say is this is a little bit of a different version of words are words, actions are actions. Words matter. Definitely, especially when you're talking about the leader of a country. But actions are more important. There's a lot of actions that are more deeply concerning right now than terrorists. But also regarding Trump, Canada, and separating the American people who will suffer from this, and Donald, the one who caused this, that will never be impacted by dumbass decisions like this. I'm excited to see how corporations that will jump at this opportunity to wring more out of an already struggling middle class. Yay! But also, conversation having on CPS. And then interestingly, there's a decent chunk of focus on the whole, like, when you're 3 years old and you don't remember things, part of the situation. It felt like it was a standout in that it's just like a bizarre, weird argument, but it was also kind of separate from the main issue. Like Brian Gallagher saying kids don't form memories is a terrible defense considering the trauma that one doesn't remember from childhood has been proven to be the most impactful trauma, as well as you're not really forming your memories free, dude. Yes, you are. You may not actively remember it, but your body sure as hell does from the time you're an infant till you're an adult. It remembers it even if you can't retrieve those memories. Which again, I just want to emphasize, I think it's an incredibly stupid argument. It's kind of a callous sort of a way to think about it. But that is miles apart from being like, yeah, I'm glad that person got a fake CPS call on. And to that point, sharing their own CPS horror stories. Folks like Crystal claiming years ago, my own mother called CPS and the health department because I shut her down. With an addict, she drug dialed these services, and CPS showed up at her door at 3 a.m. and the health department later that same day. Nothing came of the call, but neither entity would leave until they saw my then 3-month-old son.
I got 630 of them, 2 of them to get some shit.
12 minutes and then cried and wouldn't sleep for 2 hours more. He slept for a whole 3 hours before the health department arrived in the morning. All of this because my mother was petty. She was constantly threatening to take my son via grandparent rights. There was not a snowball's chance that was ever going to happen, but what a sick person. Suffice it to say, she is not present in our lives. You also had others adding claims like, I work for CPS in a support role. You would be surprised how often these types of calls happen. Just so everyone knows, it is a felony to file a false report, and having kids remember so much more than they let on. And again, something I mentioned yesterday and something I'll repeat here, my focus is on fake CPS calls. Because we have seen instances with online creators where CPS got involved and it needed to happen. You know, probably one of the most high-profile examples being the Ruby Frankie situation, which, you know, we've covered in detail. It's just a fucking nightmare situation. And then also ends up being part of the concern because if there's this increase in bullshit CPS calls, especially regarding creators, then those who are actually guilty of something can point and go, we're one of those. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Wednesday show is going to end. But of course, with that, remember I've got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love you, faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Allegedly kept her stepson captive for 20 years, and we only know about it because he set the house on fire to escape. Baby Wombat scandal as Australians furious at an American influencer. Female streamer was stabbed while she was live, sending more shockwaves in the industry. We've got huge tariff news and updates as the stock market continues to crash. The government's headed toward shutdown as experts say Democrats are in a lose-lose situation. We now have Putin's interesting response to the U.S.-Ukraine ceasefire. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it, starting with this. This news is genuinely going to be one of the craziest things you've ever heard. It's so shocking that a prosecutor compared it to something out of a horror movie. So this news, it comes out of Waterbury, Connecticut, where police got a call about a house fire last month. When they arrived, they found 56-year-old Kimberly Sullivan, as well as their 32-year-old stepson, who has not been named. And while he was being treated for smoke inhalation, reportedly he revealed that the fire was no accident, with him telling first responders that he intentionally said it, and he simply explained, I wanted my freedom. Right? And that, because according to an affidavit, he told police that ever since he was 11 years old, he'd been locked inside an 8-by-9-foot storage room for 22 to 24 hours per day without heat or air conditioning. With him saying his parents secured both sides of the door with plywood and a lock and only let him out to do chores, and adding that the last time he ever left the house was with his father when he was 14 or 15 years old. So as you might imagine with that story, when first responders found him, he looked rough. Or you had a prosecutor comparing him to a survivor of Auschwitz death camp, and for good reason. With the affidavit stating that while he was 5'9", he clocked in at just 68 pounds. With reports adding that his hair was matted, his teeth were rotten, his skin was dirty, as well as the man himself saying that he drank from the toilet because he only got 2 cups of water per day, as well as 2 sandwiches. Right? So according to him, he was hungry all day, every day for his entire life, which is why in the early years, he said he sneaked out of his room at night to get food and water. And then in the early days when he went to school, he says he asked other kids for food during lunchtime and would sometimes dig for it in the trash out of desperation. But then, after his food wrappings were found, that's when he says he started getting locked in his room. And after that, after the school called child welfare investigators twice, he says his mother pulled him out of school in the 4th grade, which again, keep in mind, that was 20 fucking years ago. And since then, he reportedly gotten no medical or dental care, and the last time he bathed himself was 2 years ago, with him also saying he used bottles and newspapers to go to the bathroom. Right? And all of this, as according to him, the threat of losing what few crumbs he was given and suffering longer lockdowns, that deterred him from trying to escape. Apparently, that changed last month because he reportedly got a hold of some printer paper,
I guess he's not.
and an old lighter, which he used during the night to find. And then, as he and his stepmother fled the house, he reportedly fell to the ground and stayed there, so firefighters would be forced to retrieve him, believing, quote, this is his only way out. And when the shocking truth was revealed, neighbors were absolutely floored.
When the investigators started asking me about a man that may look like a child, I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
He was always upstairs on the second floor on the window, like there, like looking like a little ghost. Like he was pale, like white. And then I'm like, I don't know why maybe he doesn't like to come out.
I've been out here, I don't know how many times. The dogs, cutting grass. He would have just tapped on the window and said, help me. I could have helped him.
Now, with all this, his stepmother, who appeared in handcuffs while wearing a cross from her necklace, is being charged with kidnapping, unlawful restraint, cruelty, assault, and reckless endangerment. But amazingly, with all this, she is insisting on her innocence, with her attorney telling reporters.
He was not locked in a room. She did not restrain him in any way. She provided food. She provided shelter. She is blown away by these allegations. We think as the evidence comes out, we think that she's not the villain she's being made out to be.
With him adding that until last year, the now deceased biological father lived with them and was responsible for his son's care. And while, obviously, we have to wait to see what all information comes in, looking at this situation, right, this is where we get into the opinion section. He was 68 pounds at 5'9". With officials at the press conference today saying, throughout the years, it appears the locks used on the exterior of that room increased as time progressed and the victim got older and a bit stronger. But the police chief saying, in 33 years in law enforcement, this is the worst treatment of humanity that I've ever witnessed. For now, we'll have to wait to see how things play out. And if this woman is the monster it appears that she may be, put her in a smaller box than she allegedly put her son in for the rest of her life. No sweet release, just time and time and time. Then, next up from that, we have other horrifying news, and that is a female streamer in Japan was stabbed to death by one of her followers. Because that is what police in Tokyo allege happened to 22-year-old Irene Sato. But according to local outlets, a 42-year-old man is suspected of stabbing her while she was live streaming from a train station. And this is he reportedly told investigators that he went to Tokyo after he saw that she'd be streaming around.
Shut up, whore! You're a whore!
Here are 50 amazing facts to blow your mind. Woodrow Wilson is the only former Confederate citizen to be elected president. Born in Virginia in 1856 and serving from 1913 to 1921, he is the last president to be born into a slave-owning household. H.G. Wells wrote what is considered the first rule set for miniature war games. In 1963, Italian rock singer Mina was banned from radio and TV due to her pregnancy and relationship with a married actor, which conflicted with dominant Catholic and bourgeois values. Despite this, she remained as one of Italy's most successful artists and has released 77 albums as of 2024. A study on professional slap fighting analyzed 333 slaps for visible signs of concussion and found that more than 50% of the slap sequences resulted in fighters showing visible signs of concussion, with nearly 80% of the fighters demonstrating at least one sign of concussion during their matches. The mechanical sharpened jaws from 1975 was nicknamed Bruce after Spielberg's lawyer. It required 14 operators and frequently sank and jammed, earning the film crew's nickname for the production Flaws. Shaving your head doesn't make your hair grow back thicker and darker. Claiming the blunt tip just looks coarser, the follicle's growth rate and color stay the same.
Well.
This fact is very true. Only one
No, you're the
player
lady. Don't start.
has played for all the league's original 6 teams. In 1966,
Wait, what?
after a gas well in Uzbekistan burned for over
Don't you
3 years, the
ever.
Soviet Union
Yeah.
used a 30-kiloton nuclear
Yeah.
detonator deep underground to crush the pipe. And
Check
seal the
yourself
leak by
before you wreck
vitrifying
yourself.
surrounding
That's what
rock.
we're playing.
Mark Richard, who was a lady of the night, a spy, and later a politician, was responsible
My
for
face
closing
card
an
is
outline
valid.
of French brothels in 1946. Lyodura was a brain surgery material
No.
that, unknown to the buyers, was tissue
No
harvested
depreciation
by the
here.
seller from black market human bodies and carried fatal, incurable prion disease. Over 150
Hater
people
says
were
what?
infected before its ban in 1996. The 1997 Jarrell, Texas Dead Man Walking
Yeah,
tornado
thought so.
was a slow-moving F5 twister that sat over a subdivision for 3 full
Warzone.
minutes. It subjected it to 260-mile-per-hour
Yeah.
winds, and it erased everything, killing 27
You don't know
people
nothing
plus
about
hundreds
that.
of cattle and blended their remains together unrecognizably. Two members of the French royal family, Prince Philip, Count of Paris, and his brother, Prince Robert, Duke of Chartres, served as officers in the Union Army during the American Civil War. NASA once accidentally taped over the original moon landing footage. In 1940s Florence, gangs of pious youths called Piagnoni roamed the streets shaming sinners and collecting sinful items such as makeup, musical instruments, mirrors, wigs, dolls, and even chess pieces.
No, it's not any type of excuse.
Bonfires. The British Pet Massacre was where an estimated 750,000 cats and dogs, a quarter of England's pet population, were
I've heard that
euthanized
before.
due to a government pamphlet suggesting the public could do so at the beginning of World War II. Sauropods panted to cool their brains similar to dogs. Halifax's United Memorial Church was founded by the surviving members of Methodist Church and Presbyterian Church that were both destroyed in the 19th century explosion. The two groups decided to temporarily hold services together, but became so close they decided to
don't like smoking, she
colloquially, instead of a person
You're
from
an old
Connecticut
folk.
being called a Connecticuter, the word nutmegger is used.
No, I'm
The
not.
Food and Drug
Maybe.
Administration has a most wanted list that focuses
What are you,
on
like,
criminal
6?
activities related to FDA-related products, mostly
Oh, hell
prescription
no.
drugs and medical
I'm not
products. It
comfortable
includes guides to reported
anymore.
counterfeit Colgate toothpaste. Marlon Brando held several
What the
patents,
hell?
including one for
You know what, lady?
pension
You got a
advice
problem?
and method. It was
Thought
granted to him
so. Solve
posthumously
it.
in November of
Figure it
2004.
out.
He was
You don't
also
even
an
know what
active
2 plus
amateur
2
radio
is.
enthusiast with the call signs KE6PZH and F05GJ. Kaifeng Jews are a small community of descendants
FBI,
of
that's all you needed, right?
Kaifeng City, Henan of China. In the early centuries of their settlement, they may have numbered around 2,500 people.
Jim and
Mouse deer are the
Monatrix.
smallest hoofed animals in the world, but they are not deer nor mice. The Java mouse deer is the smallest, with an average length of 45 centimeters or 18 inches, and an average height of 30 centimeters or 12 inches. The first all-rock Broadway product, Shovel Law, had an original run that was so poor that at some points they could only get secondhand costumes. But at the end of its Broadway run, it had earned $9 million. Masanobu Tsuji, an Imperial Japanese World War II Army officer,
that's what you get for playing such a horrible game.
he was nicknamed the God of
He plays
Strategy.
Overwatch.
However, he also evaded war crimes and became a politician,
so they're
worked for the
femboys.
CIA before finally mysteriously vanishing in Laos in 1961. Lumbar hyperlordosis, also known as anterior pelvic tilt, has a noticeable impact on the height of individuals with this medical issue. It usually results in a height loss of
Yeah, I would say like the
2.5
challenge.
or 6.35 centimeters and is common. The clearest lake in the world is Blue Lake in New Zealand,
Me too.
located in
No, I
Nelson
don't.
Lakes National Park. A working nuclear
I'm not super
was
buff.
designed by 3 PhD level physicists in just 2 years. In fact, that experiment was done in the 60s with them having no specialized knowledge in nuclear physics. John Doe number 24, the black teen, was found wandering the streets in 1945. As he was deaf and seemingly incapable of otherwise communicating, police were unable to identify him and sent him to various mental institutions until his death in 1960. Of the 4 students who passed their final exams in Einstein's department, he got the lowest marks and was the only one who wasn't offered a job as an assistant teacher at their alma mater. After graduation, he struggled to find a teaching work for 2 years. So a friend got him a job as a patent clerk. From the 1940s through the 1970s, all Ivy League colleges, 7 sisters colleges, as well as Swarthmore, required all incoming freshmen to pose nude, ostensibly, to gauge the rate and severity of rickets, scoliosis, and lordosis in the population. Roman ladies used to have the sweat and muck of gladiators' bodies scraped off so they could use it as a moisturizer. That's considered to be semi-domesticated. In the 1880s, a woman bought a ring at a car boot sale for 10 pounds and proceeded to wear it regularly under the assumption it was a piece of costume jewelry. However, when she had it appraised decades later, it was identified as a real 26-carat ring from the 1800s.
Where the hoes at?
She sold it for 656,000 pounds.
No,
Atomic number 85 is the rarest
I wish I had the capabilities in me.
is estimated by some scientists to be less than 1 gram at any given time. Leo Fender, who founded Fender Musical Instrument Corporation and designed
you don't love anybody
recognizable
and you just want
guitars,
to
did not
fuck.
learn how to play the guitar and did not like rock and roll.
Which is, there's nothing wrong with that. To each their own. Maybe everybody has to feel like Austin Powers sometimes.
Between the 2 runways of the Don Wang International. The course is owned by the Royal Thai Air Force. However, it's open to the public as long as golfers clear airport security. The famous British composer Benjamin Britten, who was known for his close personal relationships with adolescent singers and cast in most of his operas. Staring back,
just kidding, not a life for me.
Categorically deny any form of abuse. 15-year-old Cheyenne Law in India
Hello,
decided
Mr.
to take a
Ginkle.
stand and dig a pond to quench the thirst of people and cattle. Fellow villagers laughed at him, but Lau identified a spot in the forest and kept digging. For 27 years he kept this up. The result was a 1-acre, 15-foot
Keep yapping.
Claude Fauché, from 1530 to 1602, a French Renaissance humanist and court official, was the first historian to write literary history in French. He did this instead of writing it in Latin.
Why is this
Humanity
bad?
broke the sound barrier as well as Mach 2, Mach 3, and Mach 4, Mach 5, and Mach 6, all from the Edwards Air Force Base in California. Although intensely private, Joe DiMaggio allowed a children's hospital to use his name and image on condition that they never turn away a child because of inability to pay. The deal was struck with a promise and a handshake. In 2016, a man inadvertently he attempted to return 10,000 human cans of Michigan from Kentucky. He was later arrested.
I want something that's a 2
He
kid.
was later arrested for 1 count of beverage return of non-refundable bottles. Ian Dublin, a former English professional footballer, is also an
I know you just saw that,
percussionist
right?
and
The fuck?
invented a percussion instrument called the bass.
His chest shots are what matters the most.
Boiling hot. The myth is based on 19th century experiments in which the frogs had to have their brains removed before boiling. Artaxerxes II, who ruled Persia from 405 to 358 BC, fended off his brother's coup, the Great Stapes Revolt, and even reconquered Babylon, all while restoring major capitals. Tyrone Jones, a 4 times All-Star Canadian football player who was diagnosed with brain cancer after he blew a tooth out of his brain teratoma and died 3 years after diagnosis at the age of 46. Mr. T was the youngest child of 12 children. He and his 4 sisters had 7 brothers and grew up in a 3-bedroom apartment. GPS satellites don't ever actually interact with GPS devices at all. 31 U.S. satellites simply broadcast their position non-stop, and GPS devices triangulate their own position using a location of 3 nearby
330 to the head
the
for
law of Ethelbert, dated
a
to the
marksman
47th
rifle?
century, is the first known document written in Old English. It's a legal code.
They're trying to make
surviving example of
the Car
English language
98
in written
again.
form. And that's it. If you guys enjoyed this, please leave a like and a comment, and be sure to subscribe.
But the
so you
range
don't
is
miss the
so
next video.
bad.
And I'll see you in the next one. Thanks again for watching. 50 amazing facts to blow your mind.
I don't get there anymore. Oh, I thought you were talking about the car.
According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention in 2014, the number of people who died from alcohol-induced causes was higher than the amount of people who died from overdosing on prescription painkillers and heroin combined. More than 30,700 Americans. China is the largest manufacturer and exporter of fireworks in the world. 90% of all fireworks come from China. During the Tudor era, people would very rarely take baths. They thought that they would contract the plague through open pores because they believed the disease was airborne. The Niagara Falls Suspension Bridge was the world's first working railway suspension bridge. It existed from 1855 to 1897 across the Niagara River. It spanned 251.5 meters and stood over 4 kilometers. There was a woman from Perth named Joy Mills who can smell Parkinson's disease. She first noticed the odor of her husband after he was diagnosed. She mentioned this to Dr. Thilo Knott in the School of Biological Sciences at Edinburgh University. So he tested her ability and she was able to detect Parkinson's 100% of the time. William Shockley, who invented the transistor and was a Nobel Prize laureate, once suggested that people with IQs lower than 100 should be paid to be voluntarily sterilized. Within weeks of the death of their 15-year-old son, Leland Stanford and his wife decided that because they could no longer do anything for their son, that they would do something to memorialize him. So they founded Stanford University, where they said the children
I didn't have no
of California
space.
shall be our children. Writer H.P. Lovecraft, who is famous for his fantastical horror stories, once wrote
It
an
already
entire
started
essay on why
today.
he believed that cats were better than dogs. At one point in time, white mineral spar, or gypsum, could be harvested from the Niagara River, and some people would actually sell it to tourists, convincing them that it was pieces of petrified mist from Niagara Falls. Babies can see as soon as they're born, but their vision is blurry and fuzzy. Most newborns are also cross-eyed because of extra folds of skin in their inner corners of their eyes, but it goes away within the third month. A Harvard study found that 80% of Donald Trump's press coverage was negative during the first 100 days in office. Antarctica's ice sheet is more than 79 kilometers thick in some places. And if you want to know, the world's oceans rise by almost 60 meters. In 2014, Taylor Swift accidentally released a song called Track 3 due to a glitch in the iTunes store in Canada. The song was only 8 seconds of static and managed to immediately reach the top of the charts. In 2012, researchers from Rutgers University and the Monell Chemical Census Center discovered that the reason that wine and steak taste so good is because they're at the opposite ends of the culinary sensory spectrum, which is pleasing to your palate. In 2013, a programmer named Patrick McConlaugh offered a homeless man named Leo Grand a choice between $100 or 16 coding lessons. Grand actually chose the coding lessons and later released an app called Trees for Cars. The app is meant to increase carpooling to reduce the number of cars on the road and therefore decrease CO2 emissions. For the past decade, rapper Nelly has been secretly sending 2 kids to college every year. The name Jaguar originates from the Native American word Jaguar, meaning in 2000, researchers from 4 universities, including John Hopkins, discovered that snowflakes falling on water creates an extremely loud noise from the rain. They found this through analyzing recordings of underwater storms. Mount Everest was named after British surveyor George Everest in 1856. The peak was originally called Chomolungma by the French and Sargamama by the Chinese, but the British decided to name it after Colonel George Everest, who is the head of the survey that confirmed that the mountain was the highest summit in the world. In 2015, 19-year-old Adam Armstrong was survey on his airline ticket. So he decided to change the name because it would be easier to fix the name on the ticket. To change the ticket, it would have cost him $200 while changing his name was free and just £103 for a new passport. Licinius Crassus created the first ever Roman fire made up of 5,000 men. They would arrive at the building before they would put the fire out. They would bargain with the client how much they would pay. If Crassus thought the price was high enough, he would simply let the building burn down and the office come back for a fraction of the value. The sensation of getting goosebumps and shivering at the Mario Bros. The movie, lead actors John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins because the shooting was so laborious. Liam Hemsworth revealed that whenever he had to listen Jennifer Lawrence while filming The Hunger Games, Lawrence would purposely use beforehand because of EU rules. Stilton cheese cannot be made in the village of Stilton. The protected designation of origin, based on British government guidelines, says that the name can only be used in the English counties of Leicestershire, Derbyshire, and Nottinghamshire. When Blockbuster video stores were in their prime in 2000, they earned almost $800 million in late fees, accounting for 16% of their revenue. For 85 years, the letters Q, W, and X were illegal in Turkey. The letters violated the law of November 1st, 1928 on adoption and application of Turkish letters. It was meant to change the writing system of Turkish from the Arabic-based system of the Ottomans to the Roman-based system. On May 3rd, 1972, guitarist Stone of Crow, Les Harvey, got electrocuted on stage while and died in front of 1,000 fans in Swansea. John Lewis, the first recorded person roller skates in the 17th in London, England. But Merlin was not actually roller skating. He once wore a pair of skates to a masquerade party at Carlisle House in London, and crashed into a large mirror and severely injured himself. Musician Eric Clapton grew up thinking that his mother was his sister and his grandmother was his mother. This was because Clapton's mother was 16 so her parents stepped in as surrogates and raised Eric as the term checkmate, which is Arabic phrase shaman, which means the king is dead. In 2012, a customer at the Playboy Club dropped and shattered a $77,615 bottle of cognac from 1788. The band Blink-182's original name was Duct Tape. The Q in Q-Tips stands for quality. They were originally named Q-Tips Baby Gays, but later the Baby Gays was dropped. In 2016, California had such a surplus of solar power that they were actually paying Arizona to take some. In New Jersey, wear a bulletproof vest while committing a violent crime. Walruses can stay awake for up to 84 hours straight. Thomas Jefferson popularized after people brought back a recipe or palmed a pair of pre-textured olives and deep fried while raw in small cuttings. It's taken off in popularity but its recipe predates typical French fry recipes by half a century. Of the University of Tübingen and is the skeleton of the world's largest program in Venezuela, which is essentially a guinea pig the size of a cow, weighing 700 kilograms, is long and 1.3 meters tall, and lived 8 million years ago. In Hong Kong, about 80% of people flush their toilets because of a separate water distribution system that was created in the 1950s. This helps protect seawater is less than fresh water for some marine animals. Called the Playing Cards Act, which prohibits people from possessing Thailand has strict anti-gambling laws. In fact, all forms of gambling are prohibited. In 2002, published the existence of a fly species that bottle active called the Carmel a law was passed in December of 2012 who served after January 1st, 1997, as well as their spouses, protection from the Secret Service for their entire lives. The law even gives their children protection until they're 16. The feeling of being pulled or the urge to jump while you're standing at a high place is called the fall of the glory. Are so popular in Japan sounds like the meaning you will surely win. This causes people to believe that the candy is good luck. Over 95% of all people are naturally immune to leprosy. About 25% of all the blood in your heart goes into your kidneys. 49-year-old from Belgium set a world record for running a marathon every day for 365 days in 2010. He began in Belgium and ran 15,000 kilometers across 7 countries in Barcelona. According to the national library, 12% of people drink black and white. People 25 and younger almost never drink black and white. People 55 and older drink color. 75% of the time. The food chain Subway has 1 million wine bottle is a sealed container of wine that dates back to 225 and AD during the ancient Roman period. It was discovered in archaeology when excavating a 4th century noble in Chile. They also consider it to be the oldest known bottle of wine in the world. Since the country of Andorra does not have an active military, every citizen should own a rifle by law. Their police force will offer a firearm to its citizens if it's needed. After Charlie Sheen revealed that he was HIV positive, A study showed that over the
Sugar, sugar, sugar.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
All of these ships contain morgues because roughly 200 people's jobs
Enemies dropping into the AR.
somewhere on the ship floor. 19th century American abolitionist Frederick Douglass is the most photographed person from the 1800s. In 2013, a Swedish inmate escaped from prison because he had a toothache and wanted to his sentence was 1 month, only increased by a day. Jordan Romero is the youngest person to ever climb Mount Everest after he achieved the feat in 2010 at the age of 13. He called his mom from a satellite phone to the summit and left a rabbit foot up there. He also plans to receive a weekend at a monastery. After Rainn Wilson once had a pet swan.
Oh, I fell.
That considers cannibalism illegal. They created a ban in 1990.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Wait, the only state that's disturbed. A beaver is capable of cutting through wood with ease because they contain iron. This is why they're orange colored, and even though it looks like they are decaying, the iron actually protects them. Female kangaroos have proven giant.
$1 makes you holler, honey boo boo child. $1 makes you holler, honey boo boo child. $1 makes you holler. She grew up and stopped eating mayonnaise. That's what happened, honey boo boo. Yeah, I think they all turned on Mama June from what I heard. I've lost my lighter. Honey Boo Boo took my lighter. God damn it, Honey Boo Boo. This is gonna take my lighter. Yeah, you tell him.
On December 7th, 1963, during a football game between Army and Navy at Municipal Stadium in Philadelphia. The first replay aired after a simple 1-yard touchdown run. After famous acts
Oh, that's Batman.
killed her father and stepmother.
I thought that was you in there. I was like, goddamn.
In 1892, she was acquitted of her charges. The Pitcairn Islands are a British overseas territory
I'm here,
in the
Bats.
Southern Pacific Ocean, with a population of about 50 people who have mostly descended from 9 mutineers of the Bounty in 1789. People who are under 16 years old require a prior period for visiting. In 2017, the Queen's plot to steal legendary racing pioneer Enzo Ferrari's
Oh, I'm on pissed.
For a short time until 1913, it was legal to mail your baby as long as it met the 11-pound weight limit. This showed just how much rural communities were postal workers then. Famous
Enemies dropping into the AO.
However, he had to evacuate because he began to experience altitude sickness and was short of breath. US President John Adams Thomas Jefferson.
You did. Ooh.
Also the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of
You have reinforcements inbound.
President James Monroe also died of July 4th, but in 1841, this means that 3 of the 5 first U.S. presidents died on Independence Day. When nuclear weapons are detonated over high altitudes, The sky can light up for up to 30
Stay
minutes.
still, you little booger.
If looked at without safety goggles. Actor Christian Bale played Jesus Christ in a 1999 major television show. It had a 48% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. The Holiday Inn hotel chains originally got their name from the 1942 musical film Holiday Inn starring Jim Croce.
Get in the window.
Baby It's Cold Outside was after in the 1949 musical romantic comedy film Neptune's Daughter.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
The iconic villain Khan in the original Star Trek television series. Dr. Jan Bondenson of Cardiff University discovered that the Nazis attempted to teach dogs how to talk and speak during World War II, and even had special academies for trainees. It was reported that one dog said the word Mein Führer when asked who Adolf Hitler was. Mein Führer. In 2 different studies, researchers found that people who drink their coffee black or bitter are more associated with antisocial personality traits and sadists. So if you enjoy your coffee black, then you're more likely to be a psychopath. The largest fruit in the world belongs to the Coco de Mer culture. The fruit itself weighs about 2 kilograms.
Damn, they cooked you.
It's sometimes also referred to as the sea coconut or the number.
Damn, they cooked him.
NFL is older than half the players.
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. You have reinforcements inbound.
Outlaw Golf. The German-American Bund held a rally of 20,000 Nazi supporters at Madison Square Garden in New York City in 1939. Award-winning documentarian Marshall Curry found footage of the event in historical archives and said, watching it felt like an episode of The Twilight Zone, where
back on station. Go get off.
at the height of their popularity in 1986, took up 20% of the event market that year. Today they make up less than 5%. In the 19th century, they were originally used as a form of therapy for medical patients. Campinology is the
enemy UAV overhead.
Lung and sound. It also encompasses the history, methods, and traditions of
Squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
The largest collection of snow globes belongs to Wendy Suen of Shanghai, China. As of November 27, 2016, she collected over 4,059 of them.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Humans and bonobo chimpanzees are the only 2 animals in the world who engage in tongue kissing. Billionaire David Tepper once paid $43.5 million for a beachfront mansion that was previously owned by a former boss who denied him a promotion. Tepper then had the mansion completely demolished. American
Primary objective complete.
Alan
All targets
set the
eliminated.
world record for even though he was in his late 50s. After falling from altitude 41.4 kilometers per hour, and the descent lasted 4 minutes.
Yeah, they're down below, I think.
The small country of
Still.
Luxembourg recently
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Someone just dropped down there.
Because the country has the
UAV is online.
Oh my god.
meters tall. The Masoretic text claims that he was 2.97 meters tall, but most scholars believe that shorter height was the accurate one. There's an Indian remake of the 1989 comic film Uncle Buck that was released in 1991 called Uncle Bun. According to the UN Environment Program in 2010, 150 to 200 species of plant, insect, bird, and mammals go extinct every 24 hours, which is about 1,000 times faster than the natural rate. Biologists say that the world has not seen a mass extinction like this since the end of the dinosaurs about 65 million years ago.
Stay alive, man. Squad to redeploy.
Oh, I tried it.
What was also allowed to swim from fish in the river.
Changing maps.
Incoming shots! There, you can release them into the woods and hunt them down with a rifle at night. In 1984, in died in 2014. If you threw a penny from the top of the Empire State Building, it would not be lethal to anyone on the ground because it's too small and flat. According to Louis Bloomfield, who's a physicist at the University of Virginia, if a penny did land on someone from that height, then it would feel more like getting flicked and not even that hard. Mary Austin, who's the ex-wife of Queen's Freddie Mercury, is the only person who knows where the singer's ashes are laid to rest, because she buried them herself. She has also said that she will never reveal where they are buried. Michael Jackson once offered to make a Harry Potter musical, but author J.K. Rowling told Oprah Winfrey that she rejected the idea of Oxford University so old that it actually predates the Aztec Empire's formation by over 200 years. Teaching was begun in the year 1096, while the Aztec civilization didn't begin until the year 1525. In 2012, two neuroscientists successfully implanted a false memory into a mouse, causing it to become stiff and afraid as it recalled something that never actually happened. The late Michael Jackson composed much of the music used in the video games Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, but refused credit after hearing how the song sounded when mixed in. The country of Australia has 10,600
Enemy dropping into the AO.
So many set foot on all of them. Since that early 1970s, the character of Humpty Dumpty has been portrayed as the end. Yet the nursery rhyme contains no mention of him being an egg.
Enemy soldier incoming.
2005, a picture of a captured American soldier was posted on a website frequented by Iraqi rebels, along with demands for prisoners to be freed or else he'd be beheaded. Soon after, models of U.S. soldiers wasn't a soldier at all, but an activist.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Between Canada and the United States, Lake Superior is the third largest freshwater lake on Earth. In fact, there's enough water in the lake to cover all of North America and South America. According to the American Heart Society, more men had mosquito grenades and seats, a common ingredient used in buttercup. In the entire history of the NBA, no player has ever worn the jersey number 69. On multiple occasions, parts of the world have had to be shut down due to overheating. The unlikely culprits behind the events? Jellyfish. The animals actually clogged up water intakes used to cool the reactors and had to be removed.
Enemy soldier incoming.
These graphics are born from any bird flying and so
Fuck you, asshole.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Late night Nova. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Made 37% fewer mistakes and completed procedures 27% faster. Stuck out of her own backyard in Alpine, Alabama, and chased after some lunch, accidentally completing an entire half marathon. She was hoping that tonight, the first ever anti-smoking and anti-tobacco movement in modern history was actually started by the Nazis after German doctors discovered a link between smoking cigarettes and developing lung cancer. According to a number of researchers, American Dr. Henry Phillips saved more lives than any other scientist in the 20th century. This is because he developed as many as 9 out of the 14 vaccines commonly given to children, including ones for measles, mumps, and chickenpox. Just outside of Alliance, Nebraska, in the United States, there's a popular recreation of Stonehenge, made entirely out of old cars. Carhenge consists of 39 different cars and trucks from the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, and has been arranged to resemble the mysterious landmark as closely as possible. In April, a commander
marking the rest of us.
troops at a checkpoint in an attempt to claim the $100 reward that has been offered for his capture. He was arrested and didn't receive the reward. Back in the 18th century, the Washington mission to the zoo in London, England.
You're being tracked by an enemy squad.
But those London wildcats were allowed entry if they supplied a cat or dog to be fed to the lions. Daniel Kish lost both of his eyes
dropping into the area.
I'm gonna be pissed. Oh my god.
The ability in which he succeeds, using the echoes of sound to bounces off objects. Or to how on September 1st, 2009, the City Council of Madison, Wisconsin
Stand by for redeployment.
in favor of making the city's official bird the plastic. And to build the official bird today, there are more plastic pink flamingos in people's yards in the United States than real living ones in the wild. Polar bears can eat and store an incredible amount of vitamin A, so much so that if you were to consume a polar bear's liver, you would more than likely die from hypervitamin A.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
Vitamin A poisoning. Over the course of his life, Walter Summerford was struck by lightning on 6 separate occasions. He died in
Enemy
1912.
UAV overhead.
4 years later, his tombstone was struck by lightning.
Damn, there's another person.
I'm reloading!
Then it doesn't become a doctor. Some work for as long as 20 years. Female dragonflies have been known to fake their own deaths in order to stop their male counterparts from trying to initiate mating rituals. In 1951, missing a golden plover with a shot, managed collector of Guinness Brewery, Sir Hugh Beaver, got into an argument over whether the bird was the fastest game bird in Europe. After realizing there was no reason
Authorizing LDBR strike on my grid.
he decided to create his own. So he started the Guinness Brewery. In July of 2013, scientists decided stem cells that they collected from human urine. There are some mad scientists out there. Mesomaniacs are people who literally hate everyone. They can often fear that everyone already hates them, so they simply hate them back. In 2008, a survey conducted in Coos Bay, Oregon, revealed that panhandlers asking for money outside of the local Walmart made far more money than most of the employees working inside the store. In some cases, the daily amount was reported to be more than 43 million. For their entire life, a swan will only ever have one partner. When that partner dies, it's possible for the surviving swan to also pass away from broken arteries. In 2014, protested crazies from Black and the company behind the game Cards Against Humanity decided not to put any products on sale, but instead sold and shipped out 30,000 boxes of bull excrement. What a crappy deal. Each year, May 29th is celebrated as Put a Pillow on Your Fridge Day in many places in Europe and the United States. It's meant to bring good fortune and prosperity, and literally all that you have to do is put your pillow on your refrigerator. There is a small number of human beings who are born with the resistance or even total immunity to HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. Sadly, that number is estimated to be less than 1%. According to an online survey commissioned by the Innovation Center for U.S. Dairy, around 7% of American citizens believe that chocolate milk comes from property. 40 is the only number to have letters already arranged in alphabetical order. 1 is the only number with letters in reverse alphabetical order. Though they're mostly decorative today, spiked and studded dog collars originated in Turkey many years ago, when shepherds placed the protective pieces around their sheepdogs' necks in order to protect them from wolves. During an early writers' room meeting for the animated show The Simpsons, series creator Matt complained that if Carol DeMarge were to ever let her hair down, it would be revealed that she had rabbit ears. The idea was obviously abandoned for being too ridiculous. There was once a court case called Batman vs. Commissioner, but instead of the Dark Knight suing the leader of Gotham,
enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Batman, who was trying to increase what he'd been doing. The Herald Swan is still walking close, then was put into place with Algae. The algae actually helps camouflage the animals so well that some sloths have been known to grab their own arms, thinking that their branches instead of limbs, and then fall into their own deaths. Almost
enemy counter UAV inbound.
State of Vermont.
Your squad's in the safe
look
zone.
like normal house windows, except if they're turned 45 degrees. Legends say that if a window is angled in such a way, witches have a hard time entering the home. Through them on the broomsticks. The richest animal on the planet is Duncan IV, a German shepherd who received an inheritance for over $300 million from his father, Duncan III, who in turn inherited the fortune in 1992 from a German countess named Carlotta Lagerstein. Studies have shown that significantly more serial killers and mass murderers were born in the month of November than any other month. After the Cult Awareness Network labeled Scientology as ruthless, dangerous, and unethical, the network was sued by the religion in its diligence proceedings. Shortly thereafter, a group including several Scientologists bought and scanned assets to silence them. In Japan, golfers often purchase a strange type of insurance that helps them to get a hold of one. Gifts for your friends. So this insurance covers you for up to $3,000 towards that expense. Nearly every armadillo that belongs to the genus Dapacis gives birth to quadruplets. At the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, students can fulfill their physical education requirements with archery, fencing, shooting guns,
another My plan is active. My station prices are adjusting.
It's derived from
You've made it to the top 10. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Charged for the 1982 Tylenol murders in Chicago that killed 7 people. The last time that all the planets in the solar system were aligned was 561 BC, and the next alignment won't happen until 2854. The Battle of Cherbourg in 1864 was a single ship battle between the Union warship USS Kearsarge and the Confederate warship CSS Alabama during the U.S. Civil War. However, the battle was off the coast of France in the English Channel. The CSS Alabama eventually lost the battle and sank. The ancient Greek statue, the Colossus of Rhodes, was about the same height as the statue of Liberty in New York City, according to various descriptions. The most disliked music video on the internet is Justin Bieber's Baby on YouTube, with over 3.9 million dislikes. The Oregon Duck mascot from the University of Oregon is based on Disney's Donald Duck through a special license agreement between the school and the company. To combat tourists from stealing their beer glasses, the Villa Grande in Belgium requires customers to give the bar one of their shoes if they want to drink any of their house beer. The shoes are then placed in a basket raised up to the ceiling, which is now a popular attraction. On October 6, 1909, Vancouver unveiled its first ambulance and took it for a test drive around town. The ambulance ended up running over killing a wealthy man from Austin, Texas. He was the person the ambulance picked up. 6,000 of the world's modern languages can be traced back to the single mother tongue that was spoken in Africa 50,000 to 70,000 years ago. Actress Drew Barrymore became a regular of the 1954 when she was still a child. She started smoking cigarettes at the age of 9, drinking alcohol at the age of 11, smoking marijuana at the age of 12, and snorting cocaine at 13. Where the parents at? When San Diego experienced a severe drought in 1915, the city took an extreme measure to make it rain. They hired a rainmaker named Charles Hatfield, who referred to himself as a moisture accelerator to solve the problem. He claimed to have concocted a chemical cocktail that would be released into the air and cause rainfall. And on January 1st, 1916, heavy rains arrived and didn't stop for over a month, which caused flood damage and almost 50 deaths. Hatfield eventually quit the job because the city declared that rain and flood were an act of God. The sailfish changes the color of its skin based on the mood that it's experiencing. They become darker when they hunt for prey and become neon and copper colored when they're excited or tired. The Walt Disney Company trademarked the phrase Hakuna Matata for clothing, headgear, and footwear. The most expensive painting ever sold was Leonardo da Vinci's Salvator Mundi, when it sold for $450.3 million in 2017 at an auction from Prince from Abu Dhabi. The teeth of marine snails are made from the strongest natural material on Earth. On the bounty target here. Grind them down into President Abraham Abraham Lincoln was a fan of the assassin John Wilkes Booth during his years as a stage actor and singer. When Apple's Steve Jobs died in 2011, Microsoft lowered their pledge to half a mark as a sign of respect. NBA All-Star Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers is a nephew of according to AIDS, there are about 45,000 with most of them being male. The original voice of Porky Pig, who also had a stutter familiar to the character on screen. However, he was essentially unable to get his own stuttering under control, and missed cues causing delays. That's when legendary voice actor Mel Blanc took over the role in 1937.
I'm in my mom's car.
2 years. In the film Django Unchained, Calvin
Get
Candy,
out my
played by
car.
Leonardo DiCaprio, smashes his hand on a dinner table and accidentally crushes a stemmed glass with his palm. Even though his hand started to actually bleed, the actor finished the scene and gave an amazing performance. Director Quentin Tarantino decided to put the scene in the movie. In Malay, orang means person and hutan means forest. This means that the orangutan means person of the forest. New York was the first state in America to create a law against drunk driving in 1910. After California was the next to create a law, every other state followed and legislated drinking and driving. The original voice actor of Charlie Brown is Peter Robbins, and he's currently in prison for threatening the manager of a mobile home park that he lived in. President Theodore Roosevelt was against putting "In God We Trust" on U.S. currency because he thought it would be unwise to cheapen such a motto by using it on coins, just as it would be to cheapen it by using on postage stamps or in advertisements. The average U.S. citizen eats around 45.8 pints of ice cream per year, more than any other citizen in the world. The United States does eat the most ice cream in the world, but Australia and Norway are second and third respectively. The New York Mets are still paying Bobby Bonilla $1.19 million a year, even though he retired in 2000. When the team wanted to cut him and pay him the rest of his contract, Bonilla's manager made a deal with them to pay him $1.19 million for 25 years starting in 2011. Naturalists
I'll punch Charlie Brown in his balls.
It's time for some target practice. Real things coming.
Because they can sometimes film thousands of miles and months apart. Frankenstein's monster
Charlie Brown balls.
Frankenstein that he should be called Adam. This is based off of Adam in the Bible.
On July 12, 1984, Yvonne Ray Stanley was put to death by the electric chair for the crime of murder.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch your side.
Reported and more about the that electric chair since
made a few videos about Moving Heart.
Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back fast.
I want to get to the truth.
Mark the drop point for the squad and hit the field.
Let's drop the engineer stuff. Nobody cares. I just want to know, is this guy gay? James Charles, step aside. Muda Heart here to rumble. Oh god.
Okay, so it is I, Sen. A lot of talk about so little time. Let's just get right into it. So over the last few days, me and other YouTubers have been talking about the whole Muda Heart situation and the massive, insane allegations there is. He is currently facing, let me check my notes here. He's currently facing the allegations, the very serious of potentially being a fake engineer and being gay. Yeah, the gay allegations are indeed insane. So after a week of not uploading
enemies dropping into the AR.
He recently came back to YouTube and he did respond to the engineering claims. We still don't have a response to the gay allegations. Hopefully one day, maybe we'll get a 30-page
Now you used the keyword over there, and I want to start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama, and I want to kind of address things here with whatever you can call it. And, you know, I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide. Now, obviously, me being a dropout, I don't have a degree, so I'm not a
Get ready, you're redeploying.
engineer. Now, there's a lot of videos in the past where I've talked to guys about computer safety, cybersecurity, a lot of this stuff, and it's just that content sitting up on its own. And it actually can be used, you know, and people have learned from it.
Now, guys, here's the thing, and you can go back to my other videos about it. It's like, I don't care if you're self-taught, that's not the issue. It's like Muda facing pedophilia allegations, but Muda touched me when I was like 4 years old. It's not that kind of drama. Truly, it's not that deep. The issue that people have with Muda is that when he's talking about this kind of stuff, he speaks with such authority as if he was a certified Harvard fucking graduate.
Returning you to the front.
That's the main issue that I see.
Someone just landed on you.
That's 10. Win this thing.
I don't think he's breaking that.
Got 10 squad
If this guy is a real engineer or is he a fake engineer? And is he gay or is he not gay?
You're surrounded.
YouTube is not his real job. He made that clear multiple times. His job with this whole situation is the way he would treat YouTube. I actually have a real job, and I'm also a military vet. Then I cure cancer and AIDS on the side, and then I go back to my 9 to 5, and then I go back to making music. Because I love you guys. You guys are like my family. And
Enemy UAV is online.
I'm actually a well-respected movie director, and I'm currently working with Quentin Tarantino, so yeah, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm up for that.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Buddy, sure.
Now, if you...
Right above you.
Being a degree-holding
Enemy
engineer,
UAV
and I will denigrate myself to, you know, I guess, programmer or a fat Indian guy.
There's two.
That's well. And if you want to stick around for lots, if you still feel wrong, if this does not suffice for you,
Rare Muda W. I was not expecting it to win that damn, okay.
If anything else comes out of this, you know, whether there be some legal stuff, I'll just let lawyers handle it, and we'll call it that.
Back on station. Go get off. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
The greatest fucking response of all time.
Alright, let's call this duty.
First of all, the Muda dick riding in the big 45, that shit gotta stop. This response was not great. It's not bad. It's just, man, I just can't help but think, if this was anyone else having this same kind of response, Muda would be grilling their ass. You can't say, I don't give a fuck, and then censor the word engineer, or the E-word, or the E-word. You can't say, I don't care, and then delete videos from like 10 years ago, you know what I mean? You clearly do care, because you didn't upload for a week. If you truly didn't care, you would have uploaded a day or two after. I mean, that's what you do, you're a daily slop shooter from the 9 to 5. But yeah, I'm just saying, if this was anyone else, we would have gone a lot harder on that individual, so we don't just needed to get... Muda just needed to rest after a long night being a SWAT officer, and curing cancer, and being a slop tuber, and having a 9 to 5, and being a crypto investor, and being a CEO as well, so you did it all.
But what about being a filmmaker that travels across the world making the Royal Air Force? Yeah, I mean, going back to what I was saying, the situation is whatever. It's not like groundbreaking, holy shit, the hardest what? He's a big engineer and he's potentially gay. Like, the situation was never that deep in the first place. This is gonna make you love me with heart or hate me with heart. I don't give a fuck. Went from you guys are my family to if you want to leave,
So
I don't
glad I don't
give a
have to
fuck.
run in here. That's
I've
all
been
you.
running for
You're scaring me
about
around.
everything in my life.
We lost track of
Anyways,
the
see,
bounty
that's the
charge.
thing. That's
Contract
why you should have
failed.
probably made a better response because people are still gonna question, yo, are you actually gay? Okay, maybe not that.
Enemy
But this kind of
counter
response,
UAV
it
inbound.
really does leave you open to people still bothering you about the situation. You leave yourself open to more and more people asking questions and more people criticizing you. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
People still have questions.
You're the one
Either way,
made it to the space station.
I don't give a fuck.
Shot gas down,
Response, Sigma Muda there. If you really want to get big brain about it, it's like, what else has he been lying about? You know what I mean? And then
Enemy
this guy,
counter UAV inbound.
this video, talking to some ordinary gamers and Nextwell, so we have to check that out. Maybe there's something that I need to correct.
Well, some minor problems here to try my best to correct what I've done wrong. I shared a clip of Mutar talking about making out with his friend Brian at his friend Kyle's wedding while he was in a relationship with a woman. He was unhappy about that happening. I also shared a clip of Mutar talked to Ryan of Nextwell about making out or potentially sucking his dick because he is so blackout drunk he won't remember it. Confirmation bias got the better of me. I went, okay, light bulb. That's the Ryan. However, having taken more time to look into it, which I
one of the Ryans are talking about is the YouTuber that goes by Maxwell, right? I truly do think he doesn't give a fuck if people call him gay. Like, if someone made a video, they're like, oh, you know, fucking Since made out with the guy he made out with blank person, and it's the one guy, makes him on Oscar, right? People fuck. No, I'm not a little kid. I'm not insecure about my sexuality. Like, if someone's like, oh, well, I'm not gay. If anything was just like that, I'd be like, yeah, that's funny. I would be like, no, guys, I'm not okay? No, man, I like girls. I can't homosexual. Yeah, I think, I don't know, making question my sexuality sometimes. I think you call the wrong person.
My station price has been reduced.
Okay, I really gotta get a real job. This is such a nothing burger. I don't think anyone's going to be offended over potentially getting the wrong gay person. I guarantee you most men who are pretty secure with their sexualities
hostile UAV in the area.
The first response is whack. I don't think he... Oh, what the
Enemy UAV is online.
Never a hater. If you watch
Precision
the videos
airstrike
that
standing by.
they're legitimately low.
Enemy UAV overhead.
It's not like I'm hitting it with
Enemy
facts.
advanced UAV overhead.
I spent 30 hours thinking it's like, I'm watching
hostile UAV in the area.
Okay, so you know what?
Precision airstrike available.
Expert to this. I need to
Enemy
call
UAV
the one,
overhead.
the only, the black icon.
Get ready.
WestJet.
We're searching
Truth be
window is
told,
about
I don't
to
know
close.
what's pretending to be an engineer.
Enemy deployed an
or
advanced
being gay.
UAV.
Like, yeah, it does not get
UAV is being confused. Return it to base. What an incredible Indian
Precision airstrike ready for task. Squad's in the safe
They
zone.
just jumped out. They all jumped out.
Oh my god, Rod Pakistani.
Hostile UAV in the area.
That was the craziest thumbnail I've ever seen.
Do I care if you lied about being an engineer? Hell no. It's not relevant to me. I don't care. But the gay part is.
Yeah, that's more important. Like, if anything, like I really doubt like a governing body will enforce anything to own him because
Load
you
one
know, he
up
can
there.
like play it off or whatever. But the gay story, we gotta get more intel on that. Oh, intel! Wow, that's crazy.
Bars?
Bars of actually. Before Expo though, he got it straight. Like everyone thought he straight up made out with
This is YouTube drama in Facebook. No pedophile allegations, no minor. Is this person gay or not?
It's no longer out.
We need to know. We need to know. I next will be like the dark side of
No.
Supply crate. Load up.
Constantly investigating this or looking into it. We're like super involved with the drama and it's like, not that deep deal, bro. We're just shooting fucking around and see if people are gay or not.
That's the thing, bro. The people that are commenting saying we're smart, while they're also watching the same exact videos and commenting, so like they're also
Yeah.
It's just a shit little circle.
4 remaining.
Discussing Society channel discuss through our stadiums.
UAV available for tasking.
The red.
Oh, you better have background music.
UAV standing by.
There's public license. Please focus on that.
Fuck.
There, it's Stewart versus CBS and Trump matters more than you realize. Epstein scandal updates is delaying Maxwell being what's truly misleading and crazy about Trump's latest distraction from his Epstein scandal involving we're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new show, The Daily Guy. There is so much news today, you're getting bonus shit. In fact, the video's already out and the description's out early on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Much more major announcements growing. So after this show, definitely go watch it there. If you'd be so kind, leave us a 5-star review so we can build out the But that's it.
All on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy.
Starting this.
Gas is inbound. Back to basics.
So those podcasts for
Enemy UAV is online.
They are now facing massive
Oh my god.
interviewing Benjamin
Oh my god.
and then getting into the
3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alive.
politics, and then
The enemy took that one.
especially in the last election.
Not yet. I'm gonna do it when I put the clothes in.
Especially last year, just before the election, you had Trump appearing on their full send podcast for the second time and even inviting them on his plane. And then fast forward yesterday, and they had he the experts say is perpetrating a genocide in Gaza. There were many arguing that it's not a genocide. Why is it genocide? And that is Netanyahu himself is one of
This motherfucker watched 2 of them drop on us and then fucking shoot the dude that was literally on the roof. That was priority. I don't know where the fuck he went.
That Terminator?
Yeah.
That motherfucker went into that shed with me. He downed me, but I had self-haste.
Oh yeah, I put bullets on him. And then you downed him. I was like, oh.
When I got up, I just smacked the shit out of him, bro. I didn't even fucking shoot him.
I'm so mad. We could have killed that person who was on by. I don't know why he didn't put shots on him there. We both could have killed him there, and then we could have killed his teammates falling.
To break news, to break into the food, if we would have at least shot like at least 3 fucking bullets before we got down. And then that would have been the rest of the fucking team, because then we would have spawned in what fucking started doing.
Yeah, once I saw him not breaking anybody, and then I broke the Terminator right behind me and nothing happened, I was like, yeah, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I just wish I stayed behind lower.
This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this. No. This is probably one of the most, not the most controversial podcasts we have. Say too, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this.
Yeah, dude.
I see so much stuff about, what's going on in Israel and,
Oh shit, well we're loading in, so it's gonna make you quit.
I just really don't know.
It keeps trying to load me.
And of course, as many others have already pointed out, the big problem with interviewing someone about something you know almost nothing about, especially when that person has a vested interest in pushing a certain narrative, when that person says something that isn't true, you can't point that out. You don't even have a chance. So when you have a massive platform like the Nelk Boys, you're just giving them your megaphone and essentially co-signing. They're going to argue that they're not. That's essentially what you're doing. But we will get more into criticism later. I first want to talk about what was actually said. Because the whole thing, it just started with Netanyahu just laying it on thick for old Donald Trump.
I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
notably, they're like, at least just with what he's saying there, it wasn't exactly the truth. Because for sure, Hamas massacred hundreds of civilians on October 7th and took 251 people hostage. In investigations by the ICC, rights groups, and media outlets, they have all uncovered evidence of war crimes and atrocities, including rape and sexual violence. However, those claims about beheading or burning babies, they've been discredited. And that is, on the flip side, you have investigators uncovering evidence of war crimes and atrocities committed by Israel, and those include rape and sexual violence. And overall, Israel's alleged crimes have taken place on a much bigger scale in terms of total casualty numbers, and you actually did have the Now Boys asking Netanyahu about that, though he said this.
The reason we have civilian casualties in Gaza is because Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza. We tell the Palestinians, hey, leave, because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burned our babies, now we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up, because we have their telephone numbers. We say, please leave. We send them leaflets, millions of leaflets, please leave. We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. They say, we want you to stay because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on, plate that Israel is deliberately do this. We're not deliberately doing anything.
You can also have Netanyahu similarly trying to shift blame to Hamas when asked about accusations that Israel is starving the people of Gaza.
Well, because we're trying to get food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself, then sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all. And then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Except, that's not what happens, or at least Israel, for some reason, hasn't provided proof that Hamas has systematically stolen aid. And the UN, the European Commission, and major international aid organizations have all said they also have no evidence that this is happening. And then, of course, something that we've talked about several times now, it's not been looting, but Israeli bullets that have stopped hundreds of Palestinians from getting aid over the past few months. Ever since the implementation of a new aid system run by the U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And actually, speaking of the U.S. and Israel working together, you had Netanyahu in the interview reiterating his support for relocating people out of Gaza and saying that they should have the, quote, freedom of choice to do that. Of course, experts saying it really wouldn't be a choice at all. It would likely amount to being a, quote, population transfer, though considered a crime. And with all that, you have Netanyahu getting back on the West, equating it to support for Hamas, also calling it anti-American.
Seems for Hamas and against it, they burn American flags. They're not only burning the flag of Israel, they burn American. They're not MAGA. They're not supporters. You know, who do they support? You know who they support? They support Iran and its proxy, Hamas or Hezbollah.
And interestingly, it actually led to this quick exchange about Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic candidate in the New York mayor's race. This exchange, at least so far, has been one of the biggest things picked up by the mainstream media.
I was trying to figure it out, too, because even in New York City, right, what's Zoran?
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic guy. Yeah. The highest.
Check weapons and gear. We're holding on. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the side.
Of course, promising to government Jewish workers that increase money to combat heat. That also, I think, is what the issue is saying on this. Nani, the government genocide, said that his arrest Netanyahu if he ever visited, citing the ICC's arrest. Additionally, Nani said that enemies dropping into the IR. In fact, he says he plans to keep the current New York Police Department active. And then, getting back to Netanyahu, I'll just be honest. There is just so much more we could unpack in this interview, but it's because shit just went uncontested. So with the time that we had together, I didn't want to focus on one of the most interesting aspects of all this, and that has been the response to be heard. Because just starting with their comment section,
Warzone, there is a global update about the Ricochet anti-cheat. One thing is they did do a dedicated blog for that one, which we'll cover. We'll cover some of the main highlights because there are some pretty big important changes that they're doing with Ricochet that maybe it'll actually be useful, but we'll see kind of how that goes. Brand new battle pass as always, but then the map is going to have some adjustments with Stadium. I believe this is going to be a one-week event where you're going to be able to cause the stadium to destruct. And we had a call earlier where I was on the call, and with them, they kind of explained that they're expecting that people will open up the stadium like 1 in 4 matches or something like that. And then skilled players can probably do it at a higher rate.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Do that because there's multiple steps. So, new multi-step contract is available during the first week of the season, so that'll just be then. And then after that, it'll just remain open without that contract. Uncover hidden operations, complete explosive satellite hijack contract before time runs out. Once unlocked, players will find that this POI is now more meaningful than ever with the introduction of the militarized variant updates included. And then we got new vertical structures offer increased control over sightlines and engagement opportunities. Those additions are made of solid materials, which is wall banging from the outskirts. And then height variation between structures introduces more diverse combat encounters. And then multiple structures provide plenty of loot for players to scavenge. Battery of stadium is largely initiated with the actual outside. And then starting on week 2, through the end of the season 5, the stadium will be totally unlocked and designated a high-value loot zone. And this is going to be a little bit different than we had back before, where it opened up like 95% of the stadium, the soccer field in the middle. And this is going to be a little bit different. There's multiple buildings down here, there's a rocket in the middle, and then the little bit of the mid-level on the outer ring will also be available. So you'll be able to zip up, get the key card, open those doors, and there should be a blueprint or weapon blueprint in there, so you might want to unlock that whenever you can. But there's also multiple Easter eggs rewards for completing this specific activity, which might make it a little bit competitive for the first couple days for people trying to get it as fast as possible. But we'll see kind of how that goes. So new mode, there's Stadium Resurgence. What to expect from Resurgence, but Stadium. And then that'll start week 2. Not right away. So there's kind of the playlist. We got solos, duos, squads, so no trios. Sadly, trios have been left behind for ranked play, apparently. And then Battle Royale, casual still rocks itself with Resurgence as well. And then we got the ranked play. They adjusted some SR. They felt like a lot of people were still using SR when they were getting top like so they adjusted the SR, so feel that kind of gap. There's elimination challenges. You get stickers, cameras, blueprints, whatever. We're not really big rank play people, but there's tons of rewards that refresh that regularly. They do have a camo, and they do have a blueprint for the Growl and the SWAT 556. So, loot economy. So this applies for the rest of the game. So the new LMG is going to be on the ground and supply boxes, and then lootable perks, shrouded, irradiated, loot master, reflexes, bomb squatting, gun toe. And then I'm sure they'll mention it later, but in the call they talked about how they updated the UI, because knowing which ones you had picked up was a little bit of a hurdle for people just because they didn't even know it existed. Opened up the inventory. They're still really going to as much as Warzone now as the backpacks are being removed. These little icons were below your little backpack area or where you're putting your items. And then you have the different icons on various colors, blue, red, whatever. And you see the little icon first. That is being scrapped, and now we'll be able to see it on the base HUD. And they've also implemented changes so that when you're a spectator or along those lines, kill cam, you will also have visibility around these things. So they went and adjusted those quality of life things so that you can know what you have, and then you're spectating someone, you're like, how the heck did they kill me? Oh, they knew I had this, or they had this. You get just for more information. Adjustments to buy stations. Buy station updates. Buy station spawn locations have been re-randomized across the combat scenario rotation opportunity stated by station will now appear once the roof has been breached. Starting week 2 of season 5, it will be available at the start of the match. New buy station locations are as follows. So you can already see, oh, they brought that one back for prison. Okay, you have a couple there. The stadium one in the tunnel, obviously needs to be blown up. Superstore, it has the one out in the parking lot.
Hello,
and
hello.
they also have the one over here.
Oh, hello, Shade.
They look like they're spread out pretty well. It'd be cool if there was
You've got a loadout drop
here. I don't know, I guess it's more inferior, but cool there. Then a new contract, we get the satellite hack. This is related to the first week because it's a limited time contract. So it's not going to be like overhauled to the way the others work. Eligible only week 1 satellite hijack contract challenges squads to breach the stadium, working with or against one another. How it works, multiple squads must complete the contract in the same match to initiate the stadium. If you're one squad and you're efficient,
Gotta get into the
times,
ring.
and you'll satisfy
It's
that
me and
need.
Pito.
4-step process. You gotta investigate a campsite, locate a decrypting tool, eliminate a player who is already scavenged, hijack a relay module to begin the hacking process. Once hacking is complete, rush into the breach stadium. So basically, you can kill any player and it'll automatically drop that. And then rewards, secure a permanent weapon blueprint by locating the holding the weapon case hidden inside the stadium. Discover limited time secondary objectives hidden within the area. Available core and casual battle royale modes. Ooh, that could actually be interesting. Casual have some utility there. And then adjustments to equipment, spring mines, increased damage reduction when prone. It should be 0. And players now receive 85% damage reduction when performing those actions. It should be 100. You should just be already prone. You're limited. You set yourself up for a headshot.
Valorant's too much of a computer game for me. I couldn't get into it. I need to be able to zoom in.
Okay, what happened to the idea? These are available only in their packages. What happened to the idea of putting
enemy UAV on the head?
Was this already in an LTM? I wasn't aware of? I don't know. Perks, adjustments. Perks during the match will appear on the HUD. That's kind of what I already discussed. And the specialist is now easier in the Nakatomi Tower or Outlook or Overlook, Outlook, whatever the little new POI is in downtown. The specialist, the pool balls will already be arranged there. Now you'll just need to make sure you get the key cards so that when you go in there, you open it. I guess people are struggling with it, so they made it even easier and faster. So anyone who was already proficient at it will be even better, and then it'll be a little bit easier. So weapons, general. So drop rate adjustments for Dance Battle Royale. Assault rifles now have slightly higher spawn rate compared to SMGs, okay? This adjustment is intended to improve the access to mid-range options over short-range alternatives. And then Rebirth Island adjusted each class to drop rate. So rifles is a little bit more, SMGs is more, LMGs is a little bit less, snipers less, shotguns less. Marksmen still 5%, and the pistols are lower as well, slightly. So we get the new LMG, and then we get the new assault rifle ABR, which is a burst. But what they mentioned is that it has a configuration for full auto, and the damage profile in full auto is completely different. So essentially, they're giving us 2 guns with this gun. Unfortunately, with that, it sometimes sacrifices an attachment where you may not be able to handle with a 5 attachment build. Maybe it'll require 8. The Growl has done a pretty good job with this, but it also has amazing iron sights. It has a built-in optic. That could save an attachment, and we'll just kind of have to see how that goes since those are in the battle pass. And the boxing glove, what you think, I don't care about the melee weapon. This one could be an interesting melee weapon because melee weapon can swap at the same time. We get the unlimited attacks. We get the Skull Splitter, which we'll see kind of how that goes. Now, it's a helical magazine. It's going to look like the Bison. When you get that, and then fire, these different drum with the SMG attachments that puts other magazines to shame, manage heat on the ammo, amount count magazine that sells, spraying bullets in close and medium ranges, can be acquired via in-season event. So we'll get this one a little later, and then the Skull Splitter will be in the battle pass. Default loadout, so we get Kilo's going to replace the FAR, the Jackal replaces the Ladra, ABR replaces the SWAT, which don't have it yet in the battle pass. Click the Commando default loadout and level the ABR while you work your way through the free version of the battle pass. Same thing with the strategist, you'll be able to get that, and then the recon will have those changes, and then the Ladra replaces the LC-10. So as far as weapon adjustments, they kind of gave us a heads up. Now I get to actually see the numbers. And then I asked a few questions. Personally, I'm not a fan of the direction where weapon balancing.
Remaining operators from that squad.
My vision of the way weapon balancing should, in theory, work, and how one change can fix another problem that you didn't think about. And I've gone through great detail and length on these types of things. And this has been one of the biggest contributing factors of why I stopped frequent uploads. It's been like 8 days since I uploaded whatever, since we got the blog or the roadmap. And the reason for that is I just don't find any interesting aspects to the weapon balance. In the same weapons we've covered. Of course, I could put out top 10 loadouts, close range, long range, sniper support. But at the end of the day, it's just like a copy and paste of the original. And that's not necessarily inspiring. So, based on the call, I wasn't inspired. And unfortunately, the 5 people are on the road. But that's just an aside. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So weapons, we get the AK, get the bullet velocity, negligible, and then
no more second shot.
15%. And then you got the games, gets a little bit of a range buff all the way across. Should be a little better, but I think it still gets out like the other guns, especially at close. And then where it should excel at long range, there's a few other options. AS Val, they kind of wanted this to be the dominant sniper support option. I guess not enough people were using it, and I don't know if they solved that. They increased the headshot multiplier, they improved the torso and leg multipliers, they added more bullet velocity, which I don't think it really struggles with, because you get the integrated suppressor. I think recoil springs gets a buff here, so maybe that'll help, because it's kind of one of those unorthodox guns where you don't get to put a barrel on the bullet velocity, but it still ends up with quite a bit. You can go recoil springs for that sniper support option. AMAX, one of my favorites. It gets a slight buff on both sides there. And maybe the A attachment, you're going to be kind of encouraged to use that the stock that's going to help the flinch to offset these types of things, since we don't really, those attachments weren't really valuable before. Model L, range buffs, cool. They're kind of getting in line with that. They slowly kind of move the needle towards kind of what I suggested, but it's taken like 17 updates instead of like 2 to get that on super scared to just shake it up versus shaking it up sometimes is a really good thing. It has both positive and negatives, like you can shake it up in a really bad way, and of course when you shake it up in a good way, the response could be overwhelmingly positive. It's just a matter of each worm movements, and then finally C9 gets a range buff, Jackal range buff, aimed on sight gets sped up by 5 milliseconds. Compact, a little bit of improvement aimed down sight. Headshot multiplier on KSD. This could be pretty interesting. In one shot less to kill, and then you have 2 headshots in one. That can impact the effective TTK. It's lots of numbers. The Ladra, we get a little bit of a range buff. Headshot multiplier increase. This is one thing that they mentioned on the call. They're like, oh, we want skill to be a factor. More with headshots, and that's usually the case in a lot of different instances where headshots doing more damage can in fact be a skill differential. But the way the game works is there's flinching, and especially we saw that they had increased flinch on multiple rifles.
How did it not go off?
Chest, and you boot the person's shot to the head, and then now they're doing headshot damage. And then they get back on target. Well, now effectively you may have lost that gunfight. Just the way the algorithm, the different shot placement algorithm works, where now you're giving them a lower shot to kill, and then effectively you lose the gunfight, and the person wasn't necessarily more skillful. They got flinched into your head. So I'm not a fan of that unless they're going to reduce flinch. But as we've seen with the rifles, that's not the case, at least on that end. And SMG, if it kicks to the head, or something's hard hitting, well now...
Come on, go get my money at the buy station.
And I think this also activates the person's shot-shotting, which is one of the few movement checks that we have.
You chose to do that instead, that's crazy.
So, changes here, I'm not necessarily a fan of, and then also sometimes, depending on the gun, you might get wildly ranging TTKs, where you have to headshot TTK too low, and then now you feel like you don't have a chance to react. It's kind of like in that happy medium, which is usually between about 550 to 600 milliseconds for close range. And then obviously you have maybe a couple outliers on occasion if you land 3 chest shots and a headshot or something. But I guess we'll see. There's the buff. LC10, they explained that too many people were using this. I think one of the biggest things why people are using this is because the recoil is so low that became a problem. But if you look at all the changes, they didn't change recoil at all. I can hit the 50-meter target dummy in the firing range with the LC10, which shouldn't be possible with an SMG. So they adjusted the range, cool. They adjusted the headshot multiplier, they made it weaker. Arms made it weaker, lower torso weaker, and they slowed it down. But the one thing that I think it probably needed was a little bit more recoil, and then maybe people with the shots. LC10 was too forgiving in that case, so they may have essentially nerfed it in the ground, depending on how these things lay out, and then maybe we'll be using the ladder again, because it was already good, but now we got that, and then compact, ASV, these were all already good guns. It's just, this one was slightly too easy to use. PPSH gets a buff, pretty significant for the headshot, up to almost a 1.3, and then faster, SOG, gets a little bit of buff there, which I already liked, and then the Tanto has a slow firing rate. I don't think this will solve it, especially doing the camo grind recently. I don't think that's enough. Marine SP, they sped that one up. GPMG, it gets a headshot increase, better bullet velocity, and a buff. These are good. These are balanced. These seem like relatively balanced buffs. I don't think a lot of people still use these because they're slow. The new LMG could be pretty interesting. AEK, headshot multiplier goes up, upper torso. This thing is significantly better after they updated it, but it still is good. That RAW conversion kit, it ends up getting a little bit of a nerf, which won't respond, I guess, to see how that goes, and then the sniper rifle. They're nerfing the HDR, slowing it down, they're making it close, I asked, well, why not just buff all the other snipers? I couldn't bother with their first two, if I'm being honest. And I went out direction they're going for snipers because we're just going to end up repeating it like what we did before. And end up, I don't know if there's data to suggest that they're not, but like realistically, you shouldn't have it where people can join the game and have like 5 different options for snipers, 5 different options for whatever. And it seems like common sense because we already have a track record, so it seems like they're repeating the past instead of learning from it. So, and I know I've mentioned these multiple times, it's not being a counter or anything like that, it's just explaining my initial thoughts and the thoughts we've had for one.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
It's not like this is going to change anything. Cool, we got a win with the one shot, HDR, which is less fun now. And then, yeah, the crossline, it gets a little bit of a buff there. Slower ADS speed that one that's too strong. The series gets a little bit of a buff, which is great for adaptive builds. I still think it doesn't go as fast as maybe the other display, but let's see. Weapon level display, so the current weapon level is now split together in areas where only the current level is previous. That's cool for people that are still trying to level, not backwards, level, next. Only field upgrade to the team for the flight, where the cover trophy system now indicated in the play from the player. Finding the individual challenges,
Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone.
Players under the effect of the UAV. That is pretty solid for those camos. Updated the Fang with Diamond and Dark Matter. Expanded requirements and the smaller targets, still on bounty targets. We're also seeing the change with players more flexibility, especially after the nerf of the most client benefits around along the way. And they got decent amount of bug fixes, gameplay, brain play, UI, and that's that play. So let's go ahead and read the other part. Like I said, they did put out the blog. The main thing from it is that it's going to give a secure boot and trusted platform module, whatever the hell that is. I'm not really the PC guy. But this is going to be Call of Duty Black Ops 7. It's kind of like officially starting. But it's also the time when a lot of people have to enforcement of Windows 11, which already has that on by default. And this secure boot will be tested in Warzone Season 5. So they're going to already try to experiment with this. It's strong, they're trying to do but the developers have to work their way around it. I think Battlefield has a similar thing. How effective that is at stopping at least that first step of the anti-cheat. They also mentioned in there, because there's a lot of people, there's also a thing where a lot of people got banned recently for AFKing tiers and stuff like that. And the main reason they went after that is says boosting services often flood lobbies, low effort accounts, illegitimately farm XP and challenges, so that they can jump in. Like, how is first level not get caught yet? Well, a lot of times what you do is they boost the account, AFK, all the way to the max level, get all of the things they need, and then they can sell the accounts that are level 55, and then
Damn, he saw me through the hole.
Unfortunately, if you were permanently banned, you knew that the majority of your time was made up of that. So they went specifically after the patterns of abuse. After people argue, well, that's not the case, but if you don't play the game and you AFK for 40 hours, then that's probably, it sucks, but it is what it is. And then obviously we have the Battlefield beta. If you're looking for access, all you do is watch 30 minutes of any creator on the 7th or 8th, and you get early access, and the rest of it's open on all the platforms. Those are the dates there. I'll probably be live streaming at some point. I got to do the zombies Easter egg, and realistically, there's not going to be a ton to cover other than the stadium stuff, which I'm not usually an event guy, so I don't see myself posting a ton of content around that. And then we'll see kind of what the weapon balancing does. We got EWC. There's tons of other things going on around COD. And I think it's unfortunate that they don't do a good job of pulling the levers to keep content engaged, right? I think the event is a great example of a good like W. And it seems like it was put together really well, passionately. I think that it'll impact the way the map plays in that area. I think after the week, it'll create a dynamic landing spot. The high value loot zone, I think that's all a W. And then you got other levers like that they market the hell out of, which is Battle Pass and all these skins in the store. Cool, that doesn't really appeal to me. I know people that buy those regularly though. You load up to any match, those are what people are buying. And then you have the weapon balancing tuning to make it more fun and add more diversity to the loadouts. Nearly every single patch we have had this year, nearly all, I'm not going to say all, but nearly all, essentially they pull the lever to make it less fun. There's other things they can do too with dynamic gameplay. The thing that they did with the Most Wanted, cool, that kind of sucked. But there's other ways to like make a positive scenario where players are like encouraged to change behaviors without like removing something, right? Because they removed it for the first zone. They could have simply said, all right, all the other contracts are worth 30% more, or double in some cases, that are underutilized. But nope, we got this search and destroy contract, which I'm
enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the
skies. And I think it's great that we're doing competition, and it seems like
All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
The producer said, what dreams? Was they said, I'm marrying the hamburger? The producer said, I'm sorry, what? The producer said, let's not talk about it, I'm having to get Donald Trump. The producer said, oh, that is a good idea. And so I think the producer said, yeah, sorry, this hamburger is making me pretty hard. The producer said, did you really have a cross on the car to the kids? They replied, the heart was what it was! I was strong enough to go try the bathroom stall. Anyway, the point is,
Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad soldier.
Violating an anti-money laundering. It is frankly no wonder. Desperate to call this moment, the righteous environment of corruption by public officials and business executives in a generation. Though to be fair, it's not like the environment was exactly unlike before Trump took office. The Republican and Democratic administrations have both taken a pretty lax approach.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Stories about corporate malfeasance rarely end with executive policy change or the company getting shut down. And tonight's story is going to focus on a key reason for deferred prosecution agreements, or DPAs. They're basically out-of-court settlements for companies to avoid being prosecuted. Essentially, the government will come to a company and say, hi, government here, you did a crime, and we have enough evidence to prosecute you. But instead of then doing that, they strike a deal where the company behaves itself for a certain amount of time, the criminal charges eventually disappear. Sometimes they'll go with an even weaker option, a non-prosecution agreement, or NPA, which doesn't even
Loadout drop heading your way.
Either way, they're charged that tend to slide past you whenever you hear them on the news.
The Justice Department announcing a deferred prosecution agreement with Teva Pharmaceuticals for
called a deferred prosecution agreement.
McKinsey has also entered into a deferred prosecution agreement. Uber has entered into a non-prosecution agreement and is to be close to finalizing that deferred prosecution agreement. What's known as a deferred prosecution agreement. Deferred prosecution agreement. Deferred prosecution agreement. Every bank on Wall Street has a deferred
Hostile
prosecution
UAV in the area.
Every bank has more than one.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
It's true. AIG has 2 NPAs and a DPA. Barclays has a DPA and an NPA. Credit Suisse has a DPA. JP Morgan has an NPA and a DPA. Lloyds has 2 DPAs. The Royal Bank of Scotland has a DPA. Or Cobra has a DPA and an NPA. And UBS has a DPA and 2 NPAs. And just so you know, when I say a sentence like UBS, a DPA and 2 NPAs, I do hear this. I'm fully aware.
LDBR inbound.
Would just be me reading one long acronym for 40 minutes, would have achieved our perfect form, and on that day, I'll finally be allowed to die. But the point is,
your squad made it to the safe zone.
Are absolutely
You're losing ground. Moving.
Unfortunately, as you know,
enemy counter UAV inbound.
Sometimes companies that have done massive harm get away with murder. So let's talk about this how ineffective they can be.
Hey, at least you got it.
Actually intended to be used on them. The concept grew out of a 1974 that was meant to help first time and junior.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
But that is not how we use them today. And you can trace the explosion.
Okay, what are we looking at?
Back to one of the most famous times a large company was prosecuted in this country, Arthur Anderson. It was the accounting firm called Enron, whose name is now synonymous with
enemy dropping into the AR.
With the help of that, Anderson undertook a
good
massive
kill.
document.
Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map.
Damn, he got stitched.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
When they usually destroyed in a year. Something that became so famous, it was even parodied in a Heineken commercial. Where the documents became slogans, and the tagline was, to all those who weren't naughty this year, happy holidays.
Enemy UAV
And just think how remarkable
you have
that is. A
reinforcements
beer
inbound.
company thought to themselves, you know,
Enemy counter inbound.
let's give people what they really want this Christmas and say fuck you to an accounting firm. But the thing is, the Justice Department actually got a lot of blowback for prosecuting Anderson because at the time It was a massive firm with 28,000 employees, many of whom felt like they'd done nothing
Enemies are
wrong.
dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
After weeks of suffering and time, Anderson workers have found their
Target
voice.
down. Marking the rest of them.
Everybody you see out here is worried about their job right now.
We're all being penalized for something that we didn't have anything to do with.
Yeah, our Anderson's employees got a range of emotions, from resentment to anxiety to a level of unbridled exuberance. Best described as Price is Right contestant who just won a Honda Civic. And everyone loves to He's generally not great for business. The company eventually folded, thousands of people lost their jobs, and many, like his Anderson partner,
Back to
lost the
basics.
reins squarely on the government.
In the history of the world of business, this will come out, in my judgment, as the largest act of
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
That is a wild overstatement, because what happened to Anderson is a lot more complicated than that. The company had started shedding clients long before their conviction.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Investigates them, so the truth is,
Move to the safe zone.
is likely what he has been presented.
You've got gas
His
moving in.
prosecution is what doomed Anderson. It's like saying that the ground is what doomed the Hindenburg. Sure, it might have been the final issue it encountered, but things weren't exactly smooth sailing before then. But after Anderson, prosecutors became very reluctant to risk putting
Enemy
a
UAV
company out of
overhead.
business, and that is when DPAs became popular. In the decade
Enemy UAV is online.
NPAs have been used just 18 times, but in the 14 years following, the DOJ entered into 419
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. Just carry me around.
Is that they prevent use of force, help, dissuade, future wrongdoing, and still allow the DOJ to go after individuals.
Counter UAV available for testing.
In literally all that. For starters, nearly half
Focus
of
is
those
in
getting
position,
deferred
deploying
and
ECM.
paid no
Your
fine
counter
at all.
UAV has been
And
destroyed.
individuals, in 2/3 of cases, no employees were prosecuted. And showing just how glaringly apparent this system's shortcomings can be. We're going to focus on 3 companies: GM,
Okay, what are we looking
HSBC,
at?
and
Hostile UAV in the area.
about GM all the way back in our first season, but just in case I wasted my precious, let's call it youth, shouting out about things you don't remember. Who's a quick refresher on what the company did wrong?
I don't think they like you very much.
Yeah.
Price sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Precision airstrike available. Unprotected buy station determined that the switch is reaching advantage of the Enemy UAV is online.
UAV standing by.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV.
Behind us.
UAV available for testing.
Get ready. That was urgently going to Mountain Road.
Timeline expired. UAV exiting the AO.
When writing about GM cars, and added as a fun joke, they should also probably stay away from terms like Kevorkian-esque, tomb-like, maniacal, or rolling sarcophagus. And I kind of hope that just inspired GM employees to use other options.
Enemy soldier
like
incoming.
the Widowmaker. Chitty
Hostile UAV in the area.
destination for a car and
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
GM reached a DPA with the government in 2015. They didn't have to plead guilty, just agreed to a statement of facts about their misconduct. For instance, they admitted that by early 2012 they not only knew about it, they were aware of several fatal incidents that may have been caused by the
There's 2 on you.
Flying on cue. UAV attending to tank.
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad is redeployed. Enemy UAV overhead. You have reinforcements inbound.
Now, as part of GM's DPA,
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Fine and Mary Barra, their then
Enemy airstrike in the area.
went to great lengths to argue that the deal was not letting them off easy.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Further highlights the mistakes that were made by
and it imposes
Be advised,
severe
resurgence is no longer active.
obligations.
This is for keeps.
I don't know how secret
Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
was to a company whose profits were just under $50 million that year. I'm not saying it's nothing, but 9% of one year's profits just doesn't seem enough for essentially marketing the automotive equivalent of the Titan submersible. The stakes were made by 70 people at GM.
Down to you, soldier. Stay sharp.
Not facing charges for any part of this. And that's
Hostile
something
UAV
extra
in the
cool to
area.
people like Candice Ants. She lost control of her car in a crash that killed her boyfriend. When GM conducted an internal review of the accident, they ruled that their car was to blame. Fortunately, they never told anyone that. Instead,
Enemy UAV is online.
To negligent overstay 5 months later. Thankfully, her conviction has since been overturned, but the way that she sees it, that's not nearly enough.
There's someone with General Motors that should be held responsible.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
I get that. If someone does something terrible to you, it is understandable to want to get a taste of their own medicine. It's one of the many reasons why I personally love to see someone shit on a pigeon. Yeah. Not so much fun when we do it to you, is it, pigeons? And look, thankfully, GM hasn't killed any more people in its car since then as of tape. But other companies that brings us to our second example, HSBC. A few years back, the government cut out the Mexican cartel to launch released $881 million in drug trafficking proceeds and facilitated approximately $660 million in transactions involving sanctioned regimes like Burma, Iran, Cuba, and Libya. Here's how bad it was. At one point, Pentagon reported a cartel leader on a wiretap saying HSBC was the place to launder money. And the Sinaloa cartel deposited so much money in their bank that the cartel designed special cash boxes to fit HSBC's teller windows, which is surprisingly considerate in a way. After all, who hasn't been stuck in a teller line behind some guy trying to stuff a blood-soaked duffel full of cash through the window? Finally, a cartel that thinks about other people's time. Now, in response, HSBC
Enemy soldier incoming.
But it wasn't exactly inspiring, as this man tell everyone about your dream, Edward.
My dream was to join the CIA.
Okay, thanks, Everett. That sounds like a really nice dream. Unfortunately, Everett got rejected by the CIA, but he did get hired as a compliance officer at HSBC, which he was excited about. Till
I remember looking at the day on the job. I went to the shopping center. Big building. I was expecting to go to the big building, and I'm in the suit.
You're in the top three. Don't let up now. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
And walls were half painted. There were maybe 15 compliance officers in the whole department. At the time, I thought I was like this. They hired me because I was like this smart guy, and I had it all going and everything. And no.
Only 2 left.
yeah, as far as Everett can see, HSBC is intentionally looking to hire idiots, and the only time that is an acceptable hiring strategy is if you're casting a baby food commercial. We need to hire, one of those tiny
Time's almost up. Finish the mission.
Turn that song down
We need to
there.
hire a baby. And what HSBC was going through the motions of
Enemy dropping into the AO.
So the person that revived him died in the storm. That's why no one ran out.
And then literally, bro, their last hope.
This is why 3 weeks in, Earth has information to the CIA.
Ooh la la.
An aspiring CIA officer to oversee your extremely lazy attempts to launder money for criminals. And once the government started poking around within HSBC, they quickly found some pretty compelling evidence.
Internal documents show HSBC executives knew exactly what they were doing. We are allowing organized criminals to launder their money, said one executive.
Wow. It is hard to imagine how the evidence could get more damning than that, unless maybe the email signature included the phrase "sent from my crime phone," followed by that shit emoji. And yet, incredibly, the government brought no charges against individuals. The bank itself just got a DPA, and the terms of it seemed more than a little weak. For example, it agreed to pay a fine of almost $2 billion, which might sound like a lot until you remember they made over $13 billion in profits that year alone. And look, maybe the DOJ really thought that a hefty but entirely manageable fine would make HSBC change their ways. And the bank did agree to monitor it, and apparently even issued their US-based staff certificates with little parrots on them reading, "I am a changed bird." But were they? Because even that monitoring program illustrates something immensely frustrating here. Because DPAs aren't criminal proceedings, monitoring reports on whether or not companies are complying aren't required to be public record. So we don't really know what HSBC did to clean up its act. The glimpses we got during that period aren't great. As in the bank's own annual report, they openly admitted that they wanted to express significant concerns about the pace of their progress and instances of potential financial crime. But despite that, their DPA expired.
I was waiting for him to drop down. I knew I had to get plates on. Then I was like, fuck. But I had enough plates to challenge him as soon as he dropped. But what the fuck? I did not expect him to just slap. And then I was still looking for that third teammate. I was like, what? How's the game over?
And a promise to help with the criminal case against former traders.
Yeah, they were caught again, and they got another DPA.
Yeah, I was like, okay, this is a distraction. They're just gonna weaken me so that he can come out of nowhere.
I've said it before.
And he came out of nowhere, alright.
Let the government come. And that is the thing here. DPAs and their associated fines have now become a routine cost of doing business, which is a real problem because the stakes can be incredibly high, which brings us to our final company, Boeing. Last year, we did a whole segment about its fall from grace to discuss their infamous 737 MAX planes, which have been involved in 2 devastating crashes that killed 346 people. I won't recap the whole thing, but suffice to say, there were flaws with the aircraft's design, and they weren't exactly a secret within the company.
The 737 MAX became Boeing's best-selling jet ever. But in 2017, just as the planes were taking to the skies worldwide, a Boeing employee sent this message to a colleague. This airplane is designed by clowns, who in turn are supervised by monkeys. Other employees calling the design
The fuck?
and comparing
Okay, right.
In October 2018, Lion Air Flight 610.
Diablo Pito. Diablo Pito. What about Diablo?
In May of that year, Boeing was pursuing FAA approval.
What? I'm so confused. He's gaslighting. He literally said, "What about Diablo? Do I have it?" And you just said nothing. I'm like, whoa, okay. No, you didn't. You said nothing. You muted your mic. What?
DPA in 2021, admitting to misrepresentations to regulators about a key software feature tied to the crashes. It also
your abilities are based on your skill tree, and whatever armor you put on just adds extra abilities or adds extra points to whatever you have in your skill tree. And your armor has passives called what are they called again? I forget what they're called. But you go to the occultist to put on other passives to help your build. If you don't like the one that's already on.
face, or your shipmate cracking the wheel on the tunnel to the side like, oh, surprise.
Damn, I fried that.
But in this case, yeah, a door plug blew up a 737
I was cooking omelets.
There was a clear indicator according to the DOJ Boeing had violated its
Kobe.
initial DVA. But instead of then prosecuting the DOJ
Kobe.
was just required to pay another fine, which they're spending on safety and report to an independent
LC10 everywhere. The compact it kills faster than the LC10. It just has a little recall here.
is completely justified and it's honestly smart to stop the regional cannon off with these kids if the Boeing essentially just said, not that innocent. But it gets worse. This year, the Trump administration downgraded Boeing's punishment to a non-prosecution a hypothetical charge of prosecuting him
Kobe. Am I tripping?
So yes, that's at least one thing that Boeing can keep in the fucking air. But even if that
Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster.
Do that again, then they do, and the whole
targets identified. Weapons free.
And unfortunately, I wouldn't expect any of that to change for at least, say, 3.5 years. But it is worth asking for a hypothetical future when we have a government that isn't run by a pro-corruption talent. What could we be doing better to hold corporations?
Enemy UAV is online.
We could make DPAs more of a deterrent by making the fines much more serious and prosecuting executives a lot more often. We could also bring both DPAs so that they're records of getting to wipe their slate clean.
It's two.
But the hard truth here is, if we want more accountability,
enemy counter UAV
What are you doing running away, you stupid? What the fuck are you platinum for? Where did you go? Get what is your name? Smoothie? He was right here, Smoothie. Are you kidding me? You have a sniper? This guy. I'm leaving you.
Very limited resistance. Sell cars with the supplies offer. Operate as a haven for buffer. And build planes that unbuild themselves in the sky.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad. You take that. Get hunting.
Most cursed PowerPoint of all time. Fucking reliable.
On the floor? Oh, your mic's muted, I think, or I can't hear you. I hope he got him.
Stay alive and bring us back. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Our main story tonight concerns gangs. Something Tanda Place was warned teammates about.
Hostile UAV in the area. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Want to end up like this? Join the gang. Chances are you will.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Make the right choice. Open your eyes.
Holy shit! Take it down 1,000 notches! Because when you show a dead body,
head to the safe zone. Closing in. Mark the remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy UAV overhead.
Run in here. That's all you. You're scaring me around. Is a developed important gang database. Basically, lists that
Someone's here. On the floor. Fuck, no, on the other side. I just wasn't careful about my landing.
Reloaded. Squad mate is redeployed. Well done. You're getting another chance. Weapons free.
This fucking thing.
Squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemy soldier incoming.
And submitted it to gang. Officers apparently observed he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and a hoodie with rows of say no such evidence was indicative of the Hispanic gang culture and the
Fuck, of course he had a revive.
already a little bit weird because it implies that somehow if you're not up to date on your monthly MS-13 dues, your Bulls hat privileges get revoked. The cop filling out that form also cited a past proven and reliable source of information which supposedly corroborates.
Yeah. There's one above the teammate, our teammate, like on the second floor.
Unrelated issues ultimately proved. Nevertheless, that gang allegation meant that Greg Augusty was denied bond and spent months locked up in prison.
Get ready. You're redeployed.
In this London News Piece in 2020, speaking anonymously about his experience.
It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy.
It's my fault if we lose.
In the area. Enemy dropping into the AR.
Fuck, it's my fault. I should have landed too.
Defeat is only a minefield. Shake it off and keep pushing.
Any last words?
A person's clothing shouldn't be considered for locking it up for 8 months. As we all know, the worst consequence of fashion choices should be getting posted on TikTok. Maddie people in Georgia has a right to her opinions, but that doesn't mean that they don't hurt. Hey Maddie, fuck you! Congratulations on your Sweet 16, but fuck you! And notably, 2 separate federal judges have looked at the government's evidence and found it unconvincing, with one on Wednesday writing that for the court to find that Abrego is a member of or in affiliation with MS-13 would border on fanciful. And this isn't the only story that brings these databases into play. Also, the Francisco Garcia Cacique, Christmas of Cox, claiming he's a member of Tren de Aragua, something that he and his family strongly deny. And while the government hasn't supplied any evidence for that claim, the Texas gang database does list him as a member of that gang, but that listing has some pretty big red flags on it, including that photo is of someone else entirely. Those are 2 whole different genres of men. And it was only after this was pointed out that authorities removed the website, you'll never believe what Angela Bassett looks like as a child. Paired with a photo of Little Miss Sunshine. Guys!
Incoming.
The fact is, around the country, many local and state departments sometimes without disclosing it. Despite investigations repeatedly offered with notoriously inconsistent information, riddled with questionable entries, errors, and rifle unreliable information. So, given all of that, let's talk about gang databases, how people end up on them, and the massive problems they can cause. Before we start,
hell yes! Oh my god, this game is intense.
Today. Why is it not switched? Bruh.
Some places even have a point system where certain actions or identifiers get added up to correspond to
Stay alive. Squad is fine. Mark a drop point for your squad and hit the field.
very subjective.
Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning for you. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Green, blue, white, brown, khaki, grey, orange, and lime green. That's like a thoroughly vetted list of gang signifiers. You know what? Someone made me what colours the gas factory for us to start trying to through that t-shirt comes in. Also, I thought lime green is just a terrible gang colour. Nobody was good in lime green except maybe Jessica Chastain once. Now, as for associating with known gang members, that can mean merely talking to an alleged member, being seen walking next to them, or simply having the status of friends on a social media platform. In some cases, even being the victim of alleged gang violence counts towards getting someone on the database. In fact, that can earn you £8 to £10 to client. And the thing is, the evidence can get even thinner, as in many places, the sole criteria can be self-admission. And just watch as the NYPD's then chief of detectives gets asked a fairly obvious follow-up about that.
Hit us hard that time. Self off. Get back out.
Of course it isn't. No one's going to voluntarily tell a cop that they just got kicked in the head by a police force. What self-admission actually is, we found something on your site. You admitting to being in a gang. But that can include things like online posts simply using the word gang. In one instance, a teenager who posted a picture with a friend with the caption, "Happy Birthday Gang," was added to a database with self-admission listed as one of the things. If that was that low, everything is basically a confession. A pic of you holding the caption, "Killed it. Congratulations, Grab, but guess what? Now you want it for life." And while so far I've been saying anyone to these things, those who end up on them are heavily people of colour. In DC, their database at one point had almost 2,000 names on it, and only one individual was white. One in total. Do you know how few lists there are with only one white guy on them? It's basically this database and the cast of Hamilton, that is it. And police can cast a pretty wide net when it comes to flagging people as potential gang members. A 2023 audit of the NYPD's database found they designated entire public housing units as gang locations. And in California, this man was approached by police in what they apparently considered a known gang location, which was just a park in South Central LA.
They jump out, they come over there to us, "Hey, you guys, we got a call that y'all was drinking and you're loud and this." And I said, "Well, there's nothing on the table, so what are you drinking?"
He says officers interviewed them, asked them to hand over their IDs, and raise their shirts to show
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Headed up. Stand by. Enemy 1. Deployment to Warzone is authorized.
Hello, Mr. Crinkle. How are you today?
Resurgent. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad soldier. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Hostile UAV in the area.
The cops rounded up 17 people in the Black Lives Matter protest and branded them all as a gang, with one police sergeant even telling a grand jury that they were more dangerous than the Crips, the Bloods, and the Hells Angels. Which is a pretty major exaggeration given that anything doesn't scream violent gang, so I just got singing in the rain. As for the wearing all black, that is not suspicious, that's your taste, and that's not important.
Enemy UAV overhead.
If you're not with that, tell it to her grave in Switzerland, where all true fashionistas get buried. Now, in that case, the State Department of Public Safety declined to add those people to the database, and for good reason, especially given some have never even met people that day.
No.
Taking photos. But however you get onto these things, whether it's a case of posting, building, or just annoying the cops, it can be very hard to
You have reinforcements inbound. Loadout drop headed your way.
Know you're online in the first place, because while that's clear, got a letter in the mail, California is one of the few places that requires you to be notified if you're added to a database. And let's say you were in a gang, but you left, which is actually pretty far. Let's say most people who join gangs might get tried out for a couple of years, then leave.
Bounty targets are up. Get on.
Cross on the other side of the buildings.
That doesn't always happen. One of the first things that the California database found it was life grenades, which should have been purged.
An enemy squad is hunting you. Stay sharp.
They can open you up.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy precision cover. Enemy UAV is online.
Explaining how outdated
Moving ground, moving.
For attempted robbery, since he left his gang life behind more than a decade ago. He claims the NYPD
They just keep running past homework, bro. Hold that closely with the
Squad mate is redeployed. Well done. You have reinforcements inbound.
Doing what we all do, but very few are brave enough to admit to, taking a little peek at someone else's is out in public. I'm a
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad.
Sarah has been different since the 40s, and you're right to terror over text. And all of this can have long-term effects. If you're labelled a gang member, you can face higher bail, prosecution, and even a longer sentence. For instance, in
squad mate's back on station.
Ooh, stupid.
Might be around 2 to 5 years. But if you're in their database, and the DA pursues a gang enhancement charge, you can easily face as much as 50
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Crucially, can push people to feel like they have to take pleadings. And when it comes to immigrants, the designated gang member can be in the US, and it can make someone a high priority for deportation and the target of a raid. Take what happened in Long Island with significant associated violence, but that fed into a parallel with schools there, so be on the lookout for gang activity.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
And a community activist there pointed out. this guy anymore.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Skinny jeans and polo shirt, and maybe a Chicago Bulls.
They put on a presentation. They show images of bananas or goat horns, and they tell us that those are items that if we see the student wearing or drawing,
Bounty target's gone dark. Lost the contract.
I've heard things like, oh, well, they scribbled 5 over. Yeah, and kids are gonna doodle. And 503 is honestly preferable to what loads and loads of fixed octopus with big tentacles and Easter bunny with big ears and even hair. They are lucky
enemy UAV is online.
They're doing area codes instead. And the thing about telling teachers and school police, look out for a bunch of kids all wearing the same thing, is that wearing the same thing is what kids do. One teacher there later told the story of how she was working lunch duty when a school security guard told her there was a
We're returning you to the front.
she put it, thank God I was there, so I told you today is their Independence Day.
What makes the place up?
I did not mean to land up there. Oh shit.
We've got 10 squads active in the field. The enemy took that
You know, Alex was a Honduran immigrant, and 504 was a Honduran country devil. That was literally that school's mascot. This is what it looked like, also blue, by the way, the colour of MS-13. Nevertheless, Alex got labelled an MS-13 member, and a few months later, ICE agents came to his house, arrested him, telling him they heard he was a gang member, and he was eventually deported. And he wasn't the only one scooped up. And when a police commissioner there was asked why he thought collaborating with ICE was a good idea, he had a pretty chilling answer.
Why do you need to even bring in ICE? Because the evidence isn't strong enough?
For example, if we have intelligence that they are a gang member, that's not necessarily a crime, right? Certainly being a gang member is not a crime, and the intel that we may have may not indicate a significant state crime. We may have something small in them, but nothing to keep them in jail. So if we perceive someone as a public safety threat, we utilize all those tools, which include immigration tools. So we'll partner with the Department of Homeland Security to target them for detention and removal.
Okay, so there was a lot there. First, thank you for finally answering the question, what would American Dad look like in real life? But second, if someone's on your list of big bad criminals and you can't find any big bad crime to arrest them for, that suggests the problem might be your fucking list. So it is pretty clear gang databases are way too easy to get on, way too hard to get off, and can turn people's lives upside down. So, what do? Well, I'd argue we get rid of them. And if you think, well, hold on, how will police then stop gang violence? I'd say, with police work, they could and should do actual police work, focusing on where violence is concentrated instead of fixating on labels. As one expert who studied gangs has said, dangerous groups and dangerous offenders can be tracked perfectly well by ordinary law enforcement intelligence methods and systems. They don't need these databases to do that. And for what it's worth, Chicago and Portland, following criticism, actually
enemy soldier incoming.
Databases in which when you hear known gang, or that something was gang involved on the
And she slammed dunks the touchdown.
Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy dropping into the AR. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. All stations green light. We're deploying to Warzone. Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point for your squad and go get after it.
Other people will say he's a lying transgressor who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and working for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Friedman, I saw him as more of a man taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by Friedman the water on run. That's pretty remarkable stuff. But the more I look into this man, the more I realize that almost everything he does is deceptive, embellished, or just a flat-out lie. This guy has one of the most popular podcasts in the world, but somehow also has zero charisma.
For people who are not familiar, what if someday or night a demon, by the way, he has a demon introduced this product. What if someday
Enemy counter UAV
demon
inbound.
will to steal after you into your loneliest and loneliness?
He'll humiliate himself on podcasts despite claiming to be an alpha male. He has an extremely shady background that nobody can make sense of other than accusing him of being an
Just got a loadout
asset,
drop
which
inbound.
might hold more weight than I originally thought. Let's try and get to the bottom of who is Lex Friedman. Lex was born in the Kyrgyz Soviet Republic in 1983 to Russian Jewish parents. He spent his childhood in Moscow until his family moved to the USA following the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Began teaching at Drexel University. Lex and his brother would follow in their father's footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex would obtain his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school, and anyone would be proud to graduate from there, especially with separate degrees. Anyone except for Lex, apparently. What's interesting is that on all of Lex's personal media, he never mentions Drexel University, not even once. He never mentions it. He never talks about it on podcasts, nothing. That podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet. Even go to his catalog, you won't find podcasts on it. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex, and even this old post where he confirms that he went there on his Wikipedia. Drexel Try looking up Drexel on his subreddit and nothing will come up. In fact, if you even mention Drexel on his subreddit or tweet at him about Drexel University, he'll almost certainly be banned or blocked. Don't give me Drexel. So what do you do? Well, he does association with MIT constant, by the way. How he's a research scientist at MIT. How he's taught at MIT. If you didn't do any research, you'd assume the only school Lex had affiliation with would be MIT. But what if I told you Lex has barely faculty list, Lex is nowhere to be found. But if you go on YouTube, he has a describes lectures that took place at MIT. So, did he really teach at MIT? Well, it turns out Lex taught a January community class at MIT. This class that Lex taught was a class that wasn't for marks. There was
You have
no
reinforcements inbound.
no grading, no anything. MIT and other universities will usually offer these classes for anybody to take if they have an interest in the subject. Now, teaching this and being a tenured professor are very MIT all over the social.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Says MIT and nothing about Drexel, which is weird because academic credentials on there. Even if you go to any of his papers, it cites his school as MIT. Again, an academic paper, you want all of your academic qualifications in there. So
get ready, you're redeploying.
Cover up the fact that he wants to Drexel, not MIT. Well, because Lex uses this to give himself authority.
All right.
Also, which is something most people seem to sometimes care about with followers. Enough of that nonsense. Enough of that nonsense. They said to me, enough of that.
So what is his affiliation to MIT? Apparently what Lex did is what a lot of slimy academics do to boost their class. Somebody from MIT commented on his practices. Basically what people will see is the bare minimum to get associated with the school. So for Lex, he gave a free lecture for no marks. He managed to get an MIT email.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
MIT, see that?
Heads up. An enemy squad marks you as bound target.
PhD, it's possible you could offer to do unpaid research for MIT, then you get library access, and most importantly, the MIT email.
The research scientists at MIT had part of a large
enemy soldier incoming.
I've had a lot of students come to me and talk to me about ideas.
In reality, the only thing I've been able to confirm regarding the relationship between Lex and MIT is that he did teach a non-credit after-hours community class. That was also after. So no, this doesn't make you a professor or even an associate professor.
They're all in there, all three.
I'm getting lit up.
Research and taught at MIT is technically true. In the same way the guy who cleans floors at the Tesla factory works for Tesla. It's like Brendan Schaub claiming he was in the NFL because he tried out for the Bills, not realizing that literally anyone can just show up to a tryout.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Stand by for redeployment.
What my favorite part about this whole process is that for all this profile pictures,
enemy UAV is online.
At MIT, you'll notice all this
enemy UAV overhead.
You think that this is Lex, but no, he was the guy before him who wrote all this stuff on the board, and Lex just walked him after and gave a lecture.
Enemy advanced UAV is active.
Literally all of the social media profile pictures. This is the original research that got me kind of interested in Lex. It got me thinking, this is very
your squad is down. Stay alive to bring it back.
And push this MIT narrative so hard. In reality, any normal person would look at MIT as a footnote, but Lex makes it his entire personality on certain topics. Now, Lex claims MIT still pays him as a researcher, so clearly he must be greatly respected in the academic world, right?
How?
Got 10 squads active in the field.
I gotta put my clothes to wash.
Would obviously publish a paper like this academically. Legit. But for this paper, it was never peer-reviewed or even published via MIT. For those of you who don't know, peer review is absolutely essential for any academic paper to be considered legit. Think of it as a quality control for papers that everybody has to meet. The bare minimum standard for an academic paper is a peer review. This paper that Lex wrote happened to be extremely favorable to Tesla. People in the tech industry absolutely reamed it. Nobody would co-sign it, nobody would peer review it, and even today it's extremely hard to find an archive of it. Most of what you can find on it is people shitting on how bad it is. In fact, experts in the field called it incorrect, biased, and misleading to the point of negligence. It's pretty damning, if I do say so myself. The paper was so biased and so bad that people in the industry have actively distanced themselves from Lex as a result. Even people who aren't high-level academics want nothing to do with him, like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Have you seen Lex Friedman playing guitar while he's driving around a self-driving car? Yeah, Lex drove around in a Tesla while playing guitar. It's pretty fascinating. Have you done Lex's podcast? No, you love him. He's an AI researcher. He's from MIT originally. Now he's mostly doing independent work and doing his own podcast. And brilliant guy. You would love him. Mm-hmm. And he's got an amazing podcast too.
Okay, so here, it's going to be in this section.
How you're interested in Lex's podcast. Lex actually is one of the most brilliant people I know. I think you would love talking to him.
Very interesting quote here from Walter Batchoff.
Despite how bad this paper was, it did catch the attention of somebody important. Somebody who has a lot of interest in positive Tesla news, that being Elon Musk. Legalize comedy! Yeah! We know Elon isn't one for morals or facts as long as it makes him money and makes him feel good. So he signal boosted Lex super hard to the point of even appearing on his podcast after only 18 episodes. This has caused people to call Lex an industry champ. Depending on if you consider this move by Musk, it'd be true because it blew Lex up into mainstream podcasting. Some random AI researcher almost overnight became one of the biggest podcasters in the world, pushing Lex as an intellectual who went to MIT and is a trusted source when it comes to research, even if none of those things are true, or at least half true. Ever since this interview with Elon, Lex has been an absolute must-think Tesla meat rider. He will stop at no self-awareness to defend his hero Elon. While Elon could be considered Lex's jumpstart, his appearance on Rogan was what truly solidified him as a podcasting mainstay. Joe, being immune to bullshit, was immediately enthralled by Lex Friedman. Thinking this man was a super genius, he got him connected to some of the most influential people in podcasting, like Brendan Shaw. This left Lex and Joe with almost completely overlapping audiences, with Joe being the more Neanderthal brain one and Lex being the alleged intellectual. Speaking of Neanderthal brain, I want you to imagine this. Me arriving at the Melbourne airport. I am jet-lagged, can barely function, and I'm forced to stand in a line at a cell phone kiosk to get a SIM card so I can use my phone. The attendant speaks an incomprehensible dialect of English known as Australia, and it takes me well over an hour to finally have my phone up and running. None of this would have happened if I used Saley, easily my favorite sponsor to grace this channel. Saley is an eSIM app that I have literally recommended to every single person in my life that traveled. I even used it when I went to VidCon last month, and it was a lifesaver. My phone plan requires I pay $14 per day when I go abroad and use data. Saley charged me the same price for a data plan that lasted me a week. But when I added the code GHOSTGUM at checkout, it was actually cheaper than 1 day of roaming data. And pretty much no matter where you're going, Saley will have you covered. I mean, look at all the countries they have. You're basically good anywhere. My mom and sister were a bit skeptical, but after they checked a few other apps, they said Saley had by far the best prices, which you can take advantage of by scanning the QR code on the screen or clicking the link below and using code GHOSTGUM to get 15% off. And even if you're not traveling, you can use Saley to top up your data and save some money. It also immensely helps out the channel, so check them out if you're in the market. Use the QR code on screen or link in description. If you want to support these videos, this is the best way to do it. Since Lex had captured an audience similar to Joe Rogan's, he felt the need to be like Joe Rogan, which has led to some hilariously embarrassing moments like this.
So I learned more in these maps than I have in all my years. I'm a nerd, I got a PhD. I learned more about life, about mind in these maps than I have in all the years of school. If you want to be the best in the world at something, like I do, build robots better than anybody else in the world. Or whether that's dating or juggling, anything. You have to work. You have to work hard.
It was around this time when people started to realize Lex does better when he's pseudo-intellectually rambling about AI, and not when he's trying to be an alpha male. Because he went to the Elon Musk school of cool, where being good at one thing is not enough. You can't just be a smart guy. You have to be the ultimate gamer, the ultimate musician, the best at everything. And much like when Elon does this, when Lex does it, it's insanely cringe. Now, for those of you who can't stomach cringe, I'm giving you a warning that this is one of the worst clips I've ever seen. You have been warned.
In the desert, I met a man with an eagle perching on his hand. And he asked me, son, what can I do for you? In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as he journey on through life. His name is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, shoulders for days and a really wide back. Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan, a barrel of snakes for a back.
You fucked up. You should have never done that song. It was terrible.
I can't put my finger on it, but I think what makes Lex so embarrassing is he's trying insanely hard to make it look like he's not trying, if that makes sense. Once you notice that he's a transparent figure, it makes everything he does groan-worthy. I mean, this guy basically faked his way to the top and is now still faking it. Lex has been getting ever more political lately. While claiming to be a centrist, he clearly has a bias, especially towards Trump and Elon or whoever else might take interest in his takes. Now, what's interesting is Lex can get bigger profile guests than Joe Rogan. Like, this guy had Jeff Bezos, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Oliver Stone on his podcast, plus all the high-profile Rogan guests like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and even Trump. This has led to some people questioning if his rise is authentic. Even Rogan-adjacent comedians are perplexed by the rise of Lex. What I think is more likely is that Lex has proven himself to be a puppet who will say whatever benefits people. Look at Elon Musk, for example. He will say whatever benefits Elon Musk and will never criticize him. Obviously displayed by his academic paper that greatly benefited him, despite if it was true or not, but even just the way he talks about Elon. Other powerful people with special interests noticed this and started going on Lex's show. This then naturally raises the prestige of the show. I was on Lex's show, the same show as Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg. This is why Lex benefits from grifting as an unbiased, unopinionated academic, because people who believe him look at him as a trusted source who's going to give you the facts, even if that's not true at all. Not as a guy whose show acts as a mouthpiece for rich and powerful people to push their agenda, regardless of facts. Lex claims that he will talk to anyone and everyone in a respectful way, and that he has no bias. But anybody who's watched his show knows that that's not true at all. You can see using his own words, like when he refused to acknowledge January 6th as a coup attempt, despite him talking to an actual historian about it, which, by the way, most people, regardless of political belief, will say that this was a coup attempt. But by far the worst example of this is when he interviewed President Zelensky of Ukraine, which might be one of the worst high-profile interviews of all time. Now, before we talk about why that interview's so bad, we have to talk about love.
It's about love. Mention love. Why do we humans fall in love? Put love out into the world. I gotta ask you about love. Bukowski had this line about love being a fog that dissipates with the first light of reality.
Lex has this embarrassing obsession with the concept of love. He's constantly talking about love like a teenager who tried mushrooms for the first time. Why can't we all just love each other, man? It's super corny that a guy with as much academic background as Lex thinks that all problems in the world can be solved as if it's a fucking Disney princess movie.
And I definitely seek that kind of love with a life partner. With a person that I could, how does the saying goes, ride or die with. I can bury the body with them.
Most of the time it's just cringe and harmless, but sometimes it's downright delusional. Lex straight up asked Zelensky if he could forgive Putin with the power of love, which is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard in my entire life. If somebody murdered your entire family and friends, would you use the power of love to forgive them? Lex heavily pressed Zelensky on Russia and the war, and asked him some pretty hard-hitting questions, but will not use that same hard-hitting attitude to the other side. So with all this talk about love, Lex must be this stoic figure that really cares for all humans. Except much like his entire persona, it's all an act. Even when Mark Norman shared a story of Lex freaking out at a lady because her printer wasn't working.
Well, what's fun is we did it in a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at the lady.
He's lying, everybody. He was waiting here, listening to my mic to come back.
Robot guy. He was like, "What the hell? The printer isn't working? Get your shit together." And some girl like, "I don't know."
Do you think Lex should love for her?
And I just did this.
It's It's all a grift to prop up this image as this forgiving, nice guy intellectual. If you couldn't tell by watching the Zelensky interview, Lex is also a Russia shill. Now, it's not proof he's being paid by Russia like Tim Pool. We have to look a bit deeper when looking at Lex. Like when he's shitting on Zelensky after
Oh, that's right. I was looking at the data. True game data. Warzone. Comparison tool. Clear all.
I have an MIT academic paper to show you that I definitely wrote. You can use the comments say otherwise, you will be permanently banned from commenting on my videos. Lex is also a big believer in free speech, which is why he literally blocks anybody who criticizes him. Alpha male Lex might be one of the most sensitive people on the planet. Lex's block list on Twitter is probably in the thousands at this point. He blocks people who pronounce his profile the wrong way. Anybody who criticizes him, block. Anybody who says he should get a peer review on his academic paper, block. Anybody who points out the university that he went to, which was Drexel and not MIT, you guessed it, blocked. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm blocked after this video, so follow me for more updates on that. The censorship has gotten so bad on Lex's subreddit that they have to create another one just to actually discuss and criticize Lex. People are getting banned for just simply asking questions about Lex's background. And when they're not banned...
Use this time as target practice.
Okay.
Censoring information. It's left people asking, what does this guy even do? Who is this guy? People have taken notice of this, especially over the years. Tim Dillon had an impeccable rant about these pseudo-intellectual types that basically summed it all up, including Lex. That Lex Reading, 6 hours, it takes 6 minutes.
Except whack off Elon Musk and talk. And you can't find a thing they do. What is their job? What is any of their jobs? Into what? Why? Who? Where? Where's the what? They all do research all day, but they're all on Clubhouse for 9 hours. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who're talking about who has God. I'm not a fan of women getting beaten up by men in sport, but it's like, these are the best minds of our time, and all they're talking about is if somebody's talking to me.
It's convenient that Lex and these other guys say academia is being corrupted so their audience ignores them, when Lex has been shady or half-truthing about his academic background for years now. Guys like Lex have become mainstays in Joe Rogan's space. Therefore, because Joe Rogan is basically mainstream now, these guys also become mainstream. Joe Rogan, podcaster and alleged comedian, has arguably become more mainstream than mainstream news. If you told me this would happen a few years ago, I'd call you crazy. But now, guys like Lex have been able to become the mainstream, and I'm not afraid to say they're all grifters. All of them. They love to wax on about how the mainstream media is biased, speech is being censored, and they're the last line of defense. My guy, you are the mainstream media now. You're biased, you censor people, and you misrepresent
you're headed to the
all the time. And that's the only word I can say. so hard to force the on the fact that he's an unbiased academic, but it somehow comes out that hey, he's absolutely not. Hey, some of these are so solid. You got put on by writing a bullshit paper. Enemy dropping into the AR. Strategy that'll work for him. And the worst part is Lex's audience will continue to buy into his victim politics. He isn't respected by that guy. He's losing motivation. He's a boring shit. Enemy soldier incoming. Because it's the only explanation on why one of the most boring podcasts is one of the most high-profile people on the entire planet. Also, recently, Trump and Elon Paul here, let's just say we need to do a podcast to solve the issues.
Well, the answer, as some guy on some podcast once said,
stay alive to keep the squad in the fight.
Emiliano.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
We're talking about all that even on today's brand new daily dive. Starting, talk about an update around the Epstein Trump situation. We talked about it in detail yesterday. A lot of space very split on this. Today, we got to see Trump's in-the-moment reaction to a question around the Epstein situation.
Marking cash.
Hostile UAV in the area.
I'll take that. Never mind.
Loadout drop headed your way. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
As well as there were more recent weird situations like back in 2020 where he wished the White House well.
I just wish her well. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach. Because I lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well.
But with the man later defending her comments saying, yeah, you wish her well. Also regarding the questions at hand, Bondi responding.
Squad's in the safe zone.
February, I did an interview.
You've got gas moving in.
And getting a lot of attention because I said I was asked a question about the file along with the JFK, MLK file.
Okay, what are we looking at?
That's what I meant by that. Also to the tens of thousands of child porn.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You're scaring me around.
Child porn.
Additional armor.
But the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter.
Enemy UAV is online.
Every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old from like 1999. So every night the video is reset. And every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
As well, showing the minute is missing every night. And that's it on that.
For now, we're going to have to wait to see for updates on two fronts. One, we can see the MAGA civil war and the divide grow, or are people just going to get in line again? Two, will we actually get updates around it? Because according to The Guardian, top Democrats are demanding for Virginia harassment. That was reloading.
Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Marks remaining operating from that squad. Hunt them down.
Started over the weekend when the Times of London published an interview with John where he said, quote, Superman is the story of America, an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, it is mostly a story that says basically kindness is a value and is something we've lost. And then when he was asked about the ranking for states and cities where it was red ones, said, yes, it plays differently, but it's about human kindness. And obviously, there will be jerks out there who are just not kind and will take it as offensive just because it's about kindness. So screw them. The Superman when people are feeling unwelcome. Telling them
good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunted. All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas closing in.
He's an immigrant across the border in the earth.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Still,
enemy dropping into the AR.
Comments reached the phrase super well done. Myron said things like,
well, I think that I'm at no risk of
your squad mates back on station. Good work. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
I should have moved. Right above you, yeah, on the roof.
You're getting another chance. Weapons free. Fire sale is active. 5 station prices are adjusted.
Literally using Superman as a symbol there during the story of the success. Now, in 2017, a comic writer who's worked on
Downed him. You downed him.
We're returning you to the front. Earn this. Resurgence window is ending. Watch your 6.
was then saying, for example, Variety hasn't got a way to say to MAGA people.
I don't have anything to say to anybody. Like, I'm not here to judge people, you know. I think this is a movie about kindness, and I think that's something everyone can relate to.
Enemy UAV overhead.
brother about the situation, and they
Be
said,
advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch inside.
Somebody needs a hug.
Hey, don't worry, bud. You're doing your best.
What the movie is about, I think, that like we support our people. You know, we love our immigrants. People who say no to immigrants.
Enemy UAV is online. Fire sales over. Just in private.
refilled.
You have reinforcements inbound. No more sessions.
Behind her.
The enemy is no longer tracking you. You lost them. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now.
I think someone's right above us. Yeah, the whole team above us.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Stand 10. Win this thing. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
I do not believe that anyone has been paid. The goal is to detain them. The goal is to threaten
There he is.
You were one of
Fucking leaving match without party again.
As far as why the agents were even there in the first place, when the AP reported, defense officials told reporters that what happened at MacArthur Park on Monday was not a military operation, but acknowledged that the size and scope of the guard's participation could make it look like one for the public, saying the primary role of the service members would be to protect the immigration enforcement officers in case a hostile crowd gathered. But ultimately, the operation only lasted an hour, and so far, they have not said why they targeted MacArthur Park. Notably, that area is known for being home to a large population in LA, and so the U.S. City Council members saying during the conference.
MacArthur Park is the Ellis Island of the West Coast. It was chosen as this administration's latest target precisely because of who lives there and what it represents. Resilience, diversity, and the American dream. Please understand that what's happening here in the city of Los Angeles, we are the canary in the coal mine. What you see happening in MacArthur Park is coming to you.
Very notably, you have them saying that as ICE raids in Los Angeles have already been making headlines. So Trump also very controversially sent a National Guard to the city last month. So now, tons of leaders in the area are calling the latest incident out of MacArthur Park a political stuff, with the likes of Senator Alex Padilla writing. Armored vehicles, tactical gear, military-grade weapons, all for the show. This isn't security, it's intimidation. But then also the president of the LA City Council saying,
this morning looked like a staging for a TikTok video. And what we say to Border Patrol and Council, if you want to film in LA, you should apply for a film permit like everybody else. And stop trying to scare the bejesus out of everybody who lives in this great city.
Well, with all this, you have people like Ken Burgundy reporting that he can document showing that the operation was a mere show of presence. It also looks like this may happen again with, for example, Gregory Bovino, a Customs and Border Protection chief in the South California, tweeting yesterday, we may well go back to Garza Park or other places in and around Los Angeles. It's like illegal aliens have the opportunity to self-report. Now we'll help things along. You know, a lot is being said, a lot is happening, a lot is developing, and for now, I'll have to wait to see how it plays out. And then you got more news for you in just a minute, but first, gotta thank a sponsor. With that, say, have you ever filled up your gas tank and you look at the total and you just whisper, it's time, while also dying inside? But also, here's the thing, you can earn actual cash back every time you fill up, you grab food, or you stock up. Thanks to today's sponsor, the free Upside. You see, I'll use Upside, and it's stupid, simple. You claim the app, you claim an offer, you pay like normal, boom, real money back in your account. No shady or confusing points, or rewards, or expire, or need decoding. There's actual cash you can transfer to your bank, PayPal, whatever. They say the top Upside users are earning up to $300 a month. I mean, real money, not Monopoly bucks. And I'm not guessing, right? We've got over 100,000 participating sponsors. Shell, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell, and more. You can even earn 3 times more with Upside with additional credit card rewards or loyalty programs. Before you fuel up or you grab food this summer, check Upside first. It's a great move, and to find out how much more you could earn, scan the QR code or click the link in the description, download Upside, and use code Franco to get an extra 25 cents back for every gallon of first tank of gas. Let's make this summer a little less painful. And then next up today, we need to talk about Israel now planning to move the entire population of Gaza into a single so-called humanitarian city built on the ruins of a city that is destroyed. And then it's seen as another step toward volunteering land to clean out the Gaza into the so-called Riviera of the Middle East. While Israel is actually more about the expansion from more projects than one he should get a Nobel Peace Prize. You know, go back to look at the Israeli defense minister announcing this relocation.
God damn it, go back.
According to an Israeli newspaper there, you've got him saying that he's ordered the country's military to prepare a plan to establish this humanitarian city in what's left of Rafah, the southern city of Gaza. But this also is, according to at least one Israeli Holocaust historian, doing kind of be humanitarian for a city. But instead, arguing the defense minister had laid out clear plans for the ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the creation of what he called a concentration camp or a transit camp for Palestinians before they expelled them. At that point, according to the defense minister, Israeli forces would control the perimeter of the site. Palestinians would go through security screening before entering, and once inside, they wouldn't be allowed to leave. It would involve moving 600 in the area, mostly people currently displaced in a narrow strip of coast. And eventually, the plan being to have an entire population of Gaza being housed there with the next step and something what he called immigration plan, which he said will happen. And that, as he added that Netanyahu is already leading efforts to find countries willing to take Gazans in. And on that note, the White House
This fucking, just because it looks so cursed, I have to. Because what the fuck?
Although we've seen no sign of that publicly so far. And besides that, you have Netanyahu saying it would be a free choice, whether to leave. Of course, unsurprisingly, you've seen people pushing back on the idea.
Oh my god.
Rights lawyers saying, well, the government still calls the deportation involuntary. People in Gaza are under so many coercive measures that no departure from the strip can be seen in legal terms as consensual and fanatic. The minister laid out an operational plan for a crime against humanity. It is nothing less than this. With all that said, as you know, we've seen some seemingly conflicting information coming from officials. You know, just hours before the defense minister talked about this plan, we actually had the office of the IDF's chief of staff reportedly telling the high court that the army has imposed forced population expulsion inside or outside of the Gaza Strip. Well, of course, you know, maybe ultimately have the office concentrating everything. That, again, if this is an object was said at other times. Like specifically, in May, the military approved plans for an operation dubbed Gideon's Cherry. So one of the objectives, which was confirmed by the IDF at the time, literally being the concentration and movement of the population. With all of that, etc., a lot is going to depend on what saying that if conditions permit the construction of this city, it would begin during the 60-day Israel-Hamas ceasefire. But, a key point, it hasn't been agreed upon yet. So while Trump keeps expressed confidence that a deal would be reached soon, Israeli and Hamas negotiators just met for indirect talks for the first time in 6 weeks on Monday. You've got mediators saying that it's going to take time. In the meantime, the usual skeptical news to rise. So seeing, for example, the Israeli military saying that Hamas attacked 5 soldiers, while Palestinian health officials said that Israeli strikes killed 51. And there's also the continued and growing concern about the role of the U.S.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Foundation.
Use this time for target practice. Real things coming through. Enemy soldier incoming. time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
I'm also joined by a doctor who's more than 20 weeks pregnant, said she's now afraid that
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Area. Guys. Enemy destroyed. Use your TAC map to hunt down the rest of them. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
And that, as they said, they'll revisit the childhood adolescent vaccine study along with its guidelines for hepatitis B, measles, mumps, rubella, and chickenpox vaccine. All of which is right in the lights of the President of the American Academy of Pediatrics and immediate ratings. We rely on to support vaccines. This is the way to fight cancer. Ultimately,
enemy UAV overhead.
Why did you run in there and just die?
Enemy counter UAV.
Don't do that.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Also, that will continue to rise as arresting efforts remain underway. But with the scandal, yesterday, you had the
enemy counter UAV inbound.
Sharing a photo of what we walking on reportedly captured 24 hours while they were first thanks. But then reportedly that the photo also would be chronicle that it's on Saturday at 6 p.m. local time, which would be around 10 a.m. in Texas. But Manning, I get it. He's on vacation. That might happen. He's not. He's just back in Texas.
No, you know all three of them are in there. And you keep, oh, you got one. And you decided to finish him, it's crazy.
The squad's in the safe zone. Gas is inbound. Loadout drop headed your way. Hostile UAV in the area.
The report also claims that earlier flights were available on Friday, as the series of floods became apparent. The fact that it will be part of the reason why you've seen tons of people streaming crews and using him to intentionally staying blind. But also,
be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location. Enemy UAV overhead.
Efforts to improve future weather forecasting
friendly loadout drops on the way.
The move that many worry means disasters like what we just saw happen are going to become far more common. You know, as we keep an eye on the situation, I also want to take the time to recognize just the amazing people that straight up heroic work in this horrible disaster. Maybe most notably this U.S. Coast Guard rescue squadron that saved the lives of 165 kids. So this is Petty Officer Scott Russell. Scott's team spent roughly 6 hours in the air because of the storm. Then, after 4 attempts, National Guard made their way to the storm to move up.
Hostile UAV in the area.
The site of close to about 200 meters. Scared, terrified, cold, having probably the worst day of their life. Once they were able to land the camp, this day the team was called away with. The crew decided the best thing to do would be to leave side. It missed it. 3 hours gathering hammer or water, listening to counselors tell stories about the cabin for the floodwater.
Enemy UAV is online.
I discovered I was the only person there as part of the first responders field. Yeah, I had about 20 kids mostly. Scared, terrified, cold.
Enemy UAV overhead. All squad mates are in the safe zone. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Yeah, this was definitely a real deal, but I just remembered that...
Enemy UAV is online.
200 kids looking to someone for some sort of comfort and safety. They don't really know what my experience is or my range or my age. They just know, hey, you guys are professional and you're here to help us, and I kind of have to do like that same thing.
Kids tend to spend time over the aircraft and focusing on the other first, and carrying some to avoid red rocks. Worse, in total, enough rest.
The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there.
Scott, he went from counselors to kids saying their bravery is what helped them to be a better rescue.
The real heroes, I think, were the kids on the ground. Like, those guys are heroic, and they were dealing with some of the worst times of their lives and everything. That helped inspire me to
I know it doesn't fix anything, it doesn't undo the horrible that they do on the organizations out there. It is important to see those community and hard and all the I think it's important for elders and heroes among us. They don't do it in spotlight, but I think it's important to get them a breath.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Remember, I'll see you right back here tomorrow. We got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. Pacific. Love you. Mean it. Bye.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Resurgence is about to finish. Make it count. Enemy UAV is online.
God.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Yes, moving. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
Someone's close. In that other building across.
Enemy soldier incoming. Insurgents deactivated. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
It just gets worse from there, because you also have drones responding at one direction.
Enemy UAV is online.
No question.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. Only 10 left.
Gotta move to the next house.
We've got 10 squads active in the field. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
I also think it's important to note that this is not the first time that Elon's AI has been wrapped up in controversy. I mean, back in May, he was pushing false claims about white genocide in South Africa, even when replying to books that had absolutely nothing to do with the subject. With Musk then bringing it on a, quote, unauthorized modification. I mean, actually then just days later, you had Elon's AI saying that it was skeptical about the
We're all the way in the tower.
Nearby. You still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
I did not mean to drop. That's okay, I'll protect down here.
And with all that said, well, we have not seen a direct response from Musk himself. Reporting did have a Musk posting saying that it was aware of static since being made aware of the content XAI has taken action.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Claiming XAI is training for truth seeking and claims that the police and we are able to react by also, I feel like I should know that signatures and stuff.
There's still a team under us.
Safe zone is a long way from your location. Move like you need it.
I keep falling and I didn't mean to. That pissed me off.
Five squads still operational in the AR.
Oh my god, I butchered my aim. Teammate, shoot him from behind. What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh, well, fucking whoop-de-fucking do, you asshole. You better fucking finish strong. And you're not. That makes me so mad. I saw his little bubble running back. I don't know. I mean, that's my fault for missing my first shots, but damn. Why did he even run down so far if we had high ground advantage on that circle? Crazy head. Yes, sir. I'll be in Crimson by tomorrow. It's okay. 6-6.
Like quarter of the way. Like a blue quarter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I wasn't liking running out of ammo. So do I get rid of the twist for my ammo? I really don't like it without a scope either. Or do I get rid of the scope? What is my velocity without it? 800?
Also, it is very, very different. Trump is on claim that if he had won in 2020, the Ukraine war never would have started. We've heard that claim a dozen times now, but his rhetoric about bombing Russia is the opposite of how he's acted with Ukraine on campaign trail and some state office. Where he's long stated that the U.S. didn't get involved militarily at all, and remains skeptical that U.S. aid to Ukraine is even worth it. By the way,
really don't like it without it, but we're gonna do it anyways. We'll just get used to it. It's just such an ugly iron sight, kind of. I think it does need a scope. It's so ugly now. That makes the velocity. I feel like this thing needs to have the biggest round too. What are the stats? Are the stats worth it with the suppressor? Effective is 46. I just had 6 more. When I can literally just walk that. I'm really hating this fucking iron sight. I wish I could use a different iron sight. Let's try this optic. Some assault rifles should have different iron sights like snipers do. This is what I'm looking for. They say it lives there because officially Moscow has denied it such a call. And that mag really needs to be. And if I'm getting rid of ADS entirely, then I need to definitely have this too long. And then we're just gonna go ahead and put on. Here is CNN broke the story adamant that this recording is legitimate. Other outlets are running with it as well. Then we've got more news you need to know about it. First, a quick thanks to our sponsor. Or I just go ahead and do 2 gunfire loadout. And that way I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. 2 gunfighter loadouts.
Rocket Money, they have over $5 million. They're going to be taking over $500 million in cash subscription, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the afternoon features. You know, I'm happily a part of that ecosystem. If you're tired of paying to grow, use Rocket Money as your move. Cancel your online purchase and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Just go to rocketmoney.com/PDS today. That's rocketmoney.com/PDS. Rocketmoney.com/PDS. The next step is target connection to what prosecutors call an ambush. So this incident, it took place outside of the 30 miles. It all got started. Fireworks were building cars. From there, it escalated fast. Like allegedly, officer from the Colorado Police Department pulled into the parking lot, took but a second shooter, this one standing near the intersection, fired at the correct search those areas. They said they found pieces behind
I wonder if horizontal recoil not vertical.
telling the officer that they had met the other online and from the detention center to quote east north. Then inside the van, according to court records, they found a pistol, 2 AR-15 style rifles, 2 ballistic vests, and a ballistic helmet. Not long after, they found 7 more people on foot nearby, about 300 yards from where the shooting took place. Some of them reportedly armed and wearing black military style clothing and body. So now you've got 10 people facing 3 counts of attempted murder of a federal officer, as well as 3 counts of discharging firearms.
Oh, this is horizontal. Okay, never mind. This is. Oh yeah, I forgot they switched them. I could have swore there was another horizontal modifier somewhere, but I guess not.
U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas saying the press conference, which is an egregious attack on federal and local law enforcement officers, and it's part of it.
I really don't know.
With that, we've seen other cases like on Monday, for example, where you had a man with an assault rifle firing dozens of rounds at a border patrol facility in Texas, injuring a police officer where he shot and killed him. One, it's not yet clear how they can. Two, if you notice, there's a future.
I don't know. I'm liking it, but I'm not. What's gonna give me the tightest recoil, this or the I can always just make the optic look good.
He said ICE is taking down.
I said surreal. Still can't believe I actually saw it.
Like mom was screaming, crying, hysterical.
As far as why these buddies took her, the reason given by ICE was ordered by a judge to he said the story. She arrived in 1978 on a student.
I wish my flash would stay when I like them.
Not to mention the fact that as a westernized woman with wars which brought asylum in America and was not a devout Muslim, the new Islamic theocracy, it didn't seem to enticing or safer. So then, despite her plea, she was denied asylum in 1984 and she lost her life in 1993. And that, oddly enough, even though her own brother was granted asylum, but according to the court, she left Iran before the revolution and her fear of persecution was, quote, simply speculation. But seemingly, part of the argument of thinking they were being all honey, everyone affiliated up. And also,
how does that seem less accurate? Because of the more visual recoil. That feels worse, to be honest.
So she chose to stay. The court allowed her to do that so long as she didn't check in with immigration authority, which, big thing, is something that her family and lawyer says that she's done without fail for the past 2 decades, even while displaced by Hurricane Katrina.
That feels better than the other one.
The first thing she said on the phone was, make sure the homework person tries his tenure.
I think that's what we're gonna stick with.
By these unmarked vehicles, Yana supporters mobilized in her defense. Hundreds of neighbors and friends inside and outside the community calling around and sending emails and writing letters to get the word out about them. Campaigning her as this devoted mother, a wife, a caretaker, a neighbor, and a dedicated volunteer. Noting that this was a mom who worked at Habitat for Humanity, the Nolan Street Project, post-Katrina rebuilding efforts, or local school districts in the Lakeview Civic tutorials on YouTube, which doesn't apply here, but I just think it's kind of cool. So we ended up seeing it raising stink about that. Well, first, we didn't speak lawmakers Stephanie Gilbert, then, arguably more importantly, House both of them saying they took those letters. Asking the department to police saying when he was picked up, he looked at it and said, celebrating is that Don is custody of a few hours away. All of this is, police actually says he's not done advocating for her.
To make sure that she's at least given
Am I happy with that?
I'm very confident she's going to get a much better hearing now.
Not really. I know I'm really partial to Sir. But the recoil is just a little too crazy, but we can always try it. Let's see, is this bullet velocity actually worth it? I don't know, that's feeling worth it even with the extra. If I stop leaning back so I can actually see the target. Okay, I think I am okay with this. That makes me want to take off the Scorpion more. Let's take the scope off. Let's try it without the scope.
Okay, my identity just, I guess, belongs to some dude's base. Is it online flex these days? To the next level, like, we're all one sketchy Wi-Fi.
This is gonna be the build.
That's why I use NordVPN base sponsored. Security and block speakers for snooping, whether it be hackers. Gives peace of mind. The kids, they
I didn't look at the pattern. Let me look at the pattern first. Just first it feel like there's something this recoil pattern isn't telling. So maybe it is just basically directly down. No other input. It looks like you should be pulling to the right a little bit, but maybe not. That bullet velocity is actually really nice. I think I do like what it is the bullet velocity actually. Almost 1500. What if I built the kilo out to bullet velocity? How would that feel? Because the kilos basically hit scan.
But ultimately, in their ruling yesterday, the Supreme Court rejected that argument. Instead, writing an unsigned order that the government would likely concede on its argument that Trump's actions were illegal. Notably, the justices also made it clear that they were just ruling on the emergency application to determine whether Trump's order could take effect while the case is being debated. The majority explicitly noting that they expressed no view on the legality of any plan to reduce the federal tax. Even with the possibility that the case could return to high court to be heard in full. And also, very how each justice voted. Actually had liberal justice writing decision. They're saying that the president, quote, cannot restructure federal agencies in advance. This specific Trump order requires the organization. And adding that because the president no occasion to consider whether these can and will be carried out consistent with the terms of law. But all of that is on the other side with Justice Jackson writing a long, fiery dissent slamming the majority.
1600. That is a faster bullet velocity. 1500, 1600. Does anything have something faster by default that I can just boost? 900. 905, 905. Does the AK get better? No, it doesn't. 16, 15, 17.
Does not impact a separate lawsuit that caused mass firing within some of the agencies under the Department of Health and Human Services. But for the vast majority of the other agencies, they are going to be allowed to
1461.
In fact, the State Department has already vowed to move forward with a plan to cut 15% of employers to the move the agency now this year, but was paused after a federal judge blocked Trump's order from taking effect. And that is, just one. We're likely to see other agencies following suit and enact cut the state national plan. All while
1,000. 1223. I think that's my answer right there. I mean, even the snipers have almost no velocity.
all those impacted federal workers would then be entitled to a minimum of back pay for that period during which they've been illegally fired. But also, in that scenario, employees might be
950, 910, but that drops.
cases could drag on for so long that the government would be reorganized by the time a decision.
And I don't even have that. Okay, so that settles it. We're gonna build the kilo to bullet velocity since it has the highest bullet velocity. We're gonna drop this laser and put on my scope because the kilo is actually good and looks good with the scope.
Through that neighbor's apartment, he saw a woman and her children trapped by smoke and flames inside their own apartment. This woman holding her baby outside the window and desperately calling for help. So without even thinking, Cisse jumped into action, climbing onto a ledge on the 6th floor, taking the children through one window and passing them to an adult in the next apartment. And then he helped them.
Oh my god, I don't think I like it. Maybe I do. I think the FFR better. I like the FFR better in bullet velocity.
With all that, it's not just the public that's calling him a hero. That video got the attention of officials in Paris and the police chief in Paris saying that Cisse will receive a medal and a ceremony for his courage and devotion to honor his brave and heroic acts. And that is the city itself put out a post on social media saying Cisse, our Parisian hero. And then to top it all off, he reported to receive a call from French President Emmanuel Macron congratulating him and inviting him to be a guest of honor to the medal or a call from the president. Absolutely are. And finally, also talk about y'all's starting with
You treat it like an AK and let it rise from the chest.
Saying, quote, are we still talking about Epstein? As if it hasn't been less than 48 hours since they suddenly announced all the files don't exist. And the guy who still blames Biden every chance he gets, even brings up Hillary and Obama over a decade later getting upset about still talking about someone is certainly a fake. But then others jumping in on Bondi saying you have something publicly, essentially bragging about it being on your desk, and turning around and gaslighting everyone just months after is the most unhinged and bizarre thing I've seen the government do. What an insane world we live in. And others just saying, don't forget,
I feel like there was something else on. Oh yeah. Why can't I change the stock now? Whatever.
With this conspiracy theory, on the outside, when they're able to take all the speculation, conspiracy theories, and all of that to their benefit, they supercharge. For sure, Trump knew the guy, but if he's saying he's going to release the files, the list, all the shit, he's obviously innocent. But then,
yeah, we're gonna go that route.
Hands on the levers. That shit apparently becomes super inconvenient. You gotta pull away. Trump, when he's like, just look at specific statements with Trump. You pushed it. What about this? And now you're acting like you're crazy.
I almost still don't want a scope on it. I'm gonna go ahead and take the laser.
Have any sort of lasting impact. Because Trump and team is very, very good at distracting. Ultra-war stuff, maybe have super armed or masked people going through the major cities. So that's what today's show. There's so much going on that I keep brutally honest. No matter what you do, thank you for watching. Thank you for
I do like that.
There are widespread concerns that the Trump administration will withhold those essential funds from blue states that are used to benefit the president's well-known priorities. And that's not just some unfounded concern. The administration has essentially promised that they're going to do. I mean, back in March, the DHS changed the terms and conditions for grants to require that all recipients cooperate with Trump's Immigration Enforcement Act. However, 20 states filed a lawsuit arguing that it was illegal and caused irreparable harm that the Trump administration limited the grant program. The Times then reporting that it's expected that those requirements will be included in the new guidelines for counterterrorism. But also, importantly, it's not just that counterterrorism grants are being held up by people. Reportedly, despite the May deadline to start the application process, the agency has also failed to open applications for what's been called an enormous suite of grants over billions of dollars. Grants, reportedly, many states rely on to be basic emergency management operations. You've got experts saying this delay seems to be totally unprecedented and there's no transparency about why it's happened. But what we do know is that this comes amid a broader effort by Trump to dismantle the agency entirely. It's a goal that Trump has repeatedly reiterated, saying last month that he wants to phase it out after this year's hurricane season. And in addition to Doge-led efforts that have resulted in FEMA losing almost a quarter of its full-time staff, the administration has also started to cut funding for a number of essential grant programs. For example, back in April, FEMA rescinded a grant program to help state and local governments reduce hazard risks. That included hundreds of millions of dollars that have already been promised to recipients. Additionally, the agency has got hundreds of millions of dollars in funding for flood mitigation grants, and a program that would have been over $500 million for those efforts. You know, is a move that is especially notable given the recent flooding in Texas that occurred with 120 people. Last month, Trump started mandating that every single grant and contract of $500,000 would be for a personal sign-up. A little bit dramatically slowed the pace of massive millions. Now, as a result of all this, you have state and local leaders nationwide worried that they're not going to have enough money to plug the gaps caused by the delayed federal grants, especially for more rural and low-income communities that have smaller tax bases and fiscal reserves, as well as in states like North Carolina, which is still recovering from Hurricane Helene, which federal grants make up over 80% of the state's emergency budget, and most grants are given to local agencies. And actually, some states have explicitly outlined how these cuts will hurt their residents. For example, leaders in Colorado are saying that many counties will need to cut essential employees who coordinate the state's emergency management response. In Alaska, you have emergency officials saying they'll need to find alternative sources to pay their workers who help people impacted by massive wildfires that have burned nearly 500,000 acres this season. Those, of course, just being a few examples, and as we talked about numerous times this week, all of these concerns about FEMA have only been heightened by the disastrous and tragic floods in Texas. Despite all that, we saw Trump once again renewing the call for FEMA to be eliminated in the comments that she made during the meeting yesterday. Which, you know, isn't anything. It is kind of fucking wild that she's saying this right now while the agency is literally in Texas as we speak, providing essential services to flooding. And especially given the fact that FEMA literally gave Texas nearly $20 million in the last fiscal year to respond to this exact kind of emergency. Not only even noting that FEMA has provided important resources, but going on to say federal emergency management is state and locally led, and adding it has been slow to respond at the federal level. It's even been slower to get the resources to Americans in crisis, and that is why the entire agency needs to be eliminated as it exists today and made into a responsive agency. But very more notable here is the reporting saying that the cuts made by now actually slowed FEMA's response to the Texas flood. Four different officials even immediately went into major obstacles when they first launched their response. There, it's specifically noting the rule that Trump personally reviewed all contracts and grants over $100,000, saying that that low threshold strips the agency of autonomy that is necessary to respond to emergencies quickly. So, you know, for example, once the flood water started rising, FEMA officials wanted to pre-position crews so they'd be able to respond as fast as possible. But they then realized they weren't able to do that because of the rules. You know, these sources also saying that FEMA officials were unable to deploy a specific search and rescue team until no one gave her approval there, but she didn't do so until more than 72 hours after the flooding began. So then with that, you had a DHS spokesperson pushing back saying that didn't need to authorize those means because the department was using other DHS search and rescue resources. Then also, beyond that, the sources reported that a request from Texas officials for aerial imagery to help search and rescue operations was delayed because had to approve a contract. And all of that is falling to face longer wait times in the call center because hasn't approved the contract to bring in additional staff. But then, in response to these alarming allegations, you had a DHS spokesperson just reiterating the same thing about agencies moving down police while reprioritizing programs. We did later see the department slamming that report and calling it a fake lie for leading the claim that the other federal assets were mobilized immediately. So then all of this,
do any of these have a higher 950?
all of this is you have experts saying the real impact that we're seeing is not going to be seen until it's too late. There, I'll say that's very likely true, not only here, but in so many different places. So when you talk about people that are preparing and responding,
1539.
they're the people that you never think about until something goes wrong. Okay, for now, we'll have to wait and see how this plays out, though it does feel like we're just playing this game of fuck around and find out. But hey, that's the news, a little sprinkling of my opinion at the end, but I'll pass the question off to you. Whether you agree or disagree, what are your thoughts? The next up from that today is we're starting to wind things down. Let me tell you a different kind of story and say we just got approval for the first ever treatment for malaria.
Oh, that just
a lot of people
made it.
watching do not understand how fucking unlikely, in our day-to-day life, malaria, which, is deadly mosquito-borne illness that despite being both preventable and treatable, killed over 500,000 people in 2023. And the huge thing with that is the most vulnerable of that group, children under the age of 5. They made up about 76% of all malaria deaths in the WHO's Africa region. Now, you're getting the news today, the Swiss nonprofit Medicines for Malaria in collaboration with the drug company Novartis will develop a drug for approved by the Swiss medical authorities and the Switzerland's health authorized products young infants suffering from malaria. The big thing is that before this, malaria babies were using formulation to treat older kids. That is beyond safe because its liver function is still developing and their body to process medicine differently. Right? So with that, we know that this new drug has some recognizable parts, like notably a combination of established malarial drug. It's also, in addition to being just considered much safer, it has other bonuses like dissolvable, even impressive, as well as things like flavor. All in all, the treatment of this
versus
yes, there is a
1566.
unprecedented demand in the 19 countries that rolled out in by April 9. That vaccine and now as far as out of largely on with that being authorization, there was a collaboration with regulators and medical countries are expected to reduce this great development and scientific research. Now, my friends, trudging through the hellscape this week. Also, if you're thanking in advance for subscribing, no matter what, hey, I'll see you back here on Monday. Just remember, I got a brand new show for you this Monday. Stay safe this weekend. Stay safe this weekend. I love you, ladies, and I'll see you on Monday. Complaints about healthy food or that edible in general. The overcrowding also means less food per person, according to one Russian manager in Louisiana for months. It's like the portions got smaller. I have to deal with hunger, so I'm getting used to the hunger, so I have lost weight. And all this is counter to I need a food service man. For nice, they can tell the companies that run facilities that detainees are supposed to be fed at least 3 meals a day, 2 of which are hot. And that is no more than 14 hours in the past between dinner and breakfast. That said, though, for their part, ISIS denies the allegations with a spokesperson saying all detainees are provided with proper meals, medical treatment, and have the opportunity to communicate with their family members and lawyers. Claiming meals are certified by dietitians, ensuring the safety, security, and well-being of individuals in our custody is a top priority at ICE. But whatever the reality is, the reports of these conditions, they've led to lawmakers demanding access to the detention centers across the U.S. The most controversial visit probably being this weekend when both national and state Democratic lawmakers demanded to inspect the Alligator Alcatraz facility, which they're usually allowed to do on whim and as part of their oversight powers for the Constitution. While there are some practical limitations to until recently, it was understood that if the lawmakers showed up, they were going to tour. However, what people saw is that Democratic lawmakers were initially turned away from Alligator Island Drive on Friday. It wasn't until Saturday, after showed up, that they were finally let in. And then, even though they were eventually let in, the fact that they were initially blocked caused outrage and led the lawmakers to release a joint statement that said, the defense administration reviewed what was biased in was...
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. LD Dag, get ready. Squad mates back on station. Good work.
The department has defeated many of these lawsuits all the way up to the Supreme Court. Adding, any sanctimonious career bureaucrats who are bold outrage over the president's policies while sitting idly by during the rank weaponization by the previous administration has no
Your squad mates have redeployed. Well done.
According to Reuters, more than a dozen lawyers now temporarily been reassigned to the federal program branch.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Authorizing UAV mission.
Counter UAV inbound.
Well, as a separate case focused on handling classified documents not long. Those new dismissals are total speculative firing for about 45. There you go. Well, this is going to be a big focus on. The changes in the DOJ, they are big, they are widespread. Some of it on purpose, some of it not. And next up,
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
there's dozens have now been killed in armed clashes between Bedouin tribes. Israel has carried out strikes in response. But also, this is just the latest outbreak of deadly sectarian violence in the country since rebel forces Bashar al-Assad back in December. And there's also a lot in general that we need to talk about with the whole situation.
Enemy UAV is online. Squad mates back on station. Good work.
Robbing a young vegetable seller belonging to the group who was north of that. On Sunday, we saw the fire.
Lead your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. Hostile airstrike incoming. Enemy dropping into the AO.
According to the UK-based Syrian set fire to several homes, and in response to that, this dangerous escalation.
Got a loadout drop.
So with that, the ministry announced that in coordination with the Defense Ministry, they would, quote, begin direct intervention in the area to end the conflict and disorder. Also, the governor of the province calling on residents to exercise self-restraint and respond to national calls for reform. And then with all of that, you
back on station. Go get after it.
Then, warning that
hostile UAV in the area.
Nearby countryside of her drones attack village. That is, government forces were also now deployed in nearby areas of the province. And actually, with that, we've seen reports that some members of the government.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Tanks in the area where all of this was happening.
Squad mates redeploying. Well done. You have reinforcements inbound. Get ready. You're redeploying. Enemy UAV.
Sometimes with the involvement of the government. Last month, a suicide bomber killed more than 20 people.
We're returning you to the front. Earn this. Enemy soldiers.
Thank God, I need to focus on getting this.
Valiant air. Keep your head up.
Hurry up and let me fucking out. I gotta find this. Alright, that gives me time to do this.
Government have been catastrophic for health. Hopefully, the situation on the ground is as complicated as ever. The violence isn't over. We're seeing lots of new developments. For now, we're going to have to wait to see how those play out. But now, friends, this is the end of today's show. Thank you for subscribing, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Because remember, we got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Love you, and bye. U.S. and River Trump is largely seen with business. The U.S. will sell to NATO countries, and then these countries will either send the equipment on to Ukraine right away, or they'll replace their own equipment and send the own stuff to Ukraine. You also had Trump specifically noting that there were a couple of countries with Patriot missile systems that would give them to Ukraine and then buy replacements from the United States. I mean, it's huge, right? Because these systems, they're one of the best defenses that Ukraine has against all sorts of Russian missiles. And in fact, they're the only defense against one Russian model that's regularly fired at Kyiv and other targets. Then beyond that, neither Trump nor Rutte elaborated on what offensive weaponry might be sent, although Rutte did say that the deal included missiles and ammunition. And then afterwards, you had Pentagon officials saying that any details were still being worked out. Although notably there, you now have the Financial Times reporting that Trump has privately expressed an interest in helping Ukraine step up deep strikes on Russian territory, even asking Zelensky whether he could hit Moscow. Right? In that conversation, it reportedly happened on July 4th, the day after Trump had a call with Putin that he described as disappointing, with Trump reportedly asking Zelensky, can you hit Moscow? Can you hit St. Petersburg too? To which Zelensky reportedly replied, absolutely, we can if you give us the weapons. So because as of now, the longest range weapons that Ukraine has received from the U.S. have a range of less than 200 miles, which is far from enough to reach Moscow or St. Petersburg. And then even with that, there have been restrictions on their use. Now, Zelensky's reportedly received a list of long-range strike systems that potentially could be made available to Ukraine via the type of third-party transfers that we talked about before. They stress we don't know anything for sure right now on that front. And that is, in the meantime, it's not just weapons that Trump hopes can end this war. Because Trump has also threatened Russia with what he called very severe tariffs if the deal that ends the war is breached within 50 days. And then he further claimed that the U.S. would impose 100% secondary tariffs targeting Russia's remaining trade partners. Although, as with all of this, there's a huge question mark regarding how serious he actually is and whether it would even work. Because for one, Trump isn't exactly known for setting deadlines and sticking to them. I mean, just back in May, he appeared to give Putin a 2-week deadline to prove that he was serious about ending the war. Two, tariffs on Russian imports probably wouldn't really have that big of an impact on the Russian economy. For the U.S. only imported about $3 billion in Russian goods in 2024, according to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. Notably, most of that consists of exports that have been deemed essential, including fertilizer, iron, steel, and uranium for U.S. nuclear reactors. But finally, regarding the secondary tariffs, those, they can have a way bigger impact, particularly when it comes to Russia's energy sector. India and China, they've been spending tens of billions of dollars every year on Russian oil and gas. And Trump actually was successful in reducing Russian energy exports that would drive up global oil prices, hitting American consumers at the gas pumps and driving general inflation. And that is, if he wasn't successful, he would have just stumbled into another tariff showdown with China. And that after he already backed down once from threatened tariffs of more than 125%. So a big thing is that with Russia, it seems to be more personal for Trump, who has long talked about Putin as a friend. And actually, when asked about the relationship during the meeting with Rutte, he just seems so close to figuring out that is not the case.
A lot. About getting this thing done. And I always hang up saying, well, that was a nice phone call. And then missiles launched into Kiev or some other city. It's strange. And after that happens, 3 or 4 times you say, the talk doesn't mean anything.
And actually, with that, you have a Kremlin spokesperson saying the U.S. president's statements are very serious. Some of them are addressed personally to President Putin, and adding, we certainly need time to analyze what was said in Washington, and if and when President Putin deems it necessary, he will definitely comment. And then, as far as the response in the United States, many on both sides of the aisle, they remain supportive of Ukraine. And the very key thing is that because Europe is paying for the weapons, Trump has been able to play this off as America first for a lot of his supporters. Though that is not universally the case, especially among the most hardcore MAGA rappers. For example, Marjorie Taylor Greene criticizing the idea of selling weapons to Ukraine as a betrayal of the promise to end U.S. involvement in foreign war, saying, this is what we campaigned on. This is what I promised also to my district. This is what everybody voted for, and I believe we have to maintain the course. And that is either like Steve Bannon going after the move on his podcast, suggesting that Zelensky's, quote, #1 priority is drawing Trump deeper into the conflict. So a lot of play, a lot of big moves, a lot of big shifting, and we'll wait to see how it plays out. I gotta pass the question on to you. What are your thoughts here? Then, next up in the news, we gotta talk about how Trump's tariffs have actually led to a surge of income for the federal government. But in return, you and I have gotten inflation and a higher cost of goods. And that is according to the federal government's own stats. So still, you have the Trump administration trying to pitch this as a massive win for the government, with Peter Navarro, who's an economist at Council Trump, saying on ABC News,
we're collecting about $5 billion in tariffs a week, and the numbers are going up. We've collected over $100 billion in tariffs since President Trump took office. Those help us cut our taxes, reduce our debt, and they act as a tariff wall to bring home investment.
Taking in $100 billion from tariffs, it's very significant, and it marks the first time the government has done so, which also means it had a $27 billion budget surplus for the month, which also means that the tariffs are becoming a significant part of the federal budget. But reportedly, that's also coming at a very real cost, with the federal government's own consumer price index report showing that inflation rose to 2.7% between June of 2024 and June of 2025. Now there, I'll say that is considerably less than the peak inflation that we saw during COVID-19, but it dramatic rise since Trump took office. And another notable thing is that the pace of inflation is rising. It was expected that prices would go up by about 2.4% across the year, but instead we had 2.7%. And while that may not seem like a lot on the surface, it's like a 13% jump from expectations. And then what's really concerning is that 2.7 number, it includes things like food and energy, which are notoriously volatile. Also with this, I'll say, core inflation is often seen as a better measure for how much prices are actually shifting, and that number ends up being even worse. It's at 2.9%, and then imagining those numbers across the time span of a year, I mean, that can feel abstract. So let's shrink it down. Across just the month of May, prices went up by 0.1%. In June alone, that accelerated 2.3%. The Trump's tariffs wind up being blamed for the jump, although supporters of this administration have denied that tariffs had an inflationary effect at all. I mean, you've seen takes out there like tariffs or taxes. They don't cause inflation. They remove money from circulation. Businesses will either eat the cost increases and take the market hit, or they will let sales decline. Pie doesn't grow, only the tax burden. A lot of people seem to think that inflation is only when there is more money in circulation, but that's not the case. At its most fundamental level, and this is according to the International Monetary Fund, inflation measures how much more expensive a set of goods and services has become over a certain period, usually a year. And that it can be for a variety of factors, such as a flood of cash lowering how much a dollar can buy and leading companies to raise prices, or from a huge tax on items, like in the case of the tariff. Then with that, even the New York Times showing how Trump's tariffs are directly tied to inflation, since the only product category that had significant price increases were goods, which are the things affected by tariffs. And it's also notable that the reason we didn't see this before was because Trump's tariffs just weren't really enforced yet after months of delays. So that's bad news on its own, but Trump might be particularly annoyed because it likely means that there's going to be a showdown with the Federal Reserve. And Trump has long been trying to get the bank to lower interest rates, arguing that they'll help the U.S. government pay down deficits. What we've seen is that the Federal Reserve has been reluctant to move on them at all, which is why Trump has been bashing Jerome Powell, who heads the Fed, and saying things like this yesterday.
Jerome Powell's been very bad for our country. We should have the lowest interest rate on earth, and we don't. He just refuses to do it, and yet he's spending $2.5
Check weapons and gear. We're holding for deployment.
The Federal Reserve says we have no inflation. We have cash flowing in. We're free. And secondly, I can tell you, I don't need 5,000 people working for me behind the scenes like Jerome Powell to tell them what he's doing. Because they got it wrong.
Tariffs have had zero impact on inflation, interest rates grown,
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Station, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the Warzone is authorized.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
There are a number of things that are especially when you're so we'll wait to see how all of this the bigger question. How does it
Resurgence.
is anything regarding prices?
Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Killed to bring them back fast.
Then there's more news to talk about. First, shout out to Anna. The first is the extra position. Data broker. Most major long-term now buying a personal data broker and getting more. Most now. One of the reasons why I use today's sponsor is because they fight back against nonsense by removing the personal information. Name, address, phone number, shopping address, even information about your home. Basically, how do you make so moving yourself manually into some bureaucratic else because the it handles it automatically. Now, with our limited and family analytics plan, you can flag any frequent full search sites like how do you take care of that.
Squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
See how much value is
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Simple flag the
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
ahead of the problem before it gets clear. All you gotta do is just scan the QR code or enter economy.com/Franco and use code Franco gets 60% 20% off. That's Cosme.com/Branko, code to Branko to take your personal data off the market. So next up in the news, we have to talk about how the Supreme Court just handed Trump a massive win and cleared the way for him to make massive cuts to the education department that functionally allows him to dismantle the
Bounty target marked. Kill them all.
He wants to eliminate the department entirely, but acknowledge that he can't do so without an act of Congress. So instead, he wants to do as much damage as possible.
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until you stop the free your life. You have reinforcements inbound.
He announced that he needs to be firing 1,300
Your squad mate's back on station.
We're talking about putting nearly a third of the entire department, which is already the smallest in the federal government, with only about 4,000 employees before Trump took the J. Then also fired as well as the employees who were given offers to resign. So actually, when taken all together, the department workforce was actually cut down to about half of its size. Then, about a week after McMahon announced the layoffs, you had Trump signing executive orders running for the quote, take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education and return authority over education to the states and local communities while ensuring the effective delivery of services, programs, and benefits on which Americans rely. Trump, the next day, announced that he was moving the education department function.
Enemy dropping into the AR. Inbound. All bounty targets, AIA. Well done.
School districts, more than 20 states suing the administration and asking the federal government to order of the rules to layoff. They're arguing that Trump's actions were illegal because they prevented the education department from carrying out responsibilities that Congress literally mandated under federal law. They claim that the administration's plan would functionally shut down the education department, which is unconstitutional because only Congress has the power to get rid of agencies. And in May, you had the federal judge receiving the case ruling in their favor, issuing a preliminary injunction that temporarily blocked the administration from carrying out
the buy station before time runs out to get a discounted item.
Clear that the Trump administration's true intention is to effectively dismantle the department. The judge added that he agreed with the argument that it would cause irreparable harm for financial uncertainty.
Enemy UAVs online.
Services to the most vulnerable population. And then last month, the federal
why didn't I switch to my sub?
agency not eliminating it entirely, claiming that overreach and Trump's executive powers, right as the Constitution invests the executive branch constitutional report with the authority to make judgments about how many employees are needed to carry out agency statutory functions. The plaintiffs argued facts that the federal judge explicitly said that the administration
loadout drop headed your way.
Argument that it had not eliminated the education department.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Precision airstrike ready for task.
Plays out because if the court ultimately determined that the actions had been illegal all along, it would be too late.
Copy that, Longbow 3-1 on station. How do I get that?
Still, when you ended up seeing with the majority of the Supreme Court ruling in favor of the Trump administration, temporarily allowing Trump officials to move forward with dismantling the department and employees while courts decide whether or not it's illegal to dismantle the department and fire 1,300 employees. And as is common with these kinds of emergency applications,
got 10 squads active in the field.
Writing that Trump is really taking unilateral action created by Congress and President targeting the decision is indefensible because it effectively gives the President the authority to repeal statutes by firing all that is necessary to carry them out, and claiming that this amounts to a dramatic expansion of presidential powers that
contract failed. You'll have to be faster than that, soldier. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Your objective is simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
Right now, it does appear that the ruling has to be just further the White House spokesperson cheering on the state, but the court will once again recognize what radical district court judges refuse to accept as head of the executive branch as an absolute constitutional authority to direct and manage its agencies and officers. The Supreme Court ruling also comes as the Education Department is now facing a fresh lawsuit from nearly 2 dozen states, which assume the agency for withholding almost $7 billion in funds already allocated by Congress. And this is significant, right? The money that they're withholding amounts to 14%.
Your squad mates are free deployed. Well done. That's pretty clever. Back on station. Go get after it.
Program. It's like every 3-year low-cost after-school program for kids.
Get to the safe zone.
As well, self-paid for.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Language learning and other necessary programs. Specifically, those funds were supposed to be distributed to before the Education Department told only conduct a review to make sure that the funding was in line with priorities. Notably, a lot of this, the opposite but it's saying that they were investigating whether any of the funding had been used to finance a, quote, radical left-wing agenda. And that would indicate how long those funds might be released. And their lawsuit is like,
stand by for redeployment.
Violating the Constitution by exceeding the powers of the executive branch with holding funds that Congress approved. And that is, they also accuse Trump officials of illegally violating federal laws and federal funding process, including one advance of the
squad mates back on station. Good work.
And also, beyond that, the suit alleges that there are very serious practical implications here that could impact
all bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Funds would have after-school services and other programs for 1.4 million children nationally. That's nearly 20% of all students who participate in those programs, most of whom come from lower-income households. In a lot of rural areas, those after-school programs are the only option for those vulnerable families to lose access to after-school programs for money released. And that is, that some states school starts back again in a few weeks. And beyond that, the states also claim that the funding freezes cause chaos for school districts and could impact hundreds of thousands of adult learners in high school enrollment. But counterpoint, who needs learning? And who cares about poor people? Poor people learning is DEI. Everyone knows this, right? Is that part of the argument? We'll have to wait and see, though. Understand?
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Then, shifting gears from that is we're beginning to wind down today's show. And I want to talk to you about Carolina. You've probably never heard of Carolina. She's a 26-year-old woman from Germany who recently took a trip to Australia. General her, the capital of the state of Western Australia. Then, she went missing. Next days, radio silence over Carolina's family in the area.
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
12 days, Carolina was missing in the night, down freezing temperatures. Then, makes an
enemy counter UAV inbound.
Saw her alongside a road, looking fragile but alive. Explaining everything in this bush was very risky. She can't believe that she survived. She had no shoes on, she wrapped her foot up. Carolina, she was rapid.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. Enemy UAV overhead. Head to the safe zone. It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy is on site. 10 were left.
She got lost. Since she wasn't exactly prepped for a hike across the wilderness.
Fire sales over. Adjusting prices.
Jessica's bureau, the acting executive, that after speaking with her, that there was a point when she had luckily she got the good ending, and she was a hero of brought into the Western Australia community that stepped up to make that hope a reality. And we're incredibly grateful that she was found safe, and obviously this is a huge relief for her family and all of her loved ones. And notably, that gratitude was echoed by Carolina herself, who said, previously I didn't know where my place was, and I culture on the other side of the world was my own, but now I feel a part of it. Western Australia has taught me what it really means to be part of a true community. Here, humanity, solidarity, and care for one another are what truly matter. And in the end, that's what counts most. And so, hey, a little good news story for you, a good ending, and otherwise, dumpster fire news cycle. That, my friend, you beautiful bastard, is where today's show is going to end. But hey, remember, if you haven't watched it yet, definitely check out. I uploaded 2 videos today, and I'll link to it here, and it's going to be part of the outro part. Diving into Trump and Epstein versus MAGA. Tim Miller joins us. And then also, too, either way, I'll see you tomorrow. And of course, remember, I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Get safe out there, stay sane out there, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Rude, and I really wouldn't rather have you any other way. But starting with Trump and Epstein versus MAGA is crazier than you think, featuring Tim Miller. Right, we had Tim Miller from Political Work coming on. Why are you texting me, people? Their first time. It was really cool to see so many of you on the comments welcoming me because in the past, like people that watch the show came on the show. Secondly, really like those bonus videos. By the way, those interviews are going to be
what is this we call it?
Links into the script. Right now we're calling it In Good Faith with Philip Brainerd on Spotify. If you follow us there, please do give us 5 stars and podcast. And as far as the full name, like $200 million for a full media. We can't help those events. Spending priorities are horrendous. Lose your health coverage over the know that at least you or they are ice more money than most militaries in the world. Sending random nannies' faces into the ground and clearing out, I guess, Home Depot parking lots. You know, the most dangerous criminals. He also had I saying, the GOP last week, release the files. The GOP this week, protect the files. Which there, I would say, to be fair, GOP politicians, I mean, we'll have to see what the end game is and where all roads lead, but I have seen a decent sizable chunk of Republicans speaking out against Trump here. I mean, it's part of the reason today he's lashing out at them, calling them weaklings, calling them tax supporters. He called them stupid. You know, I understand why people out there are like spamming, oh, we fell for it again, award memes, but I also think Democrats and the left need to leave enough room open to allow people to at least migrate towards the middle, if not onto their side. And again, you know, if you've been reveling in this, I'm not gonna villainize you or even like talk down to you. Because I mean, one thing it is to feel like the thing that you've been warning other people about for the past fucking 4 years play out. And during that time, a lot of these folks would treat you like you're crazy. Go, oh, you're suffering from TDS. But I mean, looking at the relationship with Trump and then abusive person gaslighting something. Unfortunately, like if you've ever had that, born like into their relationship. That playing out, they usually do kill the message. Later, after they realize, oh shit, you were right, is the ability for them to find a way or change. It's not guaranteed, and especially I think in a world where for the past decade to think that not just fucking matter. But they don't call them Teflon Don. It hasn't really stuck till now, so seeing it kind of stick here. All this harks back to the conversation I had with Miller yesterday. I believe this idea of, I think Democrats really need to take the opportunity to, go, hey, look, two-faced, hypocrites, lying, but also find ways to connect that and other failings to what they can actually do for the people. Because as shitty as Trump's polling is right now, especially with him turning on a huge chunk of his base, Democrats, it's not looking great. Other guy bad, even historically bad, cannot be the whole book. And I know we all don't have attention spans anymore, but I very much agree with the comment here. It's going to take decades, if not a century, to undo all the harm that's been done in the last 7 months alone. And I'm not saying that's the specific timeline. I'm saying that it is bigger than a 4-year election cycle. It is bigger than the 2-year election cycles. It is bigger than even just the next decade. Progress is not a straight line. Mistakes happen, but lessons have to be learned. I've been wrong, you've been wrong. I've been tricked before, you've been tricked before. Who we are as individuals and who we are as a fucking country, it comes down to, do we learn lessons and how do we proceed from there? But hey, that's just this one guy's thoughts, and whether you agree or you disagree or you have any thoughts about today's show, I'd love to hear you in those comments down below. I think that makes sense. But that, my friend, you beautiful bastard, is the end of today's show. If you haven't missed last night's episode and or bonus video, definitely check that out. I got a link down below. But of course, I'll see you right back here tomorrow. So I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Stay safe out there, stay sane out there, and I'll see you then.
I think I'm gonna grind this one out real
Talk about all
quick.
that and even more on today's brand new Philip Franco Show, your daily guide into the news, starting with this. Best fired Maureen Comey. One just so happens to be the daughter of idiot. Another guy, you may have heard of him, I don't know, Jeffrey Epstein. With this, appearing to be yet another nothing to see here moment from the Trump administration as the backlash to its handling of the Epstein case is just getting louder and louder. And as far as why Maureen Comey was ousted, the reason for her dismissal wasn't made clear, though she reportedly learned of her firing via a letter that cited Article 2 of the Constitution, which outlines the powers of the president. With sources also telling CNN that her being a Comey was just untenable under this administration, given the, we'll call it beef, but it's so much more than that, between Trump and her dad. Right? I mean, among other things, you had Trump firing Comey in 2017, an investigation into the Trump campaign in Russia. So a bit of a, like, father-like daughter. Right for a while now, having the FBI is now even recently the man who Trump has also tried to blame on the Epstein fallout with claiming that he, Obama, Biden, and others actually wrote the Epstein files that people have been demanding. Though Trump's panicky finger-pointing there has done very little to satisfy his MAGA base. Also with this, as far as what Marine's role was in prosecuting Epstein, she was one of the prosecutors who was charged back in 2019 for sex trafficking, though of course he died in prison while awaiting trial. And that is, Marine also prosecuted Associate Elaine Maxwell, who was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison. No, Maxwell is appealing that. And actually, because actually says appeal, last year you had Marine Comey asking the judge to decline the public release of Epstein-related records, arguing that it would interfere with a possible retrial. And then again, as it wasn't the only high-profile case that she was involved in, she was also the lead prosecutor in the Diddy case, which ended in him getting convicted, but he had smaller charges and put it on the more serious one. You know, still, at least prior to the Trump administration, firing prosecutors in her position was a pretty rare move. To wit that you actually had the New York Times noting that Maureen's firing, it raises the possibility that Ms. Comey is being set up as a scapegoat as the administration fights to move past the scandal. And all of this is on the other side, right? As far as Comey, while she has not publicly addressed her firing, Politico did obtain a letter that she sent to her colleagues addressing the news, which said, "Yesterday was unexpectedly my last day in office. Every person lucky enough to work in this office constantly hears 4 words to describe our ethos: without fear or favor. Do the right thing.
Deadly force has been approved.
Without fear, without favor, without fear, maybe without a career prosecutor decision.
All right, let's call this duty.
Tyrant here, you will learn to the heart of the
Up yours.
Justice for victims. Dedication.
Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint located.
Good effect.
Either she was fired because she's James Comey's daughter.
Hardpoint active.
Get down, frag!
Hardpoint locked down.
Throwing stun.
Enemy care package above.
Tagged him. Tossing Semtec. Enemy grenade.
Enemy has established chopper gunner above.
Wasted.
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Hostile stun. Sniper removed.
Let's call this duty. Whoa, put me in a gun.
Sure that the American people can have confidence.
Hardpoint is secure.
Incoming stun.
Hardpoint located. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Semtec down.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Trophy system was eliminated.
Eat this player. Get down.
Enemy CUAV inbound.
Actually,
That's 5 kills.
What the hell is going on? We're just at this point where it seems like every single hour there's a on the Epstein door hoping that's going to finally open up. Today, all we've seen so far is
Hardpoint identified. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. They're walking all over you. Have some contact. Hardpoint is active.
Hostile concussion spotted.
Enemy grenade.
Hardpoint is secure.
Get a UAV on grid. More like Seth Rowe gun. Come on, that's pretty clever. Semtex incoming!
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Grenade incoming!
Hard point located.
Tossing Semtex! Enemy grenade!
Hard point active. Hard point locked down. Hostile counter UAV established above. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostiles have the hard point.
If you've seen any photos over the past few days, you may have noticed something, namely a pair of oddly swollen ankles. Which then led to some speculating.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Net call. Enemy watchdog helo inbound. Hard point identified.
Semtex out!
Hard point is active. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point locked down.
They're so desperate to escape.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Face it, kill team. They were best in
One news for you. First, let me say, have you ever read the ingredients in your dog's food? What a transition, I know, but I asked because the chicken byproduct eel flavor, it's not a food because of the warning sign. Let's be honest.
Let that be a fucking blessing!
The reason we haven't looked back is great by a bag of tired of the process, pretty talented. Plus, and I love this shelf stating no fridge, no freezer, no prep, just scoop, serve, and you feel like a 5-star chef in under 10 seconds. Again, it makes a difference. Better digestion, shinier coats, more energy. I mean, even the senior dogs, they start to have good dogs. And if you are, go to sundaysfordogs.com/bill for 50% off the first order. That's half off. Your dog likes to get excited about it. For real this time. And then next up in the news, Senate Republicans just under their own power to Trump. Early this morning, you have the Senate narrowly passing a bill that sends $9 billion in funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting that Congress itself approved in a bipartisan agreement just a few months ago. And this coming at the request of President Trump, who went through the formal process of submitting what's known as a rescission bill to claw back Congress compensatory agreement. I feel like I can't emphasize enough how incredibly significant this is. But rescission bills are incredibly rare and usually unsuccessful because Congress doesn't want to federal spending. This is the first time this is happening. Which is why you have experts saying this just shows how willing Republicans are to bend Trump's bill to work to exert control over federal power. And just further, this process, two Republican senators, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, Democrats voted against the bill, though it ultimately passed 51-48. Congress to assert constitutional authorities over federal spending, and Murkowski and Collins argued that the Trump administration is failing to provide enough information about exactly the impact by the classical legislation. Very notably, however, by several other members, including Senators Tom Tillis and Tillis, getting away as far as to say,
if we find out that some of these programs that we've communicated should be out of bounds, that advisors to the president decide that they're going to cut anyway, then there will be a reckoning for that. I suspect we're going to find out that
Capture underway.
We're going to regret second order effects, and I suspect that when we do, we'll have to come back and fix it.
Then,
enemy tactical.
Anyway, seemingly admitting that they don't know what the bill is.
Losing C.
Again, just further.
We control zone C.
Not only will Republicans give up their power in the first place,
all right.
do so without
Let me call this duty.
Now, would I say, well, bills are unclear. about USAID report from a month effectively eliminated the agency. You're looking at things like emergency disaster relief, food aid.
Beginning capture.
That certain food and global health programs were spared.
All right, let's call this duty.
Take
it
Enemy tactical.
Broadcasting strikes of multiple propaganda and our bias against conservatives. And like the foreign aid cuts, the slash in public media just out of executive actions that Trump has already taken. And then look at this as far as Democrats. Bill, and they kind of get many of the same arguments that they made these cuts for months.
Hostiles are resupplying. I'm on the objective.
Nice, got the objective.
Heads up. Hostile care package inbound. Securing B. Losing B.
Nice, got the objective.
Did it really hit that angle and come back at me? That's crazy.
Lost B.
Throwing Semtex.
Bravo underway.
Tactic sniper working.
Bravo zone secure.
Target down. Spotted enemy spring mine. Incoming enemy tactical.
SATCOM, commence watchdog helo mission. Deploying Archangel. We've taken control.
Semtex out.
Losing B. Bravo lost.
And we're trying to get some idea of how many people might get impacted.
Hostile spring mine.
Enemy scout pulse detected. Rocket down Bravo.
American households could public housing subsidy. And without assistance, many of those people might be able to pay their rent, so they'd be able to report.
Enemy stunned.
That said, as far as spoilers of time, they are
That's pretty clever.
You've fallen behind.
Throwing stun.
Why didn't I slide back? Oh, because I was reloading.
Taking Bravo underway.
Fuck.
Tactical front.
There's from the front you can do it too? I didn't know that.
Especially because to be clear, the compliment is only from it doesn't necessarily mean that it's guaranteed that, but there's obviously then I got more news for you.
Foot patrol. Threat clear. Sooner or later, I always get payback.
Rocket down Bravo.
Enemy is hostile spotted. Target eliminated. Watch out! Grenade. Shit! Sniper! Duck! Let's get this show on the road.
Take that QR code or go to bessie.com/.
Scout pulse going up.
Then, next up in the news, I gotta start working out. Those are the famous words uttered by
Eyes on hostile concussion. Trophy system online. Enemy tactical. System was eliminated.
Alright, let's call this dude. Take it B.
Business executives,
Hostiles are resupplied.
With that, of course,
Take a Bravo underway.
Capturing. Protect my incoming flashback.
Enemy CUAV inbound.
Tactical. Front.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Take it B.
Incoming Semtex.
Mark it down, Bravo. Security.
You got a problem with your eyes? Looking down the area. Watch enemy grenade.
Exercising less and driving the modern obesity crisis. With an important note being it's not just about how much you eat, but it's the amount that you're eating that matters as well. The study
Another body.
Mark it down, Bravo.
Box one. Watch your fire! Incoming strike. It's a start.
Part of why exercise is so good for us. You know, for you, it's
enemy tactical. Good effect. Impact grenade. Semtex strong. Watch out! Grenade. Trophy up and running. Armed it.
Losing Bravo.
Is obese. You know, the final thing that I'll touch on here is someone that has lost around 100 pounds over the last 4 years. I will say to you, I think both physical activity and
spotted enemy spring.
Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? You better step up.
For me, all that physical activity is...
I'll take this. Don't let them get enemy grenade. Right side. Activating scout pulse.
Guess I chose the wrong people.
Pins and assholes were a step ahead today.
He says that he remembers learning how to read music before work. So Ricardo is saying music has been with me all my life. I grew up with it. I was always practicing. It's just a way for me to connect with people.
Kill.
He grew up with
Positivizing enemy.
Ricardo describing the injury in that day, getting inside my spinal cord and caused my spinal cord to come. So emergency surgery that night. From that day, I'm in a chair. You know, being paralyzed wasn't going to perform to work to recover enough core strength to play again. Except not being able to move his legs, it meant that he couldn't use the foot pedals. Ricardo was explaining from classical music, which is what I do. 80% of the music requires the damper pedal, the right pedal of the piano, and obviously I couldn't use it. So I was sad, and it was just a function. And he that could help him press the pedals without the use of his legs, but nothing ended up working the way that he needed it. So instead, he ended up designing a new tool himself with an engineer friend from Edmonton, a device that allows you to activate the pedal through a mount splinter. Right? So Ricardo could all of a sudden just bite down to change the piano's resonance instead of using the pedal. And with that, explaining it's so much bigger than him, saying it's a huge win for music, and it's a huge win for accessibility music and equality of opportunity. Now, people with disabilities have the potential for performing on stage and on a professional level, which is something that has never been done before. Right? So they named the device Resonate, and using it, Ricardo was actually recently able to perform with the Edmonton Symphony Orchestra. We've been playing in 3 concert performances for anime and concert over 2 days, and saying it's been a dream come true for me to be able to perform with a full symphony orchestra on stage after my injury in my wheelchair. I had an incredible feeling. It went really well. The audience responded not as at a classical concert where the audience was more composed, which made the energy coming from the audience amazing. But again, a big key thing here is that Resonate isn't exclusive to Ricardo. He has now reportedly received inquiries from all over the world from people just like him and others with disabilities interested in learning the piano. And in fact, they've already done pre-sales and they're moving into the manufacturing phase of the first production run. Ricardo explaining there, the stories that come with each individual are so unique, and it really warmed my heart every time because I understand. When I first got injured and looked out there and there was nothing that would help me to go back and play the piano and everybody was doing it, it really crushed me. And very interestingly, they're taking this piece of hope beyond just the piano. Reportedly, they're planning on adapting the design for other instruments like drums and even things outside of the music space like sewing machines and pottery wheels. So Ricardo, you and everyone working on this, you are our BAMs of the day, not only because of what you were able to overcome yourself, but for making the solution available to so many others. Thank you for being a bright light in what otherwise feels like a dark dumpster fire. With that, my friends, it brings us to the end of today's show. With that, I'll say there's been a lot of things you definitely know about, so if this one episode, definitely check us out. You can start with last night's show if you missed it, or
No witnesses. Securing zone A.
See you right back here on Stay safe out there. Stay safe out there.
More like Seth Rogen.
Losing B.
The interest of the case history here growing as the pressure has been as well. So that is we're actually going to get
securing Alpha. Lockdown A. Locking down Bravo.
Whatever there,
Using A.
Hostile marksman in our area.
It really is not. So I'll tell you another former federal prosecutor saying it's not like the FBI investigators figured out about Maxwell. People want the entire file from however long. I guess just in other words, get your lead and feel right. Of course, you know that very well to be a guy, but so now wait to see what comes. Especially for all keep your eyes on this gossip the Wall Street Journal, which in case you missed it, it came out this after the Thursday show. The Wall Street Journal reported let's call that super sus birthday card to Epstein back in
Enemy UAV inbound.
compiled letter, dozens of friends, birthday.
Sniper working.
We reported that letter and was drawn of a woman with a signature on the care. And also, we were Trump and Epstein that we ended
Semtex out.
So there you go, Trump denied the authenticity of the letter, saying it's a fake thing, it's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. Don't draw pictures of women. It's not my language. It's not my word. Even though there is substantial evidence that Trump, I guess, wrote quite a few pictures in his life, he still
Eyes on enemy.
Standing by.
Operator establishing score streak.
But I said, well, we wait to see how things play out. There are two big things to be made. Very interestingly, so we announced from the bag base, it was actually
calling in score streak.
Because this report appears to actually push them back amongst more good times. A bunch of people that have been criticizing him, asking more questions, not liking him.
Toss in Semtex. Concussion grenade out.
Operator establishing score streak.
Watchdog Kilo incoming on your location. Losing Bravo.
Alright, let's call this duty.
That said, it doesn't mean the situation around FD this morning, people like Mark are going to agree to find it,
using scout pulse.
Support you for deep state treasonous crimes, election interference, blackmail, witch power,
when I got cocky, didn't you?
not. No going back. No longer all of that is being number of media lawsuits. Previous one being settled, and experts saying this is a very dangerous situation.
Take out that watchdog Elo.
Operator establishing score.
Everyone involved here, they win.
Using stun. Target ID.
Alright, let's call this duty.
Watchdog Elo in my sights. Semtex out.
If you're not familiar, back in 2020, the NFL team based in Washington, D.C. announced it was going to drop its incredibly named Redskins during a broader push to increase challenge. So they've had especially awkward in for a period of time. You know, honey's
That's pretty clever.
Heads down. Sniper workers.
Alright, let's call this duty.
But also, he did more than socialize
Send in Semtex.
I won't make a deal for them, but they'll just medium and launch. What he's referring to there is
Taking
Toss in
Bravo underway.
Operator establishing score streak.
I was fucking single. I don't need down
Semtex out.
also a big way to support higher.
Oi, that was too fucking close.
Criticism like and actually again, like the commanders from very loud.
Initiating objective control. Impact grenade.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
What he doesn't understand is that if he changed the name back to the Indians, he might actually win an election. Indians would be very Indians rated.
Trophies up.
Calling in score streak. Operator establishing score.
Bravo zone secure.
Years ago, but obviously it's a decision we made. We got
Pull your head out of your ass. Sorry, mate. Broke your streak.
now we'll have to wait to see the front go, especially because this president.
Hostile marksman in our AO.
Genuine effort, if not some especially if you're a football, baseball, indoors specifically. And then I've got that first. You know how like Death was designed.
Next stuff.
Activating scout pulse.
Calling in Score Street.
Flashbang incoming! Send in Semtex! Not this time, you son of a bitch!
Alright, let's call this one.
We're winning. Keep it up.
The judges ruling against White House. The White House will eventually define or frustrating court oversight. The sheer scale of this administration's unprecedented standoff with judicial and
Losing Bravo.
Kobe.
Losing B.
Kobe.
Target appears hostile! Toss in Semtex!
Losing Bravo.
Heads down! Sniper working!
Operator establishing Score Street.
The DOJ will need to consider any such court order. I did not suggest that there would be to consider.
Hostile flashbang!
Well, did you suggest telling the courts fuck you in any way?
Since that's never the girl messages were like
Semtex out!
colleague today after the meeting in which he apparently lamented, yes, we are going to say fuck you to the court.
Spring mine! Hostile marksman in our AO!
Let's call this duty.
Toss in Semtex!
So glad I don't have to run here with all you. We're scaring you around.
Feel that? They're about to break. Give them a nudge.
What level?
More like 7, bro. Good.
Knows there are bands for
Semtex incoming!
Locking down Charlie. They left us done. Proceed to extract Crimson.
Adler's lot are on the run. Solid job, Crimson.
Whoa! Hostile sighted! What are you talking about? That's impossible! I'll be there saying, you undead son of a bitch! What the hell is going on?
Some of that could be due to the courts just traditionally being slow to act, especially when appeals are ongoing. But also, legal analysts telling the Post that the judges are also likely to be concerned that the U.S. Marshal Service, whose director is appointed by the president, they might not serve ordered to by the court. So now it just looks like we're watching this whole war play out between the executive and the judiciary. The reason the final tally next up is huge international news. Israel just launched a major assault on essentially the last part of Gaza that hadn't been flattened yet, and the international backlash was huge. There are now over 2,000 Western nations calling out Israel's inhumane killing of civilians and saying the war must end now. It started with this latest attack. We've seen airstrikes and tanks and soldiers hitting a city in the middle of Gaza called Deir el-Balah. And importantly, it was one of the few parts of Gaza where Israel hasn't conducted a major ground operation that's now 21-month war against Hamas. And that is partly because the country is suspected that the group might be holding at least some of the remaining hostages there. And that, possibly including the 20 or so who are believed to be still alive. But either way, the result has been that the city is basically the last remaining area of Gaza that hasn't suffered absolutely devastating damage. With there being more buildings still standing there than in other parts of the Strip, including warehouses, health clinics, and a key desalination plant serving southern Gaza. And all of that leading to tens of thousands of displaced Palestinians taking shelter there, while the UN and other humanitarian agencies have also relocated key parts of their operations to the area. But over the weekend, you had the IDF issuing forced evacuation orders affecting between 50,000 to 80,000 people. There, you had the UN warning in a statement that any damage to this infrastructure will have life-threatening consequences. And also noting that the latest offensive brings the total area of Gaza under displacement orders or within Israeli militarized zones to almost 88%, which means that more than 2 million civilians are squeezed into a fragmented 12% of the Strip where essential services have collapsed. What we're seeing is the situation going from bad to worse. Right? Even without considering the potential fallout from the new offensive, experts say more than 1.5 million people in Gaza, 2/3 of the pre-war population, are at risk of severe malnutrition or starvation. You've got the UN World Food Program saying Gaza's hunger crisis has reached new levels of desperation. Malnutrition is surging with 90,000 women and children in urgent need of treatment and nearly 1.3 not eating for days. And to that point, it's
Two more contacts are hospital.
Children have recently died from hunger over just 1.4 hours.
Hospital captured the hard point. Hard point is secure. Hospital has the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hospital captured the hard point.
I couldn't see.
Nearly 100 people trying to access agents yesterday. It's very big that they're shooting at, but fired warning shots for anything is similar to what's been said in other cases as well. Breakthroughs and even GHF honestly and said otherwise. So in response to all this, you had the UK
hard point and
the war saying the Israeli government
Throwing sentence.
hard point attack. Hostiles at the hard point. Hard point is secure.
Incoming sentence.
Bombs everything all the time. This could undermine what Trump is trying to do.
Hostiles captured the hard
feeling is that every day there is something new. What? Luckily, my frustration is
Molotov! You're walking a thin line, asshole!
Scalp pulse in your AO.
Semtex thrown.
Hard point active.
Mainly to counter Turkey's the Trump administration, they've been focused on supporting the Syrian government. Of course, a disagreement in theory, and this is not work, is part of the
hard point locked down.
There, as reporting, we have not
like Seth Rowe gun.
I'm a friend, you for today's show is going to have said, because in the end, let me give you a little something. And that is actually this week, if you're already subscribed, make sure you have all notifications. Thank you for watching. Stay safe out there. Stay sane out there.
Hostile Semtex.
Nice. All right. Pull it ahead. Let's go.
That was a test. You failed.
Hard point attack. Hostiles have the hard point.
Scrambler disabled.
Damn it, we've lost the lead.
Incoming Semtex. You started it.
Hard point is secure.
Please, now hold. Hard point located.
Arguably the biggest
Nice, got the objective.
There's also this weird disturbing moment that happens.
Hard point active.
On the move. The big effects that young boys have for themselves is
Hostiles have captured the hard point. All right, let's call this duty. Hard point locked down. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostiles at the hard point. Hard point is secured. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point identified. Hard point is active.
That's where we are right now. We're going to have to wait and see what happens.
Hostiles at the hard point.
Boys said they're going to now have someone on, I guess, next week that has the opposite point of view. So very interested to see what they think of where that lands between displaced, starving, obviously, wild.
Hard point is secure.
Today,
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Flashbang. Hostile incendiary.
Hard point locked down. Hostiles at the hard point. Come on, you're losing this fight.
Throwing Semtex.
Hard point is secure. Hard point located.
Incoming flashbang.
More like Seth's own gun. That's pretty clever. Hard point active. Hard point locked down. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Molotov.
All right, let's call this duty.
You got a problem with your eyes?
Hostiles at the hard point.
Got the sniper. Let's move.
Hard point locked down.
Scout standing by.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
You're walking a thin line, asshole.
Hostiles at the hard point. Hard point is secured. Hardpoint active.
Using scout pulse.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Shock charge identified.
Hardpoint is secure. Let's go. Watch out below inbound. Got the objective.
answer is in here.
Semtex out.
More like sirrrrrr. Come on.
No medals for second place. Touch those dirtbags. Enemy UAV inbound.
More like sirrrrrr.
Enemy destroyed your position stand.
That's pretty clever.
Semtex strong.
Hardpoint located.
Watch your fire. Clear. Sniper is down.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hardpoint active. CIA's a bunch of proud bastards. They won't forget this.
Is the party already over?
Who's laughing now? Me. Actually, I laughed.
Engage the tango. Enemy is down. It feels right.
So actually, with that, yesterday when Senators Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and Ron Wyden released statements demanding anti-Trump justice team. These reports raise fresh questions about corruption and Trump policy makers for agencies and control. Now, reporting suggests that a secret side deal was guided public services missions worth between $15 million and $20 million that support conservative causes supported by President Trump. The senators and acting Skydance CEO David Ellison to answer questions regarding whether Skydance's actions comply with federal anti-bribery laws, including about the contents of the secret deal with President Trump, whether the deal's participants discussed the Paramount Skydance transaction, and whether Skydance executives were involved in the decision to cancel the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. For now, we'll have to fully wait to see what an untethered Stephen Colbert does with his show over the next few months, as well as what happens to others. I mean, there's been talk about what's happening with Jon Stewart's career in The Daily Show. Of course, if anything comes from the calls for investigations, though there I wouldn't hold my breath given who has happened. And then next up, in huge Trump Epstein news, Ghislaine Maxwell might be about to spill her secret. Because this morning, you have Attorney General Pam Bondi announcing that the DOJ is trying to meet her as she is the famous imprisoned Epstein associate. With Bondi posting a statement for Deputy Attorney Todd Blanche saying that he had spoken with Maxwell's lawyers to determine if she was willing to speak with the DOJ and claiming President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. Blanche went on to say that he expects to meet with Maxwell in the coming days, claiming that the DOJ under previous administrations have never tried to speak with her. Very notably here, he also says that the DOJ stands by a statement issued earlier this month asserting that its review of the Epstein files produced no evidence that would warrant prosecution of third parties that have not been charged. And then, in response to the lawyer for Maxwell issuing a statement saying, I can confirm that we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. Adding, we are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. So, of course, with that, it's unclear exactly what a potential interview with Maxwell would look like or public. This is one, it's still notable because it marks yet another instance of it appearing like the bending to pressure as the outrage over handling the case is raging on with seemingly no signs of it dying down anytime soon. Two, this latest announcement comes as there's been a growing number of lawmakers who have been calling for Maxwell to testify about her relationship with Epstein. And that, including some who have called for her to be subpoenaed to appear before Congress. In fact, just hours after Bondi's announcement, we saw that
Domination. Weapons free, people. Lay some hate on them. Securing Charlie.
Hostile Semtex.
Taking Bravo underway. Zone C secure. Lead down. Bravo zone secure.
Drop them. I'm on the objective. I have 5.
Who's Bravo?
Scout pulse going out.
Rocking down Bravo.
On the move.
Target removed. Sniper working.
Hey, don't worry, bud. You're doing...
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
In fact, all
B. Bravo's on.
Nice, got the objective.
Losing B.
You got a problem with your eyes?
Enemy UAV inbound. We lost B.
Semtex out. Tossing concussion. Enemy assault pack.
Take a Bravo underway.
Kind of you to wait around for me. Incoming Semtex.
Take a B.
Watch out! Grenade! Let's get this show on the road.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Mark it down, Bravo.
All right, let's call this dude.
Activating scout pulse.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Send it.
Enemy harp inbound.
Nice, got the objective. Whoa, put me in a gun. All right.
Semtex thrown. Stun out.
That's pretty clever.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Put me in a gun.
Enemy UAV inbound. Enemy harp operational above.
Semtex out. Capture it. Protect my six. Throwing stun. Throwing Semtex.
Take it out.
You started it.
Hellstorm incoming.
Incoming frag.
Enemy napalm strike incoming.
More like 7 rows.
Kind of you to wait around for me. Locking down the area. Watch my 180.
We're losing Charlie. Enemy harp inbound. Mark it down, Bravo. You're zone A.
Semtex thrown. Heads up! Hostile war machine degraded.
Securing B.
All right.
Enemy grenade.
Put me in a gun.
I'll take this. Don't let them get close. Hostile shooter. May the corpse.
Take a Bravo underway. Watchdog Helo incoming on your location.
All right. Let's go.
Operator establishing.
Capture underway.
Established overhead.
Throwing Semtex.
Enemy hard operational above. You're an alpha.
God damn it, I need to turn that fucking alarm off.
Watch out! Grenade!
Secure it, zone A.
That post-election assessment, it never claims that Russia hacked voting systems. It only claims
Beginning capture.
Secure it, B.
I'll take this. Don't let them get close.
Enemy harp inbound.
Watch your fire! Enemy Grim Reaper! Semtex out. Tossing concussion.
So naturally, one of the questions that's in people's heads is, who's getting
War machine, take
Enemy UAV inbound.
Alright, let's call this.
That was a test.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Let's call this.
Losing Bravo. Enemy harp operational above.
Enemy!
Losing Bravo. Enemy UAV inbound.
Yeah, that's the current president.
County trophy system.
Oh, I got on me.
Let's see if this administration, Tulsi Gabbard accusing a former president of treason. Let's see if
What the fuck was my 12? 12 and 4? What the fuck were they doing?
We're not closing this one. Get us the hell out of here.
We're going to be an Epstein world. We're like, wait a minute, treason is conspiracy by a former president. Why isn't the Department of Justice bringing charges? And the answer to that question is that it is a lie.
You know, all of this, it could just be yet another distraction to try to get people to look away from the Trump-Epstein relationship and scandal. It's still very much worth paying attention because even if it really doesn't seem like it does, it does not mean that they probably can make a number of people's lives miserable for a certain period of time. Especially as it has emerged that one of the Trump administration's main tactics is just do something, even if it's going to get stopped eventually. We can break systems and people in the meantime. And then, in other news, in his latest attempt to distract from the Trump-Epstein scandal, Donald Trump just dropped previously classified files on MLK's assassination against the family's wishes. So the National Archives on the word of Donald Trump publishing 6,000 documents with hundreds of thousands of pages relating to the death of Martin Luther King Jr. back in 1960. Officials saying the files include notes on the leads investigators pursued, interviews with people who knew the assassination Earl Ray, previously unreleased details of interactions with foreign intelligence services during the manhunt. And we're talking about upwards of 200,000 pages of documents that were sealed back in 1977. The Department of National Intelligence saying in a statement that the release includes internal FBI memos and never before seen CIA records behind the case killer. But huge, very key thing what was absent from the release was the FBI wiretap recordings of an okay that still remain under court seal until 2027, which is really the big red meat that people have been demanding and wanting. And all of this is, you know, well, Trump did make the promise on the campaign trail to release these files along with those pertaining to the death of JFK and Mark case. This drop yesterday came with no notice, which has lent itself to the argument that this was an obvious attempt to distract from what's happening with Trump and Epstein. But with the release yesterday, you have the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, saying in a statement along with publication yesterday, the American people have waited nearly 60 years to see the full scope of the federal government's investigation into John McCain's assassination. Under President Trump's leadership, we are ensuring that no stone is left unturned and delivering complete transparency on this pivotal.
Dirty Black Ops. Get to work.
We have movement. Throwing Semtex.
We've taken control.
Mark spotted. You're walking a thin line, asshole.
Damn it, we lost the lead.
But also, regardless of the motive behind it, documents actually provide. For example, the author of an award-winning biography saying there was little of public interest in the file.
They're done. Sooner or later, I always get payback.
Send it!
Lead dark.
More like Seth Rowe gun. That's pretty clever. So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. Just carrying me around. All right.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Purple's a pretty cool field. More like Seth Rowe gun. That's pretty clever.
Setting waypoint.
Put me in a gun.
Hostiles are resupplying.
Kill that guy. What the fuck, man?
Hostile marksman got careless.
Hey, watch it. I'm fragile. Purple's a pretty cool field. More like Seth Rowe gun. Come on. That's pretty clever.
Guys, we'll pull it ahead.
Carry me around.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
Semtex thrown.
Send it.
Hostile incendiary.
All right. Let's call this
Semtex out. You started it. Found you. Molotov. Semtex thrown.
That's pretty clever. Whoa, put me in a gun.
Throwing Semtex.
We got the lead. Now hold it.
Smoke.
Fight back, damn it!
All right, let's call this duty. More like Seth's rogue gun. Come on, that's pretty clever.
You got a problem with your eyes?
They're the CIA. You think they were just gonna let you walk all over them?
So remember, got a bonus video and show just 1 month away. That's no worries.
That was a test. You failed. Target ID. Hostile incendiary.
Stay safe out there, stay sane out there, and I'll see you then. Democrats have to fight in the mud on redistricting for the 2026 election. They're going to be stolen from them regardless of how that. Overhead Brian Koberger had to face the families of the victims today, and they helped. This Iron Mouse he showed just crazy, but there is
Hello, Mr.
even more. Franco show you daily time in the news. And actually, a fun announcement. After today's show, go get my new podcast, In Good Faith, with the Franco. Subscribe and listen over on Spotify and Apple. If you like this show, I think you're going to love that show. It's the top link in the description. But that's a really lot to talk about today, starting with this. The Trump-Epstein scandal just continues to grow and grow by the day. With the Wall Street Journal dropping what may be the biggest bombshell yet. Donald Trump is in the Epstein file. Written that, according to senior administration officials who told the outlet that his name appears in it multiple times. In fact, not only that, Trump allegedly knew about it, because they also say that during a routine briefing back in May, where Epstein was not the main focus, Attorney General Pam Bondi and her deputy informed the president that he was in the file. Which is true, means that Trump lied last week when he claimed that Bondi had not told him exactly. And according to the Journal sources, many more people knew about this as well, because reportedly, FBI Director Cash Patel has privately told other government officials the truth. And all of this is the sources say that Trump was also told that many other high-profile figures were named as well, with one official saying it's hundreds of names. But, to be clear, I am not saying, nor does it necessarily mean that Trump abused kids with Epstein. His name is in there. Why it's there or wrongdoing? Well, if this is true, you're going to have many say, well, why did he lie about being told exactly this? More unanswered questions that people are going to fill in the blanks on their own. But this is notably in the report. You had some of the Journal sources adding that they told Trump in the file to see what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump himself. And that is with the White House communications director adding, this is another fake news story, just like the previous story by the Wall Street Journal, referring to the birthday month. But also, the Journal's not the only news outlet that Trump's angry at right now. Donald Trump reportedly saying, "You've got to be kidding me," when he picked up the phone yesterday and CNN was on the other end. Written that because they called to ask him about a handful of newly unearthed photos and video footage that put Trump and Jeffrey Epstein together on several more occasions than were previously known. Starting with this one in 1993, Congress asking
Overdrive!
Target found. done.
Friendship apparently started around 1990 when Epstein bought a property in Mar-a-Lago, and in 1992,
Send it!
Shit! Sniper! Duck!
All right, let's call this duty.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
More like Seth Rowe gun. Come on, that's pretty clever. All right, let's call this duty. More like Seth Rowe gun. Come on, that's pretty clever.
Throwing Semtex.
Hey, don't worry, bud. You're doing
Get called. They both striking back.
Sniper working. Got the sniper. Let's move. I have 5. Using scout pulse. You're walking a thin line, asshole. In the bag. Hostile Semtex. Incoming Semtex.
all right. Let's call this duty. More like Seth Rowe gun.
Watch your fire.
Toby. Wow, that didn't hit a single person.
Whoa, put me in a gun. More like Seth Rowe gun. Come on, that's pretty clever.
Grim Reaper going live.
All right, let's go.
Got a mover.
Enemy UAV inbound.
You're walking a thin line, asshole.
Whoa, put me in a gun. Didn't see that one coming.
Smoke.
What the fuck's going on out there? Tighten up the show spine.
Let's call this duty.
You got a problem with your eyes?
More like Seth Rowe gun. Come on, that's pretty clever.
Semtex go.
I don't believe it's bad luck. Just bad aim. Get to exfil.
So honoring the beautiful, beautiful people they were so on God's eyes. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder when it's we didn't speak back here much anymore.
5 kills. Flashbang incoming.
And then as prison doors slammed shut
We also had other family members focusing on the pain that they felt, the losses in their lives.
My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mohicans are choosing to put our energy and focus on that spirit.
You also had family members said they were
for me to become a better person. Anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, I'm here.
in that last part, it's part of his case, because the motive still remains unknown. I mean, we don't know why these 4 kids were killed. That is big, over declined to speak, and so it's just still this big, disturbing question. But with all this, some of the most talked about statements have come from 2 of the roommates who survived, because there were 2 other people home at the time of the murders, and one said that she heard what sounded like crying from the other room, and she later opened her door and saw a man in black clothes and a mask. Once he left, she began texting another roommate who lived. They also notably didn't call 911 until a friend discovered one of the bodies the next day. But they got with the public today.
You're gonna be alone? Everywhere I went, if something happens, how do I get out? My nervous system never got the message that it was over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but I don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the acquisitions, the exhaustion. What if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away. Even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything. Not even if the paramedics had been right at my door. I hate it and still hate that they're gone, but for some reason, I am stuck here and I got through it. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get through it? And not them. For the longest time, I could not even look at their faces.
And finally, after all the statements, the formerly sentenced co-worker took 4 consecutive life sentences. Told families to sort of release themselves from the families. Well, there was no reason for these crimes. And then you've got more news. Kind of person congratulations. Sponsor Rocket. I mean, I've talked about it before. Instead, I haven't used since 2022. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. With all your accounts in the one dashboard, banking, credit card, savings, so you see everything in one place and you can stop money. Hey, want a budget? You can even negotiate bills for your cable, phone, internet, and other personal finance system that actually knows what it's doing. So it's no surprise that Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved over $5 million in years. $40 a year when it's normally after reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Rocketmoney.com/CDS today. It's Rocketmoney.com/CDS. Democracy right now. You may not have seen it because it's boring. Talking about well, this has been growing for a while now. Exploded over the last few weeks. Back in June, Trump was pushing Texas government legislature one, a big, powerful shift, and two, we see that there's precedent for using gerrymandering in Texas to gain seats in the House. And what do you know, a month after reports came out that Trump talked to Abbott goes, hey, it's July 9th, let's convene a special session, largely meant to address the tragic flooding that killed at least 135 people. Then wouldn't you know it, that agenda also included a number of other legislative priorities, including congressional redistricting. With Abbott even specifically citing a letter from Trump's Justice Department earlier where the agency claimed that four Texas congressional districts had been racially gerrymandered, arguing that the districts had been drawn so that Black and Latino people made up the majority of the population, which is a move that the DOJ says is unconstitutional. And Abbott, he appeared to agree, reportedly acknowledging concerns that some districts were drawn, quote, along strict racial lines. Arguing that this is clearly just an illegal excuse for they can win more seats and ensure Trump can keep he thinks that first of all, the map the DOJ and Republicans now say is racial. It was literally drawn by the Republicans after the 2020 census. The Republicans saying that they grew with racially gerrymandered, though that actively contradicts sworn statements they've made in the past. But immediately after the Republicans approved their most recent map, numerous different rights groups sued them, alleging that the map is the exact opposite of what the Trump administration now claims, saying that the map is against Black and Latino voters designed to dilute their voting power by gerrymandering lines. Another here that lawsuit is still playing out in court that repeatedly defend their maps in legal filings and proceedings by arguing that the GOP used a race-blind process to draw the boundaries. So in other words, Republicans have been defending their maps as completely illegal just for Abbott to turn around and say, hey, actually, they are illegal, but in a totally different way that the Trump administration just so happened to find 4 years after we drew them. Which is then why you have Democrats saying that Abbott's apparent contradiction here, it just proves that he's using this as a political ploy to carry out Trump's marching orders to create more Republican seats. Right? And all the while, Trump, he's not even really trying to pretend there's a pretense for doing this. He has openly made it very clear that his intent is to get more red seats. So when he was asked by a reporter last week about the session in Texas, Trump responded,
I think we get 5. There could be some other states we're going to get 3 or 4 or 5. Texas would be the biggest one. And all of them were completely drawing anything right now. I just trying to pick up 5 seats. And some other states where we're
with the special session in Texas kicking off this week, Republicans have reportedly made their redistricting effort their #1 priority. The Times now reporting that Republican lawmakers are holding off votes on measures to address the deadly floods until after they can approve their redistricting plans in order to prevent Democrats from staging a walkout. Because if Dems can stage a walkout to not get quorum needed to hold a vote, they would also legislation. Then why Texas lashing out special session one state rep argued absolute worst practices in Texas family since like Uvalde is that to keep yourself a political with all that are some major political risks that beyond just that option it doesn't matter anymore. Number one, and all the certain basically the challenges of legal challenges years to resolve it. Law is really still in place with midterm elections. Even if it's later down the field. Additionally, Republicans actually end up voting them and endanger more solid red districts of the poll. Because in order to gerrymander the maps that benefit their party, the GOP has to redraw the lines to push Republican voters into the back districts. But really good to lose Republican voters in the districts that they poll from, effectively making the district siphon from more competitive down. So of course, since they have control, they can kind of decide and at what certain levels. But arguably, the biggest risk that this effort could cause is a redistricting arms race around the country, possibly entering a situation where you have blue states countering by gerrymandering their districts to benefit Democrats. In fact, we're actually seeing numerous party leaders balance exactly that. With one of the most notable players there being California saying at a press conference last week, we can sit on the sidelines, talk about the ways, or we can recognize the existential map. It would be absolutely massive. California, the most populous state in the United States, 43 of which are held by Democrats. California regrew the map. Maybe even as many as 5 or 6. It's going to be very hard to California redistricting because petitions are drawn to local maps. And that affects where Republican legislators it actually
I gotta go back to True Game
the
Data.
opposite of protecting democracy. And that, as Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan recently told Axios, if they're going to go nuclear in Texas, I'm going to go nuclear in other places. And also, CNN reporting that in Congress, plans are already in motion, saying House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and his political team have begun privately shaping a legally risky and likely expensive strategy to redraw House districts in several Democratic-controlled states. So while leaders have flagged specific states with Democratic trifectas, Jeffries hasn't ruled anything out, saying that his team will look at every single state of the union. You know, while some Democrats are reportedly worried about throwing the district deep in the trenches of partisan politics, it is very important to note that redistricting efforts by Republicans, they haven't just been limited to Texas. In Ohio, for example, you have lawmakers gearing up to redraw their lines as well. The Republicans who hold a slim majority in the state Congress looking to take advantage of the competitive districts that right now are held by Democrats. Like they want to redraw the lines in their own favor. Well, obviously, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. It's also been reported that Republicans are already looking at a number of other red states. If Democrats go forward with their threats to redistrict and retaliation, Republicans would likely want to counter by doing the same, though that's also saying that they aren't already going to do that. So very likely, we're going to be seeing huge fights play out, but I think it comes down to one thing, and that was the news, and here's my opinion. It is my belief that it is not a time for Democrats to worry about optics or try to take some sort of high road. They have no choice but to fight in the mud with Republicans. And I agree, if they do not, they are then complicit. When you show up to a fist fight and your opponent whips out a knife or a gun, you don't worry about your honor. You know the situation has changed, you'd rather not, but you arm yourself. You fight where the fight has been taken because you have no other choice. For now, we'll one, have to wait and see what individual Democrats like Gavin Newsom do and when they try to do what the others do. Stay two, wait to see what the establishment Dems that apparently reports are saying are moving actually do. Because unfortunately, a lot of what we have seen from the establishment is that they would rather stay the captains of a sinking ship than shake shit up. And then, next up, and this is one of the most requested non-political stories out there, and that is the Iron Mouse v. Shoujo scandal. Because the VTubing world, it blew up after one of its biggest creators put the biggest talent agency in the space on blast for not paying creators and possibly stealing charity money. Also, first things first, like, if you don't know what a VTuber is, that's someone who uses an animated avatar for when they stream or post videos. And you had fans in this space raising eyebrows after the biggest name there, Iron Mouse, got streamed. You know, this isn't like just a big creator with a niche space. Iron Mouse was actually at one time the most subscribed person on Twitch before barely being beaten out by Kai Cenat. And initially, she just had the confusion when she quickly tweeted out, I have so many questions, man, on Sunday. Then on Monday, she dropped a bomb in a video called Why I Left Shoujo, or Shoujo being the talent agency that I mentioned a second ago, and according to her,
I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by the Shoujo. With information that I currently have, I believe that I hold a significant amount of funds which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that we named the Business Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today is owed over $500,000 from the Shoujo.
Iron Mouse then going on to say that she can't give any more details on the advice of her legal team. But in the rest of the video, it's her going into her story and how she suffered from autoimmune disease, which is why she was so bothered that the Efficiency Foundation never got the $500,000 that she had raised for them. And immediately, we saw creator after creator reacting to this news. For example, Sea-Dog VA jokingly tweeted out, well, Shoujo better be cycling and start raising some money, which is a reference to various cycling charity streams that he's done across Japan. You also have major creators like Queso in the space commenting on the situation.
I did see that. I was like legit, like, bro, there's no way they did my homie Iron Mouse like that. I was hurt.
But it then not taken much longer for a lot of talent at Shoujo to start removing the company from their bias, or implying that they had a mass exodus on their hands, and many of them, they made it seem like this was the straw that broke the camel's back, and they've been dealing with issues for a while now. So for example, you had music composer Starlight Daryl claiming that they were screwed by the company, citing nowhere near what Mouse is going through, but for the past approximately year, Shoujo has been habitually late in paying me for commissions, sometimes leaving thousands of dollars of my invoices unpaid for months at a time. I tried to be patient, but knowing they were stealing charity money from Mousy while this was all happening makes me sick to my stomach. And it didn't stop there. K-Sun, who is one of Shoujo's other major creators, decided to confront one of the company's CEOs. And I say one of because Shoujo is actually split in two, with one half for English-speaking audiences and the other Japanese. There was a fear that K-Sun saying that she hasn't been paid since last September, that's almost an entire year. However, there was some confusion because the Japanese CEO said that his side of the company is actually doing well, which then led K-Sun to demand to know why she wasn't getting paid if there was money. The CEO then appeared to try to backpedal and say that he was actually taking a big pay cut, or saying that staff is still getting paid, which led to face on, or they're saying something along the lines of talent first. My ass, was it like staff first? During the call, she said, I quit Shoujo today. I quit Shoujo. And then, as far as the English side of the company, which is where a lot of this is stemming from, it appears to have mostly been radio silence, with fans pointing out that the CEO of the English side hasn't said anything since it all started. But there are hints that it's just imploded, like the fact the merch store. It's be hard to see how they would recover, considering left. And then on top of all this, Shoujo is now she goes on to say, well, it's do in this space where many people do not want to be seen. But with all this, I'll say there is some good news. Fans have now come together to raise money for the charity that actually passionately Shoujo has like 24 hours. They were massive $500,000. It currently is over 90. Some of the donations coming from $1,000. That is thousands. Well, it's CWA handing over $5,000. All of this fans wondering what could have gone wrong. For some, maybe Shoujo was learned the biggest industry lesson that everyone in modern media don't fuck with them out. Meanwhile, others barely lax and actually let creative people install their revenue, which they then makes the entire thing. But also, you know that apparently Shoujo is just one of the few VTubers. Some think this is kind of just the latest in the whole space. That otherwise seemingly very negative. Together and actually with it, especially if you're a part of the VTuber community or a consumer of it. What are your thoughts on everything that's happened here? And then I've got even more news for you in a second, but first I've got a great TV update and that is that over at Beautiful Bastard, you know, we just brought back the canvas prints for your home and the mugs for that mountain. You know, specifically the test run like that, it was just so overwhelming. Actually, to celebrate, we're giving the code TY25 off the orders. And that code, even if it's like some of these, it's only been autistic person, I have very well, I adore filled shirts. I don't often buy them because the standard TV blanks are not my preference. These, on the other hand, are first. Well, definitely the long-term goal is to bounce between the two, or almost both at the same time. But right now, especially with how hot it's getting, you can go really anything you want over Google. this week. And then next to this interesting business and societal this audio. From that, because we have riders and drivers, the option to be fair for other women selecting rides. Uber announced the news this morning saying that pilots of this program are beginning in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Detroit in the next few weeks.
I think that's good.
The first being a button allowing you to choose a female driver, as you can call a ride, and so you can just do it on demand. But also, because women only make up 1 in 5 Uber drivers, that doesn't guarantee that you'll get a woman right away. So if the wait time is just too long, you can opt for another ride with a faster pickup time. Also, you want to increase your odds of getting a female driver, you can reserve a ride in advance to pre-book a woman behind the wheel. And then, the drivers are going to toggle a women's rider preference filter in their settings that will allow them to be matched with other women on essentially every trip. They'll be able to turn that feature on and off when they want. Part of this actually connected with Uber hoping that this is going to attract more female drivers. Also, notably, if you do book a ride using these settings and you've been told by the app that you only need a female driver and then that person shows up and they're not a woman, they will shoot and kill them. Actually, that's not what happened. According to The Verge, Uber just recommends you cancel the ride before canceling the Uber. So there, the app does require identity verification to hopefully prevent that from happening. But I will say, food service app, it feels like I'm not saying that Veronica can't be that I wish that I could have, but that's also something interesting with all this. Is this is not actually because back in 2015, Uber introduced that landmark law gave them the right there who rolled that out for 40 other countries, and their rival app Lyft is introducing a similar feature last year. So also, part of the introduction of this is probably related to just a really horrible thing. That is that there have been thousands of sexual assault incidents reported during Uber rides. So the company's most recent safety report found 2,700 cases of sexual assault between 2021 and 2022, which was actually a decrease in previous years. That was very good report explaining. We know that even one reported sexual assault or harassment is one too many, which is why we're continuing our work to end sexual violence on the Uber platform. With that, there's that national data shows that women are disproportionately affected by sexual violence. that against Uber-related reports of non-consensual sexual penetration, women were 89% of the survivors, while men represented 8%. So by matching women, their elementary assault rates go down. And then, according to the data as far as who's more at risk regarding the rider versus the driver, it noted that largely the rider is the one whose safety is most at risk, with 68% of sexual assault incidents against drivers and just 31% being reported against riders. So obviously, it's still horrible for the women driving. In fact, on that note, back in 2022, with the for a couple dozen female rideshare story after story of sexual harassment advances in really shitty scenarios. Feels like they don't care about safety. Some carrying pepper spray and other weapons, even if the act that they're driving for bans them. Along with others dressing in baggy or masculine clothes or wearing fake wedding bands and saying that they have a husband in law enforcement. And so ultimately, we're going to have to wait to see what the public reaction to this news is, as well as what happens with the But it's very likely to bring more women to drive. Selection of this customer base. Now, the program safety, they do this company is assault. In fact, just in March, the San Francisco judge ruled that over 1,600 sexual assault claims against Uber to move forward as heard. So we probably love to limit the amount of mass litigation they have to deal with. Yeah, in the meantime, I'd love to hear your thoughts, and it does feel like a ticking time bomb. If it's not already, someone's going to turn this into a transition. Then finally today, let's end with a congratulations and talk about y'all's stuff. Starting with congratulations to Christina F. SeatGeek's latest week, the winner who just scored $500 in tickets and decided to go to see Billie Eilish. For the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 tickets, and you can definitely answer $500 for seeing your favorite artist. All you gotta do is actually PDS necessary. With yesterday we got like double. As many of y'all thought saying, are you still talking about us? Obama. When you say, hey, you also have Max saying, Trump was big letters saying nobody is above the law while there's no way to prosecute him for you also have many saying and agreeing with honestly, I think the more likely outcome really just look at the situation. Trump and Epstein and friends, he has history with these two. He wished Ghislaine Maxwell well. Trump's going to be president for the next 3.5 years. That's not a situation where Ghislaine Maxwell would be primed and incentivized to say anything positive about Donald Trump, or at the very least not anything negative, and maybe only negative stuff about perceived enemies of Trump. I don't know what is. And so, I'm very interested to see what's going to come from this situation, but I'm also going to enter it skeptical. So also, in addition to the Trump, Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell of it all, you can be sounding off on the Mel Netanyahu interview with Lee, saying next week on the Mel Boys, Vladimir Putin explains the history of Ukrainian aggression against Russia, as well as Dempsey saying calling the Mel thing an interview is an insult. That was basically just Netanyahu giving a speech. They might as well have just given him a list of questions and left the room. And all that, and his friends going on to say they are smirking because they know one thing is about to go viral, and that's truly all they care about. Which, hey, I'm not in their head. I don't know if that's what they're thinking. But whether they're thinking that or not, I don't know if this having conflict. It has, but a lot of their like, oh my god, I can't believe they did inside right-wing people. In general, there is a very
Fuck, I'm gonna go get those clothes now.
Week or two, or if they're just saying they're working on something different, then they just hope this guy. Or who knows? Maybe they'll have like a boosted Jeffrey Epstein on next week to talk about it. We'll see. Hello, friends. Beautiful back. It is the end of Space Show. A friendly reminder: I just launched a brand new podcast called In Good Faith over on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Link to that down below. Really, if you like the PDS, I think you're gonna love that one. But no matter what you do, remember, I'll see you again tomorrow. But of course, I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday here at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Stay safe out there. Stay sane out there, and I'll see you then.
Warzone Season 5 patch notes for August 6th, which obviously we'll get tomorrow. In terms of multiplayer and zombies, they're going to get their new content, but we're focusing mainly on Warzone. There is a global update about the Ricochet anti-cheat. One thing is they did do a dedicated blog for that one, which we'll cover. We'll cover some of the main highlights because there are some pretty big important changes that they're doing with Ricochet that maybe it'll actually be useful, but we'll see kind of how that goes. brand new battle pass as always, but then the map is going to have some adjustments with Stadium. I believe this is going to be a 1-week event where you're going to be able to cause the stadium to destruct. And we had a dev call earlier where I was on the call, and with them, they kind of explained that they're expecting that people will open up the stadium like 1 in 4 matches or something like that. And then skilled players can probably do it at a higher rate and do that because there's multiple steps. So your multi-step contract is available during the first week of the season, so that'll just be then. And then after that, it'll just remain open without that contract. Uncover hidden operations and complete explosive satellite hijack contract before time runs out. Once unlocked, players will find that this POI is now more meaningful than ever with the introduction of the militarized variant, updates included. And then we got new vertical structures offer increased control over sightlines and engagement opportunities. Most additions are made of solid materials to reduce wall banging from the outskirts. And then height variation between structures introduces more diverse combat encounters. And then multiple structures provide plenty of loot for players to scavenge. Data rate of the stadium remains largely unchanged. That's the actual outside. And then starting on week 2, though through the end of the season 5, the stadium will remain permanently unlocked and be designated as a high-value loot zone. And this is going to be a little bit different than what we had back before, where it opened up like 95% of stadium, and then it was basically like a soccer field in the middle. And this is going to be a little bit different. There's multiple buildings down here. There's a rocket in the middle, and then the little bit of the mid-level on the outer ring will also be available. So you'll be able to zip up, get the key card, open those doors, and there should be a blueprint or weapon blueprint in there. So you might want to unlock that whenever you can. But there's also multiple Easter egg rewards for completing this specific activity, which might make it a little bit competitive for the first couple days for people trying to get it as fast as possible. But we'll see kind of how that goes. So new mode, there's Stadium Resurgence. What to expect from Resurgence, but it's Stadium. And then that'll start week 2, not right away. So there's kind of the playlist. We got solos, duos, quads, so no trios. Sadly, trios has been left behind for ranked play, apparently. And then Battle Royale, casual still rocks itself with Resurgence as well. And then we got the ranked play. They adjusted some SR. They felt like a lot of people were still losing SR when they were getting top like 3 or 4. So they adjusted the SR. So feel that kind of gap. And then Resurgence elimination challenges. You get stickers, camos, blueprints, whatever. We're not really big ranked play people, but if you are, there's tons of rewards. They refresh that regularly. They do have a camo, and they do have a blueprint for the Grau or the SWAT 556. So loot economy. So this applies for the rest of the game. So the new LMG is going to be on the ground and supply boxes, and then lootable perks: Shrouded, Irradiated, Loot Master, Reflexes, Bomb Squad, and Gun Ho. And then I'm sure they'll mention it later, but in the call they talked about how they updated the UI, because knowing which ones you have picked up was a little bit of a hurdle for people just because they didn't even know it existed. If you opened up your inventory, which we don't really go into as much in Warzone now that the backpacks have been removed, these little icons were below your little backpack area or where you're holding your items, and then it would have the different icons on the various color, blue, red, whatever, and it would just be the individual icons of these perks. That is being scrapped, and now we'll be able to see it on the base HUD. And they've also implemented changes so that when you're a spectator or along those lines of the kill cam, you will also have visibility around these things. So they went in and adjusted those quality of life things so that you can know what you have. And then if you're spectating someone, you're like, how the heck did they kill me? Oh, they knew I had this, or they had this. And you get just more tools for more information. Adjustments to buy stations. So buy station updates, buy station spawn locations have been re-randomized across the map, so you can kind of see where the heck they are. Dynamic combat scenarios and rotation opportunities. Stadium buy station will now appear once the roof has been breached. Starting in week 2 of season 5, so it will be available at the start of the match. New buy station locations are as follows. So you can already see, oh, they brought that one back for prison. Okay, you have a couple there. The stadium one on the internal, which obviously needs to be blown up. Superstore, it has the one out in the parking lot. And then they also have the one over here. Ooh, okay. They look like they're spread out pretty well. It'd be cool if there was maybe one on here. I don't know. I guess it's more interior, but cool there. And then a new contract, we get the satellite hack. This is related to the first week because it's a limited time contract. So it's not going to be like an overhaul to the way the contracts work. Developable only week 1 satellite hijack contract challenges squads to breach the stadium, working with or against one another. How it works: multiple squads must complete the contract in the same match to initiate the stadium. If you're one squad and you're efficient, you can do this multiple times and you'll satisfy that need. 4-step process. You got to investigate a campsite, locate a decrypting tool, eliminate a player who has already scavenged it, hijack a relay module to begin the hacking process. Once hacking is complete, rush into the breach stadium. So basically, you can kill any player and it'll automatically drop that. And then rewards: secure a permanent weapon blueprint by locating the weapon case hidden inside the stadium. Discover limited time secondary objectives hidden within the area. And available both core and casual battle royale modes. Ooh, that could actually be interesting. Casual have some utility there. And then adjustments to equipment: spring mines, increased damage reduction when prone. It should be 0. The players now receive 85% damage reduction when performing those actions. It should be 100. You're already prone, you're limited, you set yourself up for a headshot. Equipment: we get napalm strike. Calling a target a strike of explosive napalm to cut off enemies and rain fire above. Functional similarities to airstrike. Okay, what happened to the idea of these are available only in care packages? What happened to the idea of putting these in LTMs to try these out first? Was this already in an LTM that I wasn't aware of? I don't know. Perks, adjustments. Perks during the match will appear on the HUD. That's kind of what I already discussed. And the specialist is now easier in the Nakatomi Tower or Outlook or Outlook, whatever the little new POI is in downtown. The specialist, the pool balls will already be arranged there. Now you'll just need to make sure you get the key cards so that when you go in there, you'll open it. I guess people are struggling with it, so they made it even easier and faster. So anyone who was already proficient at it will be even better. And then it'll be a little bit easier. So weapons, general. So drop rate adjustments for Dance Battle Royale. Assault rifles now have slightly higher spawn rate compared to SMGs, okay? This adjustment can improve the access to mid-range options over short-range alternatives. In Rebirth Island, adjusted each class drop rate. So rifles is a little bit more, SMGs is more, LMGs is a little bit less, snipers less, shotguns less. Marksmen still 5%, and then pistols are lower as well, slightly. So we get the new LMG, and we get the new assault rifle ADR, which is the first. But what they mentioned is that it has a configuration for full auto, and the damage profile in full auto is completely different. So essentially, they're giving us 2 guns with this gun. Unfortunately, with that, it sometimes sacrifices an attachment where it may not be able to handle with a 5 attachment build. Maybe it'll require 8. The Growl has done a pretty good job with this, but it also has amazing iron sights. If it has a built-in optic, that could save an attachment, and we'll just kind of have to see how that goes since those are in the battle pass. And the boxing glove, what you think? I don't care about melee weapons. This one could be an interesting melee weapon because melee weapon you can swap to at any time and get the unlimited attack strength. We get the skull splitter, which we'll see kind of how that goes. And the PPSH, we get the helical magazine. It's from like the PP Bison, where you get that, and then fire. The beat of your own drum with the SMG attachments that puts other magazines to shame. Manage heat on the ammo, amount count magazine that it sells. The spraying bullets in close and medium ranges can be acquired via in-season event. So we'll get this one a little bit later, and then the skull splitter will be in the battle pass. Default loadout, so we get Kilo is going to replace the FFAR, the Jackal replaces the Ladra, ABR replaces the SWAT. So if you don't have it yet in the battle pass, you can equip the Commando default loadout and level the ABR while you work your way through the free version of the battle pass. Same thing with the strategist, you'll be able to get that, and then the recon will have those changes, and then the Ladra replaces the LC. So as far as weapon adjustments, they kind of gave us a heads up. Now I get to actually see numbers. And then I asked a few questions. Personally, I'm not a fan of the direction where they're going to take weapon balancing. I've talked about this for the past 5 seasons and multiple years. My vision of the way weapon balancing should, in theory, work, and how one change can fix another problem that you didn't think about. And I've gone through great detail and length on these types of things. And this has been one of the biggest contributing factors of why I stopped as frequent uploads. It's been like 8 days since I uploaded or whatever, since we got the vlog or the roadmap. The reason for that is that I just don't find any interesting aspects to the weapon balance. It's been saying weapons and cover. Of course, they put out top 10 loadouts, close range, long range, sniper support. But at the end of the day, it's just like a copy and paste of the original. That's not necessarily inspiring. So, based on the call, I wasn't inspired that that's gonna change. And unfortunately, they'll probably keep going down the road. But that's just an aside. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So weapons, we get the AK, gets a range boost, bullet velocity, negligible, and then inflicted flinch on enemies is increased by 15%.
Ooh, cool.
Range buff all the way across.
This second monster, I don't know, I'm not feeling any energy. It's okay. I was just working on classes for like 2 hours.
AS Val, they kind of wanted this to be the dominant option. There's not enough people using it, and I don't know if they solved that. They increased the headshot multiplier, they improved the torso and leg multipliers, they added more bullet velocity, which I don't think is really struggled with. It's a good suppressor. I think recoil springs gets a buff here, so maybe that'll help, because it's kind of one of those really orthodox where you don't get a put a barrel on for the bullet velocity, but still ends up with quite a bit. Option. AMAX, one of my favorites. It gets a slight buff on both sides.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
That spot that can help the offset that sort of things. Since you don't really, those guys don't really value it. You not all know, running buff, or the kind of thing in mind with that, but it's really good towards what I suggested.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Updates, with that on shake it up versus shaking it up
Oh.
Shake it up that way, shake it up a good way. Jackal and Buck coming down sight,
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Contact, a little bit of movement down sight, headshot multiplier, one shot doesn't kill, or two headshots, one, that numbers, the Lazra, with headshot multiplier, skill with the factor, more with headshots, and that's usually the case in a lot of different instances where headshots do more damage. In fact, a skill.
She's spinning.
Oh. And especially we saw that they have increased flinch on multiple rifles. Chest, the person shot in the head, and now they're doing headshot damage, and then they get back to target. Well, now essentially they have lost that gunfight. Just the way the algorithm, shot tracing algorithm works. When now they're doing a shot kill, and then effectively lose the gunfight. And the person
Stay alive,
necessarily
keep
more
the squad in
skillful,
line.
they got flinched into their head. So I'm not a fan of that.
Mark a drop point for your squad and hit the field.
That seems the right that's the case. It's on that end, and head, or on hitting, and now they're effectively doing themselves off hard plus hit. And I think this also activates the certain
Vision airstrike ready for target.
even though that's kind of been working around. So few different changes here, I'm not necessarily a fan of, and then also you get sometimes, depending on the
UAV in the area.
wildly random games, where the extra headshot kind of goes to
Give me a fucking...
and then now you feel like you don't have a chance to react. It's kind of like in that
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
About 550 to 600 milliseconds for close range. And then obviously you have a couple outliers and occasions.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free. Enemy UAV is online.
LC-10, they explain that too many people are using this. I think one of the biggest things why people are using this is because the recoil is so low that it's been a problem. But if you look at all the changes, they didn't change recoil at all. I can hit the 50-meter target in the firing range. It should be not possible with an SMG.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Cool. They adjust the headshot.
Enemy UAV is online.
Arms made it weaker, or torso weaker, and they slowed it down. But the one thing.
Why is my pistol not out? I go to fucking tap the. What does this look like on my screen? As I go to tap the fucking trigger. Why is my SMG out underwater?
Returning you to the front.
Age gets a buff, pretty significant for the headshot, up to almost a 1.3, and then faster SOG.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Why is my volume so? Oh, that's why it's so low. I accidentally turned it down.
Morning SP, they set that one up. GPMG, they
Oh,
get
that's
headshot
headed your way.
better roll velocity, and a buff. These are good. These are balanced. These seem like relatively balanced buffs. I don't think a lot of people still use these because they're slow. The new LNG could be pretty interesting.
Alright,
Fire goes up the torso. This thing is significantly better after they updated it, but it's still a little too shaky. So this could be a little bit more fun. You want to mess around a little bit, especially with small map. RAL conversion kit. It ends up being a little bit of a nerf, which cool, that's fine. I guess we'll see how that goes. And then the sniper rifle. They're nerfing the
primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
And I asked, well, why not just buff all the other snipers? They're like, oh, I just didn't value their personally, if I'm being honest. And I don't like the rest of the snipers because we're just going to end up repeating it. Like what we did before. Where they end up. I don't know if there's data situations that they're not, but like realistically, you should have it where people can join the game and you have like 5 different options for snipers, 5 different options for whatever. And it seems like common sense because we've already had the track record, so it's almost like they're repeating the past instead of learning from it. So, and I know I've mentioned this multiple times, it's not being a downer or anything like that, it's just conveying my thoughts and the thoughts of that.
On the way.
Because it's not like this is going to change anything. Cool, you have a balloon that isn't one shot, it's too slow, doesn't have enough bullet velocity. Still going to use the HDR, just less fun now. And then we have the cross.
Oh,
Just
miss.
a little bit of bump there, slower ADS speed, but not that deep and strong. You can see there's a little bit of bump.
Oh, hell no.
The other pistol, but we'll see. Weapon level in
Let's try this again.
Weapon level and its max level are now split together.
Enemy UAV overhead.
The current level is pretty stressful for people that are still trying to level. You can actually go to attachment to find out the level is.
Okay, you're an asshole.
Upgrade indicator fully applied. Deployable cover trophy system now indicated in the current player. Well, I mean with the existing visuals, friendly vehicle. Okay, cool. Challenges. Set up a UAV tower to properly count for challenges that require the player to be under the effect of the UAV. That is pretty solid for those cameras. I think that they down progress. Expanded requirements and unique camera challenges. Bounty targets, kills on bounty targets will also count. That's a value. Machine gives players more flexibility, especially after they nerf the most wanted kind of into the ground with the long delays. And then they got a decent amount of bug fixes, some gameplay, UI, and that's that part. So let's go ahead and read the other part. Like I said, they did put out the blog. The main thing from it is that it's going to come with secure and custom platform modules, whatever the hell that is. I'm not really the PC kit guy, but this is going to be...
Why are you guys looking out that window?
Officially starting, but it's also the time when a lot of stuff is kind of forced into Windows 11, and this is tested in Warzone 6.5, so they're going to already try to experiment. This is just an extra
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
But the chief developers are I think Battlefield has similar things. That is, I probably use that. There's a lot of people doing after that, it says boosting services, opted flood lobbies, low effort accounts.
I don't understand how many times I can ping that fucking wall that they're that close.
Like, how does person level 55 and not get caught yet? Well, a lot of times what they do is they boost the account, AFK, all the way to the max level. Get all
And if I just had this instead, I would have been able to fire them off.
Unfortunately, if you were
I'll just steal people's SMGs. I don't like SMGs anyways.
Was made up of that. So they went specifically after those
I
patterns
keep
of abuse.
switching up how I'm playing.
Argue, well, that's not the case.
When I already know what I should be doing.
You AFK for 40 hours, well, that's probably sucks, but it is what it is. And then obviously we have the Battlefield beta. If you're looking for access, all you do gotta watch 30 minutes of any creator on the 7th or 8th, and you get early access, and the rest of it's open. On all the platforms, those are the dates there. I'll probably be live streaming at some point. I gotta do the zombies Easter egg, and realistically, there's not gonna be a ton to cover other than the stadium stuff, which I'm not usually an event guy, so I don't see myself posting full content around that. And then we'll see kind of what the weapon balancing does. We got EWC. There's tons of other things going on around COD. And I think it's unfortunate that they don't do a good job of pulling the levers to keep content engaged, right? I think the event is a great example of a good like W. And it seems like it was put together really well, passionately. I think that it'll impact the way the map plays in that area. I think after the week, it'll create a dynamic landing spot. The high value loot zone, I think that's all a W. And then you got other levers like that they market the hell out of, which is Battle Pass and all these skins in the store. Cool, that doesn't really appeal to me. I know people that buy those regularly though. You load up to any match, those are what people are buying. And then you have the weapon balancing tuning to make it more fun and add more diversity to the loadouts. Nearly every single patch we have had this year, nearly all, I'm not going to say all, but nearly all, essentially they pull the lever to make it less fun. There's other things they can do too with dynamic gameplay. The thing that they did with the most fun is
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemies dropping into the AO. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
I can only assume the producer at CNBC said to their assistants, we need someone willing to give control of the
Resurgent. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. base. Kill to bring them back fast.
Setting waypoint.
Squad mates back on station. Good work. Hostile UAV in the area.
It's not like the environment was exactly unlike before Trump took office. Republican and Democratic administrations have both taken a pretty lax approach to corporate crime for a while now.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Where would end with executive getting shut down to one story that's going to focus on a key list of deferred prosecution. The president and the court second for companies to avoid being prosecuted.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
We have enough evidence to prosecute. But instead they start the court, they become the hated
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. You have reinforcements inbound.
CUAV prep for launch.
Focus commencing counter UAV operations overhead.
Hostile UAV in the area.
McKinsey has also entered into a deferred prosecution agreement.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Got some loot here.
Wall Street has a deferred prosecution for an NPA. Everybody more than one, most likely.
You've got a loadout drop inbound. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
This is Focus. We are bingo Q. RTB.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
The one day this show would have been me reading one long acronym for 40 minutes would have achieved our perfect form, and on that day I'll finally be allowed to die. But the point is, these rumors are absolutely everywhere. Honestly, the only thing more ubiquitous than DPA is respect to undiagnosed sociopaths. Unfortunately,
Enemy UAV is online.
On the move. That was your reloading.
Enemy soldier incoming. Hostile UAV in the area.
And you can trace the explosion of corporate DPA back to one of the most famous facts a large company called Coffee Arthur Anderson. It was the accountant firm called Enron, whose name is now synonymous with accounting fraud. Very basic.
Enemy UAV is online. Loadout drop headed your way. Enemy UAV overhead.
Why was I standing up there?
And the tagline was, to all those who were naughty this year, happy holidays. And just think how remarkable that is. A beer company thought to themselves, you know, we could just show off our crisp, refreshing product in this commercial, but instead, let's give people what they really want this Christmas and say, fuck you to an accounting firm.
5 enemies deleted.
You're getting another shot. Weapons free. Down to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Weapons redeployed. Well done.
Our licensed employees got a range of emotions, from resentment to anxiety to a level of unbridled exuberance. That's described as Price is Right contestants who just won a horrible show.
Mark the remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
In the history of the world of business, this will come out in my judgment as the largest act of corporate murder ever.
Okay, that is a wild overstatement, though, because what happened to Anderson...
Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Gas
is moving.
Refill. The SEC is already investigating this. Anderson is likely heading out of business anyway, so this prosecution is what doomed Anderson is likely to be.
Only 10 left.
On the move. Sure,
we've got 10 squads active in the field.
But things weren't exactly smooth sailing before then.
Enemy UAV overhead.
On the move. Within the 14 years following, the
Equipment deployed!
still allow the DOJ to go after individuals. The current problem is this was all that. For starters, nearly half of those getting referred and
Changing mags.
Stand by for redeployment. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. The enemy took that one, but we'll get them back.
it was a wild story. GM sold cars with faulty switches that could shut off the engine.
On the move.
Despite the fact that they are, and this is true, some of the key differences between something being an automobile or a method of 70 miles an hour. And on any company, new about the company, their employees a PowerPoint encouraging them to avoid words like problem, safety, and defect when writing about GM's cars, and added as a fun joke that they should also probably stay away from terms like Kevorkian-esque, tomb-like, maniacal, or rolling sarcophagus. And I kind of hope that that just inspired GM employees to use other options instead, like the Widowmaker, Chitty Smashback, Final Destination the Car, and the Lean James Dean Machine. GM reached a DPA with the government in 2015, which meant they didn't have to plead guilty, just agreed to a statement of facts about their misconduct. For instance, they admitted that by early 2012 they not only knew about the problem, they were aware of several fatal incidents that may have been caused by the defective switch. And while the law required GM to report such knowledge to the government within 5 days, it took them approximately 20 months, which, fun fact, is around the length of an elephant's gestational period. And writing an email takes longer than making a fucking elephant from scratch. There is clearly something else going on. Now, as part of GM's DPA, they did have to pay a $900 million fine, and Mary Barra, their then and current CEO, went to great lengths to argue that the deal was not letting them off easy.
This is a tough agreement. It further highlights the mistakes that were made by certain people in GM, and it imposes significant penalties and obligations.
I don't know how significant a $900 million fine was to a company whose profits were just under $10 billion that year. I'm not saying it's nothing, but 9% of 1 year's profits just doesn't seem enough for essentially marketing the automotive equivalent of the Titan submersible. Also, what she said, mistakes were made by certain people at GM. Notably, no individuals ended up facing charges for any part of this. And that's something extra galling for people like Candice Anderson. She
lost control of her car and crashed and killed her boyfriend. And when GM conducted an internal review of the accident in 2007, they ruled that their car was to blame. Fortunately, they never told anyone that, instead allowing Candice to plead guilty to negligent homicide 5 months later. That conviction has since been overturned, but the way that she sees it, that's not nearly enough.
There's someone willing to
Damn.
that should be held responsible. Are you saying that you think individuals at General Motors should stand trial? Yeah, I do. They didn't have a problem getting by cars?
Yeah, I get that.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
Bitches, nigga. So like I should have won now.
Enemy dropping into the AR. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
More like Seth Rogen gun. Come on, that's pretty clever.
Resurgent. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Bounty targets are up. Get after them.
I went to the wrong spot entirely.
Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area. All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. Time for vengeance. You're redeploying.
Really? He got the jump on you? Oh, man.
Get ready. You're redeploying. You have reinforcements inbound.
No charges against individuals. The bank itself just got a DPA and the top seems more than a little bit. For example, it agreed to pay a fine of $1 million. Really good, but hefty but entirely manageable fine would make HSBC change payments. The bank did agree to monitor. In fact, it issued their automated staff certificates with little.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it.
Because even that monitoring program illustrates something immensely frustrating here. Because DPAs aren't criminal proceedings, monitoring
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. UAV inbound. Bounty targets marked. Kill them all. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Target down. Marking the rest of them. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Yeah, they were caught again, and they got another DPA. That's ridiculous. At this point, it's not even a deferred prosecution.
10 remaining. Keep pushing. We've got 10 squads active in the field. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
DPAs and their associated fines have now become a routine cost of doing business.
You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy UAV overhead.
Within a whole section
located the rest of them.
involving 2 devastating clashes that killed 346 people. Recap the whole thing, but suffice to say, there were flaws with the aircraft design, and they weren't exactly...
Enemy UAV is online.
Moving here. 47 Max became Boeing's best-selling jet ever. But in 2017, just as the planes were taking to the skies worldwide, a Boeing employee sent this message to a colleague. This airplane is designed by clowns, who in turn are supervised by monkeys. Other employees find the design is poor and comparing fixes to patching a leaked boat. In October 2018,
Counter UAV available for tasking.
737 Max crashed, killing 189 people on board. In May of that year, Boeing was pursuing FAA approval for the Max flight.
Focus is in position. Deploying EM.
Run! Now we're done. You better run for your fucking life. Run. You better turn and burn or you're gonna die.
Go get your revenge.
Fuck.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Your squad's in the safe zone. Hostile safe.
Fuck.
The power of hell flows through me.
On a flight, even if the plane hasn't just crashed, but odds are it's going to be the toddler in the seat behind you breathing directly on your face, or your seatmate cracking the lid on the top of 2 of the There is no surprise whoosh of air.
Back on station. Go get off.
But in this case, yeah, a door plug blew off a 737 Max, into the But it gets worse. The Trump administration downgraded Bowen's punishment to a non-prosecution agreement, removing even a hypothetical charge of prosecuting him over this in the future, which is just completely infuriating.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Insurgents is about to end. Make it count. Hostile UAV in the area.
Yeah! Great news, everyone. The stocks should move higher. So I guess that's at least one thing that Bowen can keep in the fucking air. But even if that is good news for the stock market, one of the things that Bowen does have to play out is $44 million into a brand new stock. They also
All squad mates are in the safe zone. You've got gas moving in.
But instead will hire a compliance consultant. As one consumer rights advocate puts it, this deal isn't even a step on the list. It's getting a better on the list. Look, clearly, when it comes to corporate accountability, we have a problem. Because a company engaged in flagrant behavior, either putting evidence of it in writing, people get hurt.
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
Why did it sound so far?
One of 10.
But it is worth asking for a hypothetical future when we have a government what could we be doing better to hold corporations accountable? Well, we could make DPAs more of a deterrent by making the fines much more serious and prosecuting executives a lot more often. We could also bring both DPAs and NPAs into the official legal system so that their monitoring would be more transparent and companies would build up records of misconduct instead of constantly getting to wipe their slate clean. But the hard truth here is, if we want more accountability, the government is going to have to show more willingness to prosecute repeat offenders, even if it affects a large company's ability to do things. It truly doesn't seem too much to ask, because you've seen tonight just how much damage companies can do when they operate unchecked. And right now, we have a system where essentially corporations can, with very limited resistance, sell cars with a surprise offer, operate as a haven for blood money, and build planes that unbuild themselves in the sky. And I'd argue that to not make significant changes to a system like that would be, if I may quote GM's most cursed PowerPoint of all time, fucking maniacal. Our main story tonight concerns gangs, something Tampa Police once warned teenagers about like this.
Think it's cool to be a baller, shot caller? Want to end up like this? Join a gang. Chances are you will. The choice is yours, so make the right choice. Open your eyes and wake up before it's too late.
Holy shit! Take it down 1,000 notches! Because when you show a dead body pop up like a jack in the box, you're not implying joining a gang or killing, you're implying it'll turn you into a flesh-eating zombie. And if that is true, gangs are the least of your problems.
Check weapons and gear. fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Enemy dropping into the AO. Well done. Enemy destroyed. Use your tactics to hunt down the
If we die, I'm never following randoms again. Get in there, get in there.
Go get your revenge. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Oh my god, I hate when that happens. It makes me so mad. I think my back buttons are giving out.
Back on station. Go get after it.
Oh my goodness. And there's people there.
Enemy UAV is online.
Not all gang members are criminals, and not all criminals are gang members. Unfortunately,
Your squad made it to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Marks remain in operation from that squad. Hunt them down. We're returning you to the front. Earn this.
For what? Oh.
Soldier incoming. Friendly loadout drops on the way. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Alright, let's call this duty.
Enemy UAV overhead. Targets in the area.
I'm so mad. At least I stuck that other guy.
Move it.
Hold on, I've got you!
Thanks. Changing max.
You're getting another chance. Weapons free.
hitting me.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy soldier incoming. incoming. All stations, you're free to charge. Stand by for deployment.
On the move. This guy would just shot and walked by and started taking photos.
Resurgent. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Enemies dropping into the AR. Precision airstrike available. Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
What the fuck?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Stand by for redeployment. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas is moving. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. You have reinforcements inbound.
I've heard things like, oh, well, they scribbled 503 in their notebook.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Where they come from. Yeah. And kids are gonna doodle. And 503 is obviously preferable to what most students enjoy.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Targets evaded. Bounty contracts in pull. Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Loadout drop headed your way. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Hostile UAV in the area.
SDR, ready for launch.
Enemy UAV is online.
Fire solution was bad. Missed.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Time for vengeance. You're redeploying.
All right, let's call this duty. On the move.
9 left. Keep the pressure on. You've got 10 squads active in the field. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
On the move.
Hostile UAV in the area. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Dangerous groups with dangerous offenders can be tracked perfectly well by ordinary law enforcement intelligence methods and systems. They don't need these databases to do that.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You're just carrying me around.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Fire sale active. Buy station price.
Oh my god.
Vulnerable buy station marked. Head to the buy station before time runs out. Counter guys. Get ready. You're redeploying.
Just the person to speak to that point.
Head to the safe zone. Gas is inbound. Fire sale's over. Just in price.
Weapon over here.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Who you ask? Lex Friedman is a super genius, former professor at MIT, truth-telling podcast aficionado. Other people will say he's a lying industry longer based on whatever will make you famous under the guise of neutrality and working for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Friedman, I saw him as more of a I mean, the man taught MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by Creek and Elon Musk. That's pretty remarkable stuff. But the more I look into this man, the more I realize that everything he does is deceptive, embellished, or just a flat-out lie. This guy has one of the most popular podcasts in the world, yet somehow also has zero charisma.
For people who are not familiar, what if someday a night a demon, by the way, he has a demon introduce his thoughts. What if someday or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness?
He'll humiliate himself on podcasts despite claiming to be an alpha male. He has an extremely shady background that nobody can make sense of other than accusing him of being an intelligence asset.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Originally thought, so let's try and get to the bottom of who is Lex Friedman. Lex was born in the Czech Soviet Republic in 1983 to Russian Jewish parents. He spent his childhood in Moscow until his family moved to the USA following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Lex's father Lex and his brothers followed in their father's footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex obtained his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school, and anyone would be proud to graduate.
Your squad is down. Stay alive and bring them back.
Never mentions Drexel University. Not even once. Never mentions it up there. Never talks about it on podcasts. Nothing. He and his dad had a podcast years ago, who keep in mind is a professor at Drexel, but that podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet. Even going to his catalog, you won't find podcast 100. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex.
Head to the site now.
Wikipedia, which he's not
Yes,
control of, by
inbound.
the way. It's Drexel University. Let's claim that this was an attack on him for no good reason. Slandering him even. Now note this pattern of behavior for Lex. Every time he's confronted on something shady or something that doesn't add up, he plays victim. Try looking up Drexel on his subreddit and nothing will come up. In fact, if you even mention Drexel on his subreddit or tweet at him about Drexel University, you'll almost certainly be banned or blocked.
What the fuck are you doing?
So what gives? Well, he does mention his association with MIT.
What the fuck are you doing? Can you sit still? There's not even a buy.
If you didn't do any research, you'd assume the only school Lex had affiliations with would be MIT. But what if I told you Lex had barely any connection to MIT? If you look through the MIT faculty list, Lex is nowhere to be found. If you go on YouTube, he has alleged lectures that took place at MIT. So, did he really teach at MIT? Well, it turns out Lex taught a January community class at MIT. This class that Lex taught was a class that wasn't remarked. There were no
Top three, don't let up.
Other universities will usually offer these classes for anybody to take an interest in the subject. Now, teaching this and being a tenured professor are very, very different things, but it didn't stop Lex from nothing about Drexel, which is
valiant effort. Keep your head up. Thanks to debrief.
Even if you go to any of his papers, it cites his school as MIT. Again, when you're publishing an academic paper, you want all of your academic qualifications to that. Why is he so eager to cover up the fact that he went to Drexel and not MIT? Well, because Lex uses this to give himself authority when speaking.
Lex Friedman, MIT, also, which is something most people seem to sometimes care about, followers and stuff like that. Like, did you just do that? And then they said, enough of that nonsense. Enough of that nonsense. They said to me, enough of that nonsense.
So what is his affiliation with MIT? Apparently what Lex did is what a lot of slimy academics do to boost their clout. Somebody from MIT commented on these dubious practices. Basically what people will do is the bare minimum to get associated with the school. So for Lex, he gave a free lecture for no marks. He managed to get an MIT email as a result. People who aren't involved with MIT, oh wow, that's prestigious. Also, somebody with a PhD unpaid research for MIT, library access.
Research scientists at MIT, I had, especially just part of a large set of collaborations. I've had a lot of students come to me and talk to me about ideas.
In reality, the only thing I've been able to confirm regarding the relationship between Lex and MIT is that he did teach a non-credit after-hours community class. That was also out of semester. So no, this doesn't mean a professor or even an associate. A guy. So Lex could be doing free research for MIT and free classes. Research and talk. Technically true. In the same way the guy who cleans floors at the Tesla factory works for Tesla. It's like Brendan Schaub claiming he was in the NFL because he tried out for the Bills, not realizing that literally anyone can just show up to a tryout. What my for all his profile pictures, Lex uses the photos at MIT. That this is Lex's Mac, but the guys before him who wrote all this stuff on the board a lecture. It's very fancy on literally all of the social media profile pictures. That got me thinking, this is very shady. Why would you go so far from college where you actually graduate from and find there is so hard? Any normal person would makes it his entire personality and uses it when giving himself authority on certain topics. Now, Lex claims MIT still pays him as a researcher, so clearly he must be greatly respected in the academic world, right? Other academics could come out and speak positively about his work, and all of what I'm saying would be disproven or overblown. But what's interesting is that Lex's claim to fame was when he wrote a paper on the safety and effectiveness of Tesla's self-driving capabilities. Now, someone who's taught at MIT and has so much background to publish a paper like this academically, right? But for anyone at an alleged high level like that, papers published legit. But for this or even published via MIT, for those of you who don't know, a peer review is absolutely essential for any academic paper to be considered legit. Think of it as a quality control for papers that everybody has to meet. The bare minimum standard for an academic paper. The paper that Lex wrote is extremely people in the tech industry absolutely reamed it. Nobody would co-sign it, nobody would peer review it, and even today it's extremely hard to find an archive of it. Most of the people show how bad it is. In fact, it's biased and misleading to the point let me say so myself. The paper was so biased and so bad that people in the industry have actively distanced themselves from Lex as a result. Even people who aren't high-level academics want nothing to do with him like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Have you seen Lex Friedman playing guitar while he's driving around a self-driving car? Yeah, Lex drove around in a Tesla while playing guitar. It's pretty fascinating. Have you known Lex is back there? No.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the side.
honest,
Enemy soldier incoming.
it takes me well over an hour to finally have my phone number. Easily my favorite sponsor. It's a map that I have literally recommended to every single person that travel. I even used it in my membership fund last month, and it was a lifesaver. My phone plan device, I paid $14 per day when I go abroad and use that. Salem charged me the same price for a data plan that lasted me a week. But when I added the code Georgetown, I checked it, it was actually cheaper than 1 day of roaming data. And pretty much no matter where you go, the city will have you covered. You look at all the features they have, you basically get anywhere. A few other apps, they said Salem had
Hello, hello.
which you can take advantage of by scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link below and using code GHOSTGUM to get 15% off. And even if you're not traveling, it saves some money. It also immensely helps out the channel.
Oh, you fucking bitch.
QR code on screen or link in the description.
I've been thinking about making a shotgun class again. That's kind of convincing me. I didn't know the range was that nice. These, no wonder they just ditched me. I told myself I was gonna stop randoms, and I just keep doing it.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Was there any time when people started to realize that he's just better when he's pseudo-intellectually rambling about AI, not when he's trying to be an alpha male? Because he went to the Elon Musk school of cool, where being good at one thing is not enough. You can't just be a smart guy. You have to be the ultimate gamer, the ultimate musician, the best at everything. And much like when Elon does this, when Lex does it, it's insanely cringe. Now, for those of you who can't stomach cringe, I'm giving you a warning that this is one of the worst clips I've ever seen. You have been warned.
Desert, I met a man with an eagle perching on his hand. He asked me, son, what can I do today? This cruel world, there is a man we should listen to as he journey on through life. His name is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, shoulders for days and a really wide back. Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan.
Oh, that didn't kill him? Now I know that if they self-res through a burn, they don't fucking die. Good to know. Boy, the goddamn load out already.
Get ready. Redeploying.
Better be on the roof. Good man, good man.
That's pretty clever. This has led to some people questioning if his rise is authentic. Even Rogan adjacent comedians are perplexed by the rise of Lex.
Fuck. I wanted to hit it out so bad.
Watch the skies.
He will say whatever benefits Elon Musk and will never criticize him.
What on earth? Oh my god. How did I hit the door running away from it is blowing me.
The same show as Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg. This is why Lex benefits from grifting as an unbiased, unopinionated actor.
But it's okay. Oh my god, that makes me upset. Don't tell me you guys are running. Is this a joke? They just seriously ran. You guys are fucking dicks. And you're going down out there? Oh my. I'm done for. We're all done for.
Before we talk about why that interview is so bad, we have to talk about love.
It's about love. Mention love. Why do we humans fall in love? love out in the world. I gotta ask you about love. Bukowski had this line about love being a fog that dissipates through the...
Oh, you're not gonna grab the box under you? Crazy.
Obsession with the concept of love. He's constantly talking about love like a teenager inside.
They could just use the box as a step stool.
I definitely seek that kind of love.
Like Seth, we're all good. Come on,
The person that I could, how would you say, ride or die with. I can create a
Oh my god. I fucking knew that was coming when she started reviving, and I'm lost right now.
Incoming grenade!
That's exciting for you. That's okay. You can't run them all. That upsets me.
Much like his entire persona, it's all an act. Proven when Mark Norman shared a story of Lex freaking out at a lady because her printer wasn't working.
What was fun is we did it in a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at.
I hate when it does that. Stop doing that.
That was weird seeing him not be that.
Love for her or better question, give that to her. It's always good to prop up this image as this particularly intellectual. If you couldn't tell from watching the Zelensky interview, Lex is also a Russian. It's not true by Russia like deeper when looking at Lex. Like when you see Zelensky after he met with Trump, the guy who's totally unbiased, who's just totally unbiased, by the way. If you think the guy who had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family and was made famous Elon Musk is unbiased, I have on the paper to show you that I definitely wrote, and if any of you in the comments otherwise, you will be permanently banned from commenting on Lex is also a Facebook why he literally blocks anybody who criticizes him. Alpha male Lex is people on the planet. Probably in the thousands at this point. He set his profile wrong. Block. Anybody who's paper, block. Anybody who guessed it, block. I'm blocked after this video. Updates on that. The censorship has been so bad on Lex's create another one just to actually discuss and criticize Lex. Lex's background. And when they're not Lex is so saying that the internet is full of hateful, cruel people, but he still has love for them, of course. He disappears just as quickly once you question his ethics. Okay, but who cares about Lex's personal life or opinions?
What the? Okay.
Joe Rogan, whether you like him or not, can carry a conversation. He's charismatic,
okay,
boring guests, and entertaining chat most of the time. Lex does not have this same skill. His podcast is incredibly boring and slow. In fact, if you want to listen to it, turn up the speed because it becomes way more tolerable. Beyond the biased shilling and corniness, Lex just isn't a great conversationalist, which leads to some incredibly awkward and uncomfortable moments.
I'm as alpha in everything I do as you get.
Cool.
And the fact that Joe Rogan says that I thought Death of a Woman is a better movie than John to this beta category.
Lex has this really shady thing where nothing about him is really true. It's all half-truths, embellishments.
Enemy soldier incoming.
other guys say academia is being corrupted, so their audience ignores them. But Lex has been
Enemy soldier incoming.
speaking about his academic background for years now. Guys like Lex have become mainstays in Joe Rogan's space. Joe Rogan has also become mainstream. Joe Rogan, podcaster and alleged convicted, has arguably become more mainstream than mainstream.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to Warzone.
About how the mainstream media is biased, speech is being censored, and they're the last line of defense. My guy, you are the mainstream media now. You're biased. I think we're driving people something that they're not. And that's the only word I need to describe that. Insincere. He's the perfect example of unbiased, super genius compliment. None of those things.
Resurgent. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
Like they're not that. But the problem with Lex is he's in now. He's drifted so hard, there's no going back. His entire persona and brand is propped up by the fact that he's an unbiased academic. If it somehow comes out that, hey, you didn't actually go to MIT, hey, some of your takes are pretty biased, you got put on by writing...
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
If this comes out, Lex is fucked. His whole brand and persona is shattered. That means less podcast views, no more dinners with Trump, no more conversations with world leaders and billionaires. So that's why Lex's strategy of playing victim and blocking people to control the narrative when he's called out is the only strategy that'll work for him. And the worst part is Lex's audience will continue to buy into his victim complex. That he's actually a really nice and smart guy who's getting attacked for no good reason. He isn't respected by academics. He isn't motivational. He's a boring-as-shit podcaster. So why the fuck do people watch him? There's a running joke within the podcast. I had a good laugh at this until I watched this episode of Tim Dillon, where Lex gets a bit defensive about calling other people intelligent assets. Now, I won't go into it due to YouTube's ad regulation, but the end of this podcast has everyone saying that Lex is in the Messiah. I believe this to be true, not because I know of any links or proof that Lex is in the Messiah, but because it's the only explanation on why one of the most boring podcasts
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Some of the most high-profile people on the entire planet. Also, recently, since the Trump and Elon falling out, Lex has said
Visual on my
podcasts solve their issues. So, yeah, think about who really gets hurt in the divorce.
Well, the answer.
An enemy squad is hunting you.
Some guy
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Meltdown right now that's raging over Superman. He's so pathetic, but Bond is exploding. Bond just down Jeffrey Epstein questions while with Sam Bondi, and it's a weird one. What the hell actually happened? If the cars are parked, all the people are making part of it. Forecasting content. We highlight the hero from the text. We're talking about all that it's brand new show, the Daily Dive. Starting. Talk about not to get around the Epstein Trump situation. We're going to talk about it in detail yesterday. Space very good on this. Today, the Epstein Trump.
Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt them down. Enemy soldier incoming. The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated. Enemy UAV overhead.
if you look online, a lot of people have said that reaction is sketchy. People saying he sounds defensive, wondering how he possibly wondering why he still has questions. But more people pointing to Trump and Epstein's past, as well as generally more recent weird situations like that money where he could between Maxwell Bell and the Bush.
Hell yes! Oh my God!
Or the men later defending those comments saying, yeah, I wish her well. Also,
Enemy UAV overhead.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You're scaring me around. Okay, what are we looking at?
What they were. Never going to be released. Never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, can get back to you on that. And the minute this being from the video, we released this video showing definitively the video was not conclusive.
Enemy UAV inbound.
So far, your DOJ has not only failed to live up to its promise, but you have also consistently hidden from the American public materials and information. President Trump's attitude conduct is particularly...
Fuck is that for?
Loadout drop inbound.
Oh. I thought he was throwing smoke. So I was like, bro, what?
Stand by for redeployment.
Now, next up in the news today, Superman, he's gone woke back is the message that we're getting with this latest MAGA meltdown. That is
Hell yes! Oh my God! What's my back on station? Good work. Five nation prices are adjusted.
Your ammo's low.
Enemy UAV is online. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy advanced UAV is active. Hostile UAV in the area. Resurgence window is ended. Watch your six.
I mean, all of this is, I don't know how many people out there have, like, no working knowledge about Superman, but I mean, he's literally...
Enemy UAV is online.
He crossed the border.
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Krypton, his name's Kal-El, he got to Earth, he was given Clark Kent, he became 75 feelings, no one really anything at all about Superman, knows that he comes from a very, very, very far away place. So still, despite all that context, the usual suspect...
Move to the safe zone.
You're
losing ground, moving.
Super Bowl. Chiron said things like,
well, I think that I'm at no risk of...
Hostile UAV in the area.
Hurting my 22-year streak. I'm not going to do anything.
I gotta look at the script, and he's from Uganda.
UAV prep for launch.
Focus commencing counter UAV operations overhead.
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
MS-13. And also the License Bureau to break from pushing the DOJ and FBI.
Enemy forces have been
10 remain. You're almost done.
That's all you.
We've got 10 squads active in the field. Enemy UAV overhead.
Also, one, James Gunn is literally talking about aliens who came to Earth. Two, even if you want to say that James Gunn is talking about Superman being breaching.
One version has been deactivated. This is the end game. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up. You have reinforcements inbound.
TACOM, requesting recon overhead.
Symbol there, referring to the story as a refugee success story. Now, in 2017, a comic writer since the late 2000s and ultimate immigrant. So all of that is minimum is to say that right now, refer to Superman as an immigrant. You almost got him. Good. Then, when it's something he's
All on you. Stay alive. Squad redeploy. Gas inbound.
The sensing, for example, Riley has to say that there, he said, I don't have any. Everybody, like, I'm not here to discuss this, you know. I think this is a movie about kindness. I think that's something everyone can relate to. And also, the mass actor, if you're in the movie, like, oh, there it goes. Brother about the situation, and they said, MAGA today was getting a little upset that he calls Superman an immigrant. I want to get your reaction. Somebody needs to help. Just a movie, guys. It is exactly what the movie is about, I think. That, like, we support our people, you know? And we love our immigrants. People who say no to immigrants are against the American way. They're against what the American dream is all about. But now we'll have to wait and see after the movie releases the see what happens. Box office. Right now you got analysts.
Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area.
So far, the early reviews are promising. I think we're going to bombing that happens in situations like this. Hey, time will tell how this is all going to play out.
Gas moving.
I really like to hear response. One, what do you think about the MAGA meltdown over this? Is this snowflake, pearl collection? Yes, no, maybe so. Why not? And two, how do you think the movie's going to do? Also, while we're seeing this Superman sports play out, we also need to talk about the real-world headline about immigration stateside. Very youngly, take all that we're seeing out of
enemy dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy UAV overhead. Please, it's only a mine.
Changing mags.
As far as if anyone actually got scooped up, you have to be really time saying it's unclear if anyone was actually arrested during the sweep because the senior Department of Homeland Security official told the outlet, we don't comment on ongoing enforcement operations. So also at a press conference, you had Mayor Bass saying that it doesn't look like anyone was actually arrested.
I do not believe that anyone was detained. Maybe they were. But then again, I don't think the goal is to detain. I think the goal is to spread fear. I think that's what it is. It's to terrorize everyone.
You also had Bass saying that some of the camp kids were forced to resign because of the raid, even though she didn't tell them what was going on or why she was there, they still expressed fear.
But did this 8-year-old tell me that he was afraid of ICE? Did the 8-year-old tell me that he was afraid of ICE taking his parents and he didn't think it was good to take people away? So understand that that 8-year-old knows enough of what's going on that he's already traumatized in anticipation. What I saw in the park today looked like a city under siege, under armed occupation. It's the way a city looks before a coup.
And as far as why the agents were even there in the first place, you had the AP reporting. Two defense officials told reporters that what happened at MacArthur Park on Monday was not a military operation, but acknowledging the size and scope of the guard's participation could make it look like one to the public, saying the primary role of the service members would be to protect the immigration enforcement officers in case a hostile crowd gathered. But ultimately, the operational lasted an hour, and so far, officials have not said why they targeted MacArthur Park specifically or why they were so quick. And notably, that area is known for being home to a large population of immigrants in LA, and so we had a city council member saying during the conference.
MacArthur Park is the Ellis Island of the West Coast. It was chosen as this administration's latest target precisely because of who lives there and what it represents. Resilience, diversity, and the American dream. Please understand that what's happening here in the city of Los Angeles, we are the canary in the coal mine. What you see happening in MacArthur Park is coming to you.
Pretty notably, you have them saying that as ICE raids in Los Angeles have already been making headlines. So Trump also very controversially sending the National Guard to the city last month. So now tons of leaders in the area are calling the latest incident out of MacArthur Park a political stunt with the likes of Senator Alex Padilla writing. Armored vehicles,
Enemy dropping into the AO.
military
Geared up, stand by.
This morning looked like staging for a TikTok video. And stop trying to scare the bejesus out of everybody.
Switching mags!
Enemy soldier incoming. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Enemies dropping into the AO. All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
All while Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, who's actually wanted by the International Criminal Court for one part of Trump, going back
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
People in Gaza are under so many coercive measures that Minister, they have an operational plan for crime against humanity. It is nothing less than. With all that said, as you know, we have seen some seemingly conflicting information coming from officials. Just hours before the defense minister talked about this plan, we actually had the office of the IDF's chief of staff reportedly telling them how
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
inside or outside of the Gaza Strip. Well, of course, we don't think taking a key word there. You also notably had the office mobilized for possibly radio. That, again, said another time. Like specifically, in May, the military one of the objectives, which was confirmed by the IDF at the time, literally being the concentration. With all of that said, We had the defense minister reportedly saying that if conditions permit construction of this city, it would begin during the 60-day Israel-Hamas ceasefire. But a key point hasn't been agreed upon yet. While Trump needs to express confidence that a deal will be reached soon, Israeli and Hamas negotiators just
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
You've got mediators saying that it's going to take time. In the meantime, as usual, death will just continue to rise. The same version
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. Enemy UAV is online. We've got gas moving in. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Then, with Reuters reporting that the organization is proposed establishing so-called humanitarian transit areas inside and potentially outside of the territory. We've got a study that is seen by the outlet saying that these facilities would be used to, one, feed the rest of the local population, two, facilitate doctors' vision for God, and the backup money of Netanyahu revealing during the meeting Trump that he has nominated him to be Nobel Peace Prize. Netanyahu is presenting Trump with a confidence nomination letter and saying that it was because the president is forging peace as we speak in one country, in one region, after the other. And beyond that, you have the two celebrating their victory along with Trump saying that
enemy UAV overhead.
In fact,
enemy UAV is online.
There, you sources telling Axios that Israeli officials think that Trump would be on board with that as Israel will carry out its first strikes against the Houthis in Yemen for the third time in a month. Notably, with it being not only after the Houthis fire at least 3 missiles at Israel, which would be kind of crazy, yeah, but also as the group is planning to establish the Red Sea for the first time since November.
Loadout drop. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting. Hostile UAV in the area.
They're calling lawful unilateral vaccine change. With that, they're warning that these changes are undermining the trust in vaccines.
UAV overhead.
But also the lawyer leading the effort saying that China is running decades-long mission to undermine vaccines. Afraid that it's more dangerous than illnesses for them. That is one certain term. The Secretary's intentions are clear. He aims to destroy vaccines. And with all that, these groups behind the lawsuit, we're talking about the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Physicians, and the American Public Health Association, just to name a few. But I'm also joined by a doctor who's more than 20 weeks pregnant. So you don't know how great that he's not the CDC would no longer recommend COVID vaccines for healthy kids who are pregnant. With experts that have been warning that it's hard for people who want vaccines.
How did they shoot him? They did like no damage to us.
Oh, that's right. Dust yourself off and get back out there.
From a scientific perspective, right before they find some scientific and procedural decisions he makes. Otherwise, we have so much medicine without a mix.
I needed to switch my class anyways.
Kennedy, you're one that made the announcement without consulting CDC staff or independent advisors. Kennedy actually fired all 17 members of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee and replaced them with figures who have raised doubts about vaccine safety and efficacy. One of those, to your point, is even having to withdraw from the committee's powers before its first meeting because of unresolved financial conflict. But even still, you have the new committee already rescinding recommendations for some flu vaccines. And that, as they said, they'll revisit the childhood and adolescent vaccine schedules along with its guidelines for hepatitis B, measles, mumps, rubella, and chickenpox vaccine. All the way up to inviting the likes of the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics saying pediatricians cannot stay silent as the system will life-saving vaccines is with the ultimately, you're going to have no matter what, I mean, we've seen this play out. We talked about this Ted Cruz scandal, because currently saying that it doesn't appear like data lectures were back in 2021 during a massive winter storm that left many Texans without power and water. And that is now basically country on its feet.
You put them in there?
Yeah, I put them in there.
Could I chip in? What? Oh. What are you looking through my snacks, loser?
photo also telling the Houston Chronicle that he had seen Cruz on Saturday at 6 p.m. local time. It would be around 10 a.m. in Texas. But the man, I get it. He's on vacation. But after what happened, vacation or not, he should have been back on a plane on his way back to Texas to deal with everything that was going on with those poor kids in the flood. But then another eyewitness appearing there early back that timeline up in college made to the Daily Beast, saying he was with his family in the lone security guard. Walking past us, I said, 20 kids dead in Texas, take a vacation. Even claiming he sort of grunted and walked on. His wife shot me a dirty look. Then they continued on with the poor guy. But with all that, as the picture started to circulate widely online, drawing major backlash to it, Cruz's office issued a statement saying that the family trip had been pre-planned. And then adding that, quote, within hours he spoke to relevant officials to ensure that the maximum federal assets were available for search and rescue. With him then going on to claim that Cruz and his team worked closely with officials and families of missing girls throughout that time and promptly booked a flight back home. But the office explicitly saying that Cruz had sought to travel back as fast as humanly possible. And adding, given the time difference, he left Athens on Sunday morning and flew back to Texas that night. He was in Kerrville on the ground early Monday morning. But now, you've got the Daily Beast pushing back on the claim that Cruz tried to return to travel back to Texas as fast as humanly possible. They're reporting that the senator could have booked numerous flights from Greece to Texas before the one he boarded, saying that they reviewed flight options from Athens to San Antonio after receiving a statement from the office, and they discovered several flights that would have gotten him back sooner than their return.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy soldier incoming.
What the fuck?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
People still using that shit, so that makes no sense.
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Once they were able to land in Camp Mystic, the team was called away to another more dangerous one.
Sergeants.
Stay alive.
Stay alive. Keep the squad in the fight. No.
They don't really know what my experience is or my rank or my age. They're just like, hey, this guy's a professional and we treat all of them.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
The real hero is kids on the ground. Like those guys are running it. You know, they were doing what's in it was trying to their lives and they were taking strong.
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
You know, I know it's the horrible that it's not pretty long when horrible things happen. It is important to see those who run to help. The opposite site, it's hard and it's awful horrible, and I think it's important to remember that there are outlaws and heroes among us, and they don't need to respond like that. I think it's important to give them a breath to beautiful things. Today's show is going to end. Of course, thank you so much. Thank you for subscribing. Remember, I'll see you right back here tomorrow. We got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Pacific. Love you. See you guys. Bye.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Oh my god.
Get to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it.
Where the fuck?
Enemy airstrike in the area. Reloading. Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area.
Okay, what are we looking at? On the move.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Okay, what are we looking at?
You've got a loadout drop inbound. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Reloading. So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You just carry me around.
Good kill.
Hey, at least
Marking
you
the
know it
rest
is
of
one.
them. Get cut.
Reward, Junior. Reward, Ben.
Enemy precision airstrike. Find cover. Enemy UAV is online.
On the move. That was you reloading. Oh, there it goes.
Switching knives.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Head for my
Head to the
reload.
safe zone. Gas is closing in.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You just carry me around.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
So glad I don't have to run it here. That's all you. You're scaring me around.
Marks remaining operating from that squad.
Killed that
Hunt
guy.
them
What the
down.
fuck, man? Changing back. Gas mask here.
You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Hey, don't worry, bud. You're doing your best. Reloading.
You have reinforcements inbound. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Enemy soldier incoming.
Moving.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free.
Contract.
Enemy UAV overhead. Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
Armory filled.
Enemy UAV is online. Your squad made it to the safe zone.
That was you reloading.
Got gas moving in.
On the move.
It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. Just inside.
Oh my god.
10 remaining. Not bad. We lost that one, but we'll get a W next time.
Got some loot here.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the side. Check weapons here. We're holding for deployment.
Hmm.
Enemies dropping into the AR. Stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
More like Seth Rowe gun. Come on, that's pretty clever.
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
Mark the LZ. Stick together.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Hostile UAV in the area.
Got a buy station here.
Loadout drop headed your way. Enemy UAV overhead. The squad's in the safe zone. Gas is moving. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Bounty target's gone dark. We lost the contract. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy soldier incoming.
Find me back. I still got a fight in me.
Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them. You have reinforcements inbound. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the side. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Nine left. Keep the pressure on. We've got 10 squads active. Back on station. Go get after it. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Fresh mag.
Open that box. Open that box. Open that box!
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Time for vengeance. You're redeploying. You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive. Enemy dropping into the AO. Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
UAV standing by.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Incoming LDVR. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
LDVR awaiting targeting data.
Vulnerable buy station detected. Proceed to the buy station before time runs out to receive a discounted item. 16 rounds, out. Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Head for indicated location.
Take him behind the woodshed. Finish that fucker.
Target grid struck, no casualties.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Get a UAV on grid.
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
Counter UAV available for testing.
Here comes the counter
UAV
UAV.
prep for launch.
Counter UAV above. Music on.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy advanced UAV is active.
Battle space full, cannot comply. UAV available for testing.
Resurgence is close. No more second chance.
Counter UAV available for testing.
Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now. The enemy is no longer tracking you. You lost them.
Focus terminating ECM operation.
Thanks for the welcome. UAV overflight terminated.
Focus commencing counter UAV operations overhead.
UAV standing by. Your counter UAV has been destroyed.
Move to the safe zone.
LDVR ready for launch.
You're losing ground. Moving. Buy station vulnerability closed. Contract failed.
Priority tasking request received. UAV exiting AO.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Time of flight 5 seconds. Out.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Requesting recon above.
Precision airstrike standing by. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Run, Forrest. It's placement now.
Ammo here.
I don't know what even. Oh, he's using mine.
They hit me. Loading new mag.
I see he likes it. No. At least.
Use this time for some target practice. Stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized. Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster.
Moving here.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy soldier incoming.
Reloading!
Fuck. Are you kidding me?
You have reinforcements inbound. safe zone. You've got gas moving in. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. UAV is online. Target down, marking the rest of them. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Bounty targets are up. Get after them. Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning for you. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Your squad mate is redeploying.
Maximum drive!
You're getting another chance. Weapon free. Enemies dropping into the AO.
Enemy movement around. Cancel that.
That's what it sounded like on his end. I'm fucking sick.
Buy sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Not good. Only 10 left. ready. You're redeploying. We lost track of the bounty target. Contract failed. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy advanced UAV is active. It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. Enemy UAV overhead. Gas is inbound. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Hostile UAV in the area. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area. Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy UAV overhead. Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt them down. Get to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online.
No way. I thought I was gonna be able to make it out. I'm sick. Are you shitting me?
dropping into the area. Watch the side. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone. Resurgence. Stay alive to keep the squad in the fight. Hostile UAV in the area. Heads up, an enemy squad marks you as a bounty target. Precision airstrike ready for tasking. Enemy soldier incoming. It's down to 10. Win this thing. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Enemy UAV overhead. Contract was compromised. Stand down.
This is Longbow 3-1. Target acquired. Strike inbound.
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
Shot missed. No joint.
Hostile UAV in the area. Bounty targets marked. Kill them all. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Some of your squad is outside the safe zone. Loadout drop headed your way. Enemy UAV is online. Squad mates back on station. Good work.
On the move.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
That was
Enemy
your
dropping
reload.
in the AO. LDBR inbound.
That was your reload.
Not good. We're returning you to the front. Earn this.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You just carry me around. Armor refilled.
Enemy soldier incoming. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job. Enemy UAV overhead.
Hey, at least he got his war clothes or whatever it's called. A war tunic, a war bib.
Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas is closing in. Loadout drop headed your way. An enemy squad is hunting you. Stay sharp. You're redeploying. Enemy UAV is online. Contract failed. Stand down. Only 4 remain. Finish the job. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Fire sale is active. Fire station prices are adjusted.
UAV available for tasking.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online. You have reinforcements inbound. Bounty targets identified. Weapons free. Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six.
TACOM, we're flying on fumes. UAV returning to tank.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I'm in the firing range. Yeah. It's too late. They gotta be quicker than that. So how much you sending me? I'll be right back. Shut up, Alize. No, you. Rosie said you're stinky. And you have a crush on her straight brother, but not the gay one. And I find that funny. Nope, would never say that if I had one. Would never say that. Ooh, the things they would say though. No, you know someone like this could never. I'm built this way for a reason. No. Go the fuck away. Go away. You should see it when I wear oh, I'm wearing sweatpants. Uh-oh. But they're black sweatpants, not gray sweatpants.
Check your gear and weapons.
Nope. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played multiplayer. I've been just on Warzone.
Hey, at least you got his war clothes or whatever it's called. The war tunic, war bib.
Platinum, yeah. You gotta grind. It's okay to be a multiplayer. It's okay to be a multiplayer person. It's okay to not have the skills to hang in the war zone.
That was you reloading.
And no, shut up and stay on multiplayer.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. Steering me around. You almost got him. Good.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
Resurgence.
Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad soldier. Enemies dropping into the AR. Back on station. Go get after him. Squad mates back on station. Good work.
Good. That's that call timing for you. You can stare at a corner for a whole minute, but as soon as you turn your back, you're gonna get shot.
Stand by for redeployment. Unprotected buy station detected. If you reach it in time, you'll receive a discount.
I'm smoking tobacco. Yeah, it's Easter egg. The first one was in Nuketown. Yeah, it's been in the game since the beginning. The first one was in Nuketown. It's in the back of one of the houses. There's a little hole in one of the gates.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Get an LDBR on my mark.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Can't believe that just happened.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Contract complete. Earned a discount.
UAV standing by.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Oh my god. Oh baby. Trigger on. You just
Enemy
fine.
UAV is online.
Not just fine.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
What the fuck? It's about to get hot as balls. No, that should be pissing me off. I'll walk into my dad's room and it's fucking sweating balls. I'm like, my god, why?
Target down. Marking the
Like, they'll leave tea and shit in there. Oh shit, I almost died. They'll leave tea and shit in there and it'll start to go bad because it's so hot in that room. No, I've been there. It will.
All right, let's call this duty.
Marking field upgrade.
That was you reloading.
Hostile shooter.
You've made it to the top 10. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Supply box is located. Move to secure. Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. Supply box secured. Move to the next one. Hostile UAV in the area.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You just carry me around.
You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy UAV overhead.
Enemy UAV on grid.
So glad I don't have to run in here.
Enemy
That's all
UAV
you.
is online.
You're scaring me around.
UAV available for tasking.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Eyes in the sky.
UAV standing by.
Enemy advanced UAV is active.
Setting the rally point.
So glad I don't have to run
Enemy
in here.
UAV
That's all
overhead.
you. You're scaring me around.
Gray authorizing UAV mission. UAV available for tasking.
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close. Hostile UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Enemy airstrike in the area. Supply cache locations are resecured. We lost that contract.
Got the armor!
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated.
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal. Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunting down. Enemy UAV overhead.
Contract active.
Surgeons is closed. No more second chances. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemy UAV is online. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You're just scaring me around. Back!
All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. Safe zone is a long way from your location. Move like you mean it.
Reloading. Find me back. I'm ready. You're almost at me.
Good mate,
Changing
to
maps.
top 5. 5 squads in operation in the AR.
Enemy assault back. They're on me.
was good.
3, don't let up now.
Oh, what shit were you talking about not smoking, you little dookie man? Yeah.
Enemy
So
dropping
you're
into
a
the
liar,
AO.
you're a fibber. Everlasting secrets. Stinky boy says what? Yeah. Smelly ass.
Guess what I made my steam
Holy shit. Nothing.
I made it out of Tums.
What the hell? Wait, what? A Tums container? Oh my god, I knew my brain heard it, I just guess I didn't want to believe it.
Dog, like, it's one of the extra large Tums containers.
Tom, 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 tom.
I melted a hole on the side, put the whole piece through it, let it cool off so that way it
Yeah.
wraps around the whole piece. And then I put tin foil around it just to be safe. That's probably not gonna do shit, but I just did it. And then yeah, literally. And then I pull out the bowl every time I figured it.
Yeah, we're still smoking plastic, but whatever works if you don't got it.
I'm buying new bongs soon. I gave my old one to Rosie.
Nah, she doesn't deserve it.
I told her I was literally just gonna buy another one. Until then, I gotta tell the box.
She doesn't deserve it. I'd rather have the Tums box. Like, what the fuck?
Not good.
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
That's it.
Resurgence. Stay alive to keep the squad in the fight.
LZ tag, get ready. Stay firm.
Sweet plastic.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
Right.
Reinforcements inbound. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemy soldier incoming.
Why does it keep doing that? God damn it, stop.
Back on station. Go get after it. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online. Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location. Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. You have reinforcements inbound. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Oh my god, how did I not see that whole team up there?
You have reinforcements inbound. Stand by for redeployment.
Using spears.
Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Head to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Come on, get up. I got you.
HVR awaiting target data.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Loadout drop headed your way.
Back to rally, boy.
FFB, danger close. Over. Target grid struck. No casualties.
Ten remain. Push. Got 10 squads active in the field. IFL is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Loading new man.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy advanced UAV is active.
Eyes on enemy.
Squad's in the safe zone. Gas is moving. Enemy UAV overhead.
Okay, what are we looking at?
Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. mate is redeployed. Well done. Hostile UAV in the area.
That was you reloading.
Be advised, resurgence is no longer active. This is for keeps.
On the move.
Supply crates have been restocked. Load up. Squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You just carry me around.
Move to the safe zone. You've got gas moving in.
You almost got him. Good. So, this is nice.
Enemy soldier incoming. You're in the top five. Bring home.
By 2 points, isn't that some shit? No.
Enemies dropping into the AO. Check weapons here. We're holding deployment. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemies dropping into the AO. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Little fresher boy. Don't be fucking doing that shit.
For a second because the box came up I had nothing. But this pistol was smacking her.
Survive and your team will redeploy.
This should be a smacking right now. That's what you sound like. Like some little Dutch kid who needs help. The GS45, I think it's called. I'm pissed at myself.
So I traded it.
You're getting another chance. Weapons free.
A little baby bomb.
You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Stay and survive. Enemy counter UAV. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
I'm starting not to like that K-Hap shit. I did that twice in a row now.
Enemy UAV overhead. inbound.
Buy station sighted.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. You've got a loadout drop inbound. Get ready, you're redeploying. Solid work evading the enemy. You're clear for now.
More like Seth Rowe gun. Come on.
Enemy UAV is online. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Give me eyes in the sky.
Intel point activated. Now ensure the point is secure. You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Capture complete. Hell of a job. Uploading information on the next gas spread. UAV is online. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Squad's in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Eyes on enemy.
I know I do a lot of stuff, but that was hardcore. On the move.
Heads up. An enemy squad marks you as a bounty target.
Hey, don't worry, bud. You're doing your best. Hey, don't worry, bud. You're doing your best.
Requesting recon overhead.
Okay, what are we looking at?
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
UAV standing by. Marking target location. Keeping eyes on the sky. UAV available for test. UAV standing by.
Make it count. UAV is single fuel, returning to base. 4 remaining. Stay sharp.
UAV available for tasking.
5 squads still operational in the AO.
On the move.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is moving. Priority tasking request received. We're done.
On the move.
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
Reloading.
No more second chances. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now.
Hey, don't worry, bud. You're doing your best.
Enemy UAV overhead. Squad's in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving.
UAV prep for launch.
Focus is in position, deploying ECM.
Enemy forces have destroyed your CUAV.
Oh, there it goes.
UAV standing by.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now.
Hey,
Three
that
squads
zombie
left in the
map
war
with the
zone. Stay
town.
alert.
Isn't there an
What do you mean? I don't know.
Precision airstrike standing by.
The one with the bowling alley?
Enemy UAV is online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be
I
advised.
literally
Still have squad mates
started directed,
Be advised. There's an enemy squad gunning for you.
and I picked this map so I can get to know it. And I got the Pack-a-Punch, and now it's telling me to exfil.
Hold on, I'm in the middle of a heated game.
The last two. Now finish
I swear I've played this board before with you guys.
Yeah, there is. Where you go into that room at the end and you have to stay in the church.
All enemy squads eliminated. Excellent work.
Okay. So I just had to stay in here to activate it?
I think so, probably.
It didn't tell me that.
So you exfil. That's funny.
I didn't exfil you. I
Oh.
That's why I was like, oh, okay. Sounds really good.
Damn. Look at that. We were going crazy. Whoever was going, I feel like that dude might have been cheating maybe, but I don't know. We were all pretty locked in. Look at, oh my god. I am signed into the PlayStation Network. What do you mean? Did my PS Plus run out? No. Okay.
I thought he wasn't done talking. I got pulled up on and died, but not in
There's an update. 11 minutes. What the hell could they be updating? Right after I get a win too? That's crazy. At least it let me get the win. It didn't cut us out. Shoot. How much longer? 106 seconds. About a minute left. Okay. Damn. We were actually cooking that game, bro. Like, what?
Actually?
Shit.
I may have started standard.
Goofy boy. Yeah, because I was like, I don't think you... I wasn't remembering you could... Yeah, I don't remember being able to exfil. That's why I was so confused when you were saying it. I was like, what?
Okay. The zombies are a lot harder now. I haven't played standard.
Yeah, that's the real normal zombies. Why does it say cute? Ready to... Oh, it's gonna... I'm not gonna have to close the app and restart the stream.